comment and I would address it. Well, I didn't tell her I'd address it with you, but that was my plan. So, so I don't know what, if anything, you want me to do about that.
I don't necessarily have any inherent concern with somebody seeing something. If we had an accident on 93 that we're here litigating, we wouldn't exclude anyone that's been on 93. If defense wants something, maybe just a generic question that she agrees not to consider anything in reaching her determination of the defect. But beyond that, I have no inherent concern about that.
I was going to say maybe just an instruction that she consider whatever she saw during the view and not consider knowledge that she has of that is independent of that. It's a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to do because she's going to watch the video from inside the bar, and I mean she's in a slightly better position than other jurors to know the layout. I'm not sure that makes a big difference. Okay. Okay. So I guess what I'll do is I'll say generically to the jury that some of you may have gone to the GOAT in the past, because jurors are drawn from the community. We anticipate they might have some experience with the locations, and there's nothing wrong with that, and leave it at that. Okay. I had another question. The jurors asked one of the bailiffs a question about taking notes, so I'm just going to explain to them if this not to allow them to take notes, and explain why that is. So, okay, and then we can.
Can everyone's cell phones be turned off on Simon's note, please?
Okay. Okay, before we continue with the testimony, a couple of housekeeping matters. So one of the jurors on The View asked a question about having been to the GOAT in the past, and so there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't create a conflict. So if any of you have been to that establishment before, that's not a problem. Jurors are drawn from the community in which the events are alleged to have occurred, and one of the expectations is that you might be familiar with the location. Sometimes not. Some people are, obviously come from throughout Hillsborough County, and so some of you may be more or less familiar with those locations. But the fact that somebody happened to have been at that particular location in the past, as long as it wasn't on the night in question, that is not a conflict or a problem in the case. Second, one or more jurors asked a question of the bailiff about taking notes. So that's a complicated question, and sometimes I allow it and sometimes I don't. And typically in a case of a relatively short case like this, I do not take notes. And the reason for that is there are pros and cons to taking notes. You'll probably see me take notes. My job is very different than your job in this process. Your job is to determine the facts and to pay attention to the witnesses and to judge credibility. And so if jurors are taking notes, that may distract you from paying attention to the jurors or paying attention to what's going up on the screens. The other risk with taking notes is that notes are not infallible, and what can happen is, once you're back in deliberations, if you have a disagreement about what a witness may have said or what may have happened during the trial, and one juror says, well, it's in my notes, so that's got to be accurate, that juror then tends to have more power, I don't want to say, but more influence in the deliberations. That's why we have 12 people. The reality is that's a better decision-making process than a single person paying attention. Some of you pick up on different cues and different things, and that's why 12 people decide the case and not just one. So for the purposes of this trial, I'm not going to allow you to take notes either during the trial or don't take any notes to jot down issues when you're either at home or back in deliberations. Okay? Thank you. All right, ready to call your next witness.
State Coast Officer Eric Smith.
where you're seated, if you can just raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
And there's water there if you need it for you. There's a microphone in front of you, so I'll just remind you to speak up if I can't hear you, but just so you know that that's there. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Officer Eric Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And where are you currently employed, Officer Smith?
I'm currently employed with the City of Myrtle Beach Police Department. I was employed with the Manchester Police Department from October 2022 up until October of 2023.
And is that when you moved to Myrtle Beach?
I was employed with the City of Myrtle Beach prior to working with Manchester. I have since returned back to the City of Myrtle Beach after leaving Manchester.
And what was your position at the time that you left Manchester PD?
I was a full-time police officer.
And so you're certified in the state of New Hampshire as a full-time officer?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 27th of 2023. Were you working with Manchester PD that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what the nature of your work was that night?
I was assigned to an off-duty overtime detail at the GOAT.
And what's the general responsibilities of a Manchester police officer working in detail at the GOAT?
It's an overtime assignment where we would just be stationed in that particular instance at the GOAT, and we would just stay inside of the bar. We could go outside, but just to remain on the property for mainly officer presence.
So did the GOAT have their own security there at the same time that you were there?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And how much of a presence do they have in terms of security?
They usually had several. They would have a couple at the entry door. They would be scattered throughout the bar, a couple near the stage, back door, and throughout the establishment.
So if there was a disturbance while you were working, who would handle it?
The GOAT security.
And then what would your role be with regard to that?
It would just be a backup in case they needed any further assistance. However, there were usually several there to handle any other things that came up.
Were you wearing a uniform when you were working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have your standard equipment on you? Like, would you have your duty weapon and everything else on you?
Yeah, it was the full uniform, police radio, taser, firearm, handcuffs, everything.
When did your shift start that night on the 27th?
So the GOAT would hire us from 10 p.m. up until 2 a.m.
And that's after the bars closed then? You're staying through to the end?
Yeah, unless they release us early, but usually right up until 1:30 to 2 a.m.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 33 up on the screen. Is that coming up on the screen in front of you
Yes,
also? Do you know what you're looking at in this picture?
Yep, this is the GOAT, the layout of the bar, of the whole establishment.
So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to come over to the larger version that's down here. And I know, I've been told if you... Actually, do you mind going to the left side of the screen? I was told that we'll pick you up a little better on the microphone. Can you just show us where your position was when you were stationed there?
So this would be the front entrance. So usually I'd be anywhere at the front entry door, primarily in this corner here. So I could pretty much see anyone who came in to the bar. I really didn't go much beyond that. Usually right around here to this general area. And that's where I'd be the duration of the night.
And you mentioned the other bouncers or security that are there. Where in general were people the night that you were there in terms of that type of presence?
So there would always be at least two at the entry door, and then scattered throughout. So usually this would kind of be like an office area, like a front desk. This gray box would be like a front desk area. You would have at least one here, and then scattered throughout. This is like a back door. I think you would usually have one in that general area to prevent people from leaving out the back door with alcohol, their beverage. But yeah, usually throughout the whole general area. they'd be scattered throughout.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead and take a seat. So you mentioned that you were seeing people as they came in. Were you responsible for checking IDs or screening anyone, or were you just there as presence?
No, ma'am. The GOAT security is actually pretty well trained at, with their special flashlights at looking at IDs and determining if they're legitimate. So I really never had any, role in checking IDs or anything like that.
How busy about was the GOAT that Friday night?
The GOAT is usually fairly busy. The dance floor area would be pretty well crowded. You'd be lucky to get a seat anywhere in there.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to around 12:40 a.m. What was happening inside the bar around that time?
So I noticed a large rush of people, mainly security, head to the ramp area, which is central to the bar.
And I hate to ask you to get back up, but do you mind just showing us again on the diagram where you're referring to, or the ramp?
So as I stated, I'd be somewhere in that general area, and I noticed that a lot of people were going to this central area where it says ramp right here, and so I pretty much moved from that area to that other area as well.
Okay, thank you. So when you saw people moving towards that area, you're seeing security, can you describe what you did yourself?
The GOAT security had broken up the fight at that point. Everyone was pretty much separated. I really didn't have any role. They pretty much separated them instantly and moved them from that ramp area out to the front exit.
So to be clear, did you see the altercation itself, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, ma'am, I didn't see the altercation.
Were you able to see the individuals that were involved in the altercation?
Just one. I didn't see the actual fight happen, just essentially the aftermath.
Okay. So the person that you saw, can you describe what he looked like, what his appearance was like?
Very tall, heavy-set male, white, Caucasian.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe him by where he's sitting and something he's wearing?
Full beard, shaved head, sport jacket, blue tie.
May the record just reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant, Your Honor. Can you describe what the defendant's appearance looked like to you at that time?
He had a laceration on his left, the left side of his face in the cheek area.
And could you tell if that was bleeding at the time that you saw it?
It was a fresh injury, yes, ma'am.
You described him as being tall. Can you just describe his size for me? Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'm 6'4", and he was taller than I am, so he was at least 6'4", so above average height and above average build.
And when you say above average build, do you mind if I ask how much you weigh?
I weigh about 220.
And would you say that he was that weight or he was bigger than you?
Definitely bigger.
And can you describe what his demeanor was like? Like, how was he acting at the time that you saw him?
He was aggravated from just being involved in an altercation.
And I won't ask you to kind of speculate why he was upset, but can you just tell me what you were seeing from him in terms of how did he sound, how did he look?
He was upset and yelling.
So you described that security moved him, and I know you weren't sure who else was involved, but was it all the way out the front door? Can you just explain for us where you saw them go?
So they escorted him from the ramp area right around this main bar out the main entrance exit, and he was ejected from the bar.
Okay. And did you follow out of the bar, or where did you go at that point?
I activated my body camera as he was being ejected, and I stopped my body camera. At this point, I was still inside the bar. However, a minute or two after, I did go to the exterior of the bar.
Okay. Thank you. So when you take a seat, I'm going to ask you a few questions first of all. At any point during that time that you were in the area of the defendant, you said he was yelling. Did you ever hear him ask you for help?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear him ask anybody else for help?
No, ma'am.
You were talking about your body cam. Can you just explain for the jury how that works? How do you use that as an officer?
The Manchester Police Department, they have a body camera where it will be activated by a wristwatch. So if I press the button 2 times, it would activate the camera. I had my wristwatch attached to my duty belt. So if I pressed it twice, it would activate the camera. The audio would come on after the fact. It's a 30-second delay. So the visual portion of it would be instantaneous. However, the audio would come on after the fact. It would have delay on it.
And is this running the whole time that you're working, or what? At what point do you activate it, or why do you activate it?
I activated it when I determined that there was an altercation.
So
And when I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
When I determined that there may be a police involvement, I activated.
So you hadn't been running it the whole time you were on the detail?
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you the beginning moments of what's marked as State's Exhibit, or has been entered as State's Exhibit 69. Do you recognize, this is like the still before it starts, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
That's right, Ribbon. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Officer Smith, can you just describe for us, first of all, does this look familiar to you? Have you reviewed this footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this, Dan?
Is it okay if I get up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So this bar area here would be the central bar that was in the last map of the establishment.
So we're looking into the goat from the perspective that you're standing?
Correct.
And I know it sounds like a strange question, but where on your body is the camera?
It would either be somewhere around my left pocket, because in the middle of my chest would be a zipper to attach my my vest with my equipment, so it would be on my left offset of the center.
Okay. So we're not seeing things from your eye the same way that your eye would have seen it. We're seeing it from lower.
Chest height.
Okay. And you can go ahead and take a seat. So as we're watching through this, as you'd indicated, there's no sound normally in the beginning when your camera starts?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And does it just turn on automatically at a certain point?
After that 30-second lag time.
Just going too far. I will have to watch this again. So we're seeing you right now where you were initially stationed. When you start to turn, why are you turning? What's going on? Oh, sorry, as you start to move, I should say.
So, like this gentleman, for example, he has that flag on the back of his sweatshirt, hoodie sweatshirt. I recognize that they are security for the goat. So when I see them kind of scurrying to a location, it's abnormal and there's something going on.
Okay. So, sorry, I confused the screen with it moving it. But so every time we're seeing that black sweatshirt with a looks like a white flag in the back, those are security?
Yep, it says Whiskey the People with the white American flag.
when you were following right before the defendant leaves the goat, you described, so there's that Whiskey the People shirt. There's also some black sweatshirts that show like a white goat sign. Were those all bouncers that were?
Yes, ma'am. So they all work there in a security type role.
Okay. So all those people that we saw in front of you kind of walking out towards the exterior,
Yes,
those
ma'am.
are all goat security? Okay. So you started to explain to us, what did you do after this point, after the defendant was kicked out of the goat?
It appeared that security had squashed the argument. The parties were separated, and he left willingly out of the bar.
So what did you do at this point?
Where I turned off my body camera, I stayed there for about a minute, but then I went outside as well.
And after you were outside, did you observe anything that caused you concern?
Not at that time. I had just been talking to a few people, and as stated in my police report, it had appeared that the argument had ended completely at that time.
Okay. What happened at that point?
Shortly thereafter, about a minute or two after I was outside, I heard several pops, which I determined to be gunshots.
And could you tell where those were coming from?
So they were coming from east of my location, which would have been toward the direction of Soho and Bank of America and Elm Street.
What did you do at that point when you heard what you believe were gunshots?
I immediately moved in the direction of the gunshots to where the sound was coming from.
And did you notify anyone of what was happening at that point?
Yes, so I went over my portable radio to notify dispatch that there were shots fired.
And what happened as you started to move in that area towards Soho?
As I took a few steps, I saw 2 or 3 young females in the opening of one of the businesses. It was another entryway, and they were huddled in like a fetal position, and it was clear that they were pretty scared. Once I determined that they were okay, I continued past them.
And what did you see as you moved past them down the road?
So after I passed them, I was on the sidewalk at that point, and I continued to walk in the middle of the street, Old Granite Street, to where I found the victim, Timothy Pouliot.
And what did you observe about Timothy Pouliot at that time?
He was on his back, sprawled out.
And about where was he in relation to the other buildings?
He was in the middle of the street, so maybe 10 or 20 feet from the business, from Soho.
Was there anyone else near him at that time?
Yeah, so he had one female on his left side and another female on his right side.
And did you know who those people were?
No,
Who were
ma'am.
with him? Okay. Did you ever identify who they were at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you said that Timothy Pouliot was lying down, did you make any observations about what his condition was at that point?
Things happened very quickly. I was unable to make contact, view him at all.
What did you do at that point? So after you've seen him lying down and you see the 2 people on either side, where did you go? How did you know where to go next?
The female who was on the left side of his body pointed and said that the shooter was over there. She specifically said he's got a gun.
And when you say over there, where was this person gesturing? Were they gesturing, or were they indicating somehow?
Pointing toward the alley beside Soho.
And so what did you do at that time?
As I was standing there, I just rotated my body and was able to identify that the defendant was there with a firearm.
And did you recognize him as the person you had seen in the goat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what he was doing when you first saw him?
He walked toward me a few steps, and then I drew my firearm and pointed it at him.
And you had said he had a firearm when you first saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what he was doing with it, where it was? How did you notice it?
It was in his right hand, and he really wasn't doing anything with it. It was just kind of off to his side.
Were there any other officers on the scene yet, or were you the first there?
Not at that time, however, backup arrived very quickly, approximately 20 seconds after I radioed for assistance.
So you said you drew your firearm,
Yes, ma'am.
and you pointed it at him. How did he react?
He instantly put his firearm down on the ground and put his hands in the air.
And what did you do at that time?
I just held him at gunpoint. I notified dispatch that I had one subject at gunpoint, and about 10 seconds later, it was very quick, Officer Baza came on scene, and he stood to the right of me.
And what happened at that point once he was on scene also?
As I held him at gunpoint, Officer Baza detained him in handcuffs.
What happened with the firearm? Were you able to see that?
So after,
I should be specific, I'm sorry. The firearm the defendant was holding when you first arrived. What happened with that?
after he was detained, I was able to go up to the firearm and I kicked it back away from him, just so it was safe.
And you indicated Officer Baza was the one that put him in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on the scene at this point, or was it still just the two of you?
Officer Baza was the first officer on scene. However, within a minute or two, there were several additional officers who had come to the scene.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look. Okay, if we shut the lights again. So we talked about your body camera. Did you activate your body cam footage again? You activated it the first time when the altercation happened in the bar. Did you activate it a second time?
Yes, ma'am. This was the second activation.
Do you remember about when you activated it, or what made you think to activate it?
When I heard the pops.
So when you heard what you thought were gunshots, you activated it again at that point?
Yes,
Before
ma'am.
you started going down Old Granite Street?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And have you had, I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 70. This is about a 2.5 minute clip of the beginning, just the beginning part of your footage. Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this match your recollection of those first couple minutes after you activated your body cam?
Yes, this would be Old Granite right in front of the bar.
So again, like with the last time, there's no sound in the beginning, but then the sound kicks in at a certain point?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Is that the person gesturing?
Mm-hmm. You can see her point in the direction.
Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Put your arms out. Get on your face. Hey, Shots fired. Guy got shot. I'll get back there. Hey, Sarge. Weapon here. I saw the weapon. Hey, Sarge. I got the weapon. Okay.
So that part at the end where you're saying that's your voice that we're hearing on the body cam, Sarge, I got the weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had mentioned that you kicked the firearm away from the defendant before Officer Baza put him in handcuffs. Where did it wind up about in that area? I think we could kind of see a little on the video, but is it about where you're standing in this space?
Yeah, it was around the sidewalk. I know there's a snowbank, but it was around the sidewalk.
Did you take any steps to make sure that it was secure after that initial kick?
I never touched it.
Okay. What did you do to, when I'm saying the word secure, I know, did you ever physically touch it yourself?
Never.
Okay.
No.
What did you do to make sure that it was preserved, that somebody could find it?
I stood right next to it for approximately 20 minutes until I was relieved by Officer Gagney. The individual in the leather coat in the video, he was my supervisor, Sergeant Feather. He was the on-duty supervisor that night, and he relieved me at the scene.
Just have we have a moment.
Sure. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so sometimes evidence comes in part. So the video ends at this point based on some pretrial rulings I made about evidence. So don't speculate about what happened on the video or why you didn't see the rest of the video. That's based on a ruling that I made in connection with this case before this trial started. Okay.
And I have no further questions at this time, Officer Smith. The defense counsel has any questions.
You may, of course.
Good morning, Officer Smith.
Oh, sir.
So, Officer, I'm just going to take you back very briefly to the beginning of the evening. I just want to set the scene again. So if we go over some ground that we've already gone over, I do apologize. So you were on a detail at the GOAT that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by detail, you mean that essentially the GOAT hired you to be there. You were off duty, but you were there in an official capacity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your job there is essentially to be a police presence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you still retain all of your official police powers, right? You can detain, arrest, write reports, do all of those things, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
As a matter of fact, you testified that you're in full uniform, you have your radio, you have your service weapon, you have all the equipment that you would normally carry as a police officer when you're on duty, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of the point, right? Like, you're there in uniform as a presence in the bar for safety purposes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if somebody committed a crime in your presence at the GOAT, you would have the ability to arrest that person, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And as part of your uniform, you've already stated you had a body-worn camera, and we've already reviewed some of that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at some point that evening, you had reason to respond, and that's why you activated your camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to place this in time, was this close to closing time? Had the band stopped playing? Can you sort of give us a general idea of what was going on at the moment you felt the need, just prior to this altercation?
It was around 12:30 to 12:45, shortly after midnight. The band had played their last song, and people were starting to leave.
Okay. Had the lights been turned on at that point, or were they coming on, to your recollection?
I believe that they turned them on like in phases, like they would have some lights come on, but it wouldn't be fully lit.
Do you recall what time the GOAT closed?
The detail goes until 2 a.m. However, some nights, if people cleared out of the bar quickly, we would be signed out around 1:30.
Okay. It's fair to say there were still a number of people at the GOAT at the time that the incident took place.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've already told us where you were stationed and why. I'm just going to go through that very briefly with you. You're essentially at the front of the establishment, right? Between the main portion of the bar and the doorway. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Does that give you a pretty good view of most of the main portion of the bar area?
Yes, it does.
And you were in a good enough position to see that there was some sort of an altercation going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to step you through this. Judge, could I just approach?
Yeah, of course.
So I've just started. I'm going to play this all the way through again once. And I'm going to ask you some questions as we go. Now, at some point, you turn your flashlight on, correct, to see what's going on?
Correct. Yes,
The
sir.
individual that's in front of you right now, do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
I think that this pauses well, so. Third time's the charm. switch this to the primary switch.
That's the one course they don't teach you in law school, is how to run a computer.
So, let me set the stage again. You've already identified that this is your body camera. This is where you start going, correct? When you start moving towards the incident. Now, you've already told us that they turn the lights on at phases. Do you agree it's still fairly dark inside the boat at this point?
Yes, sir.
It's dark enough for you to want to turn on your flashlight, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So right at this moment, you don't yet have audio, correct?
No, it would be the first 30 seconds where it would go without audio.
You're making your way over. I can't pause it. I'm going to play this for you again. We'll replay it. I'll ask you to make some identifications. We've now watched this several times. At this point, you're just making your way over, correct?
Correct. Yep.
You activate your flashlight. Now, you just previously said you don't know who this person is, right?
Correct. I don't know who he is.
Did you speak to him?
Nope.
Did he speak to you?
Reporting.
So, Officer Smith, is that an accurate recording? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, once you previously testified that the individual in that video, he was upset, correct? He was angry, he was upset, he was injured, correct?
Yes, sir.
He repeats over and over again, somebody had punched him in the face.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he says, come fight me. Who just punched me in the face? Come fight me. Those are his words, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that as you followed him and everybody else outside the bar, your body-worn camera continued to record the statements of the individuals involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even if you didn't hear what people were saying, your body-worn camera certainly recorded a number of statements, correct?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
The individual in that video, he didn't get carried out of the bar, correct?
No, he walked out.
He walked out. As a matter of fact, you previously testified that he willingly left.
Yes, sir.
And as he's leaving the goat, he says, did you see that? Did you see that? Somebody sucker punched me. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as he's leaving, he sort of repeats that. Did you see that? I got punched in the face.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you stop in that little sort of front door vestibule area of the goat, correct? At
Yes.
which point you deactivate your body-worn camera because, as far as you're concerned, the incident was over.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, you believe that everybody who was involved in that altercation has been put out of the bar,
Yes, sir.
including the large gentleman with the injury. And you followed them out, right? You didn't lead them out. You didn't have your hands on him in any capacity, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did at any point you leave to check and see if he required further medical attention?
After the body camera was turned off, I did go up outside approximately a minute or two later.
Was he still out front of the bar at that point?
I didn't see him, no.
Okay. So it's fair to say you didn't render him aid or ask him if he needed an ambulance or medical attention at any point?
No, sir.
Did you check to see, again, if any other individuals who might have been involved in the fight needed medical attention?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see if they were all standing together out on the sidewalk?
When I was outside, I wasn't specifically looking for them. It was just me outside, just general officer presence, just me being there.
Okay. So you stepped outside. Your testimony is a minute or two later, and you didn't see anybody.
There would be the general crowd waiting for rides to be picked up, etc.
Let me rephrase. You didn't see Mr. John Delee standing outside the goat when you stepped outside.
No, sir.
You didn't see the other individual that I pointed out that sort of passed in front of your body-worn camera that you didn't recognize.
That's correct. I didn't see him either.
Now, at some point, you were standing inside or outside of the goat when you heard gunshots.
I was outside at that time.
Okay. And as soon as you hear gunshots, did you call dispatch?
Almost immediately. Yes, sir.
And you start making your way up the street towards the sound of gunfire.
Yes, sir.
At this point, are you calling 911? Are you calling over the radio that you hear gunshots?
Yes, I did.
You activate your body-worn camera so that it's recording, correct?
That's correct.
And again, I can approach the screen, Judge. And this is an accurate representation of you making your way up the street.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Yeah, the jury is staying, yes, so.
I apologize. And you previously identified that this is the individual who was struck by bullets.
Yes, sir.
And you previously identified this as John.
Recording.
Yes, sir.
He reaches into his waistband right there, drops something on the ground.
Yes,
Put
sir.
him down.
Is that the handgun?
Put
Yes.
him down. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get.
Counsel, I don't believe the jurors heard your question.
I understand.
Because the audio came on.
In the video we just watched, as you're walking up to John Delee, he reaches into his waistband, correct?
Yes, sir.
He takes something out of his waistband,
Yes, sir.
and he puts it on the ground.
Correct.
That's the handgun, right?
Yes, sir.
And he does that almost contemporaneously with you having contact with him.
That's
It's
correct.
very close in time to when you testified that you start to hold him at gunpoint.
Yes, sir.
And that camera, as you previously testified, that recording essentially sees what you're seeing.
Yes, sir.
It hears what you're hearing. So the moment he interacts with you, he's putting the firearm on the ground. He puts his hands up. It's fair to say that he's fully complying with everything you're asking him to do.
Yes, sir.
With the exception of one thing, you tell him to get on his face and he doesn't do that, right? He doesn't lie down on the ground.
Correct.
But he stays there with his hands out, yelling at you, they attacked me, it was self-defense.
Objection, Your Honor. Any questions for the witness?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's leading. It's cross, so these are leading questions. Go ahead.
His response to you, if you recall, was to put his hands out and say, it was self-defense, they attacked me. Correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
I have a couple of basic questions about your training, if I could. Were you trained by the Manchester Police Department or were you trained elsewhere?
My initial training was from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy.
Okay. And at some point in 2022, you became a Manchester police officer?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you trained by the Manchester Police or by an academy in New Hampshire?
By the Manchester Police Department.
Okay. And you became familiar with the Manchester Police Department use of force guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Now, the use of force guidelines cover a broad spectrum of force usage, correct?
Yes, sir.
From simple control techniques, the use of pepper spray, the use of deadly force, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May be judged.
Okay.
Officer Smith, are you trained in the use of pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
Does the Manchester Police Department have policies and procedures about the use of pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the Manchester Police Department consider pepper spray to be a less lethal weapon?
Yes, sir.
And it's a weapon that is used by police as part of their training and experience?
Correct. Yes, sir.
When training or teaching police officers in the use of pepper spray, does the Manchester Police Department train you that the circumstances in which pepper spray could be used could be or could lead to issues around lethal force?
Sustained.
Can you repeat the question?
I'll ask a different question.
Sustained intersections.
Is pepper spray, strike that. Does pepper spray have a disabling effect when used on individuals on the street?
Yes, sir.
Does it burn the eyes?
It does.
Does it cause difficulty breathing?
Over.
Does it cause difficulty breathing?
Yes, sir.
When it burns the eyes, can it make it difficult for somebody to see?
Yes, sir.
Have you used pepper spray on somebody in the course of your duties?
No, I have not.
No further questions, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Officer Smith, you testified that pepper spray is a non-lethal form of weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Accurate? Just to clarify, Officer Smith, so you testified that pepper spray is a less lethal form of a weapon. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why officers use it?
Correct.
One of the purposes? Yeah, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you can step down. Why don't we take the lunch break then? So we will resume at 1 o'clock.
Two things that they intend to elicit. The first of which is during opening, defense alluded to Miss Elliott, or the defense ex-girlfriend, claiming that Timmy, in passing by, challenged her to punch him. We filed motion on number 5 that was to exclude any character evidence of Timothy other than specific instances which we laid out, which was granted without an objection from the defense. It's certainly another bad act that was not noticed up, and even if it wasn't, it's not relevant. 403, it's definitely unduly prejudicial and outweighs any potential relevancy. The defendant had no knowledge of that interaction between Abby and Timmy, so it's only an attempt to attack the victim's character.
So, I don't intend to bring it in as, I guess, I don't think it's another bad act. It's not meant to smear his character. It's the mindset that he's in as he's pursuing, and the doggedness with which he is pursuing Mr. Delee, that somebody that tries to stop him as he's pursuing Mr. Delee, he challenges them to a fight on the way so that he can go get Mr. Delee. So it's not a separate occurrence. I don't think it's another bad act as part of his pursuit of Mr. Delee, and it's part of the milieu of exactly what's happening at the exact time that the attack on Mr. Delee is being planned and carried out.
So, give me a proffer as to what you anticipate to, or what you want to elicit.
So, Mr. Pouliot is running up Old Granite Street, and at the time, Mr. Delee is past the Soho, or just about at the Soho, or just at the entrance to the alleyway. And Mr. Nash and Mr. Mendoza are up by the Soho and across the street, and Mr. Pouliot is walking at a relatively rapid clip up the sidewalk towards Mr. Delee. And in some of the exhibits, Ms. Abby Elliott Orr, the ex-broker of the defendant, basically chases him down to grab him. She grabs him and tries to stop him. And at that point, he turns to her, and they have a very brief interaction where, among other things, he says to her, in words or substance, go ahead and punch me in the face. She declines to do so. He escapes that interaction and continues on and confronts Mr. Blake.
Okay. And so this is like in the moments before the sort of final fatal confrontation.
Correct. This is after the altercation between Nash and Mendoza and Delee, and before the sort of next stage up. So yeah, this is 30 seconds beforehand.
It's well outside of earshot of the defendant. It's down the street. There's no information that anyone else heard this, and I would say that the video might counter some of the characterization of what Miss Elliott Moore was doing when she physically came into contact with Timothy. But either way, at that time, the defendant is up the street. He had rounded the corner by Soho and has absolutely no relevance to the defendant's state of mind.
Well, but is it not relevant to Mr. Pouliot's state of mind and what's about to
I
happen
would say
next?
I don't know what the relevance at that point with his interaction with Olivia, that relevance, Timothy's alleged frustration or confrontation with Abby has on the victim's state of mind with regard to the defendant.
What's your theory?
She's trying to prevent him from having an altercation. She's trying to prevent him from pursuing the defendant. That's the context in which this comes up. And it demonstrates his state of mind at the time that he's pursuing it. Just demonstrates the aggressiveness that he has. We don't have audio of the actual altercation, so we don't know exactly what he's saying to Mr. Delee and Mr. Delee saying to him. But I think it's instructive to the jury that at that very moment, that's his state of mind, is that he's combative, he is intending on an altercation with Mr. Delee, and he'll do what he needs to do to be able to do it, even though somebody else is trying to intervene and prevent him from having an altercation with Mr. Delee.
I just have to clarify the record. The intervene stuff. She runs up the sidewalk and pushes him physically in the back. Olivia would testify that they were talking shit to each other. That would be her testimony, talking shit to each other back and forth after she pushed him. That may be Miss Elliott Orr's characterization of what she was doing, but the video evidence and the other evidence would undermine that.
Oh. Well, so I guess first off, this isn't 404B evidence by any stretch of the imagination. If there's anything that's intrinsic to the events, this is intrinsic. And so the question then comes down to, is it relevant and is it unfairly prejudicial? The events 30 seconds before the fatal confrontation, I think, are almost obviously relevant. And I don't think it's unfairly prejudicial. I mean, you can, to the extent you disagree with what she's going to say, it sounds like you have plenty of ability to impeach that. So that's what trials are about.
And the other, just for the parties at the time, the state is not intending on introducing the defendant's racist remarks. So during that portion of the testimony, the state's going to lead Ms. Lonardo through that to try to avoid that coming up.
Okay. All right, bring the jury in.
just walk up there by the TV and up towards the back.
So before you're seated, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can you please just state and spell your last name for the record?
Olivia Lonardo, Lonardo.
Thank you. And where are you from, Miss Leonardo?
I grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, but I currently live in Windham, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
About 4 years, I think.
Okay. So back in January of this year, you would have been living in Windham?
Yes.
Okay. You said you grew up in Salem. Did you go to high school in Salem?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of work do you do?
I'm a graphic designer.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
I just started my job about 7 months ago.
Okay. All right. So I want to move on and focus on January 28th, really kind of the night of January 27th into the early morning hours of January 28th. Can you describe for us what your plans were as you led into the night of January 27th?
Yeah, so Nicole and I wanted to get together, go out. We were planning on going to the GOAT. We were just trying to think of anyone else we could get to go with us. So that's when we reached out to Abby and asked if she wanted to come with us.
Okay. Abby, what's Abby's last name?
Elliot, or
Okay. And how did you know her?
we went to high school together and middle school.
So you guys were friends?
Yes.
Okay. So it was you, Nicole Bergeron, and Miss Elliott Orr. I assume that you don't call them by their last names?
No.
How do you address them?
I call Nicole, and Abby instead of Abigail.
Okay. So I'll use those names to try to eliminate any confusion. So before January of this year, how long had you known Abby and Nicole for?
I had known Abby since about 6th grade, and Nicole and I had been friends since, I'd say, sophomore year of high school.
Did you guys have a plan to meet anyone else when you went out that night?
No.
And so you went to the GOAT. Do you remember about what time you arrived?
I think we got there around 11, and we were standing in line outside.
And were you outside for a while?
Yeah, maybe about 30 minutes.
Okay. And so we're talking somewhere around 11:30 you get in.
I think so.
And what happened shortly after you finally get into the GOAT?
We went to the bar and got drinks and then went down to the dance floor. And pretty soon after that is when Timmy and his friends came up to us.
Okay. Did they introduce themselves?
Yes.
Who introduced themselves to you?
Timmy and Michael.
And how was that interaction? What was that interaction like? What was the demeanor?
We all felt kind of weird, like it just didn't feel right. They were being friendly, but it just felt like something was wrong.
And what do you mean by that?
Just kind of a gut feeling. We were just uncomfortable.
Okay. Is that because of how quickly they came up to you?
I think that was probably what had to do with it. Yeah.
Okay. And did you know Timmy and Michael before that night?
No.
Okay. And what happened while Timmy and Michael were talking with you, Nicole, and Abby?
John came over to us.
Okay. And did you know John before that night?
I knew of him, but I don't think we've ever spoken before.
How did you know him at all?
We went to high school together.
Okay. And did he know the rest of your friends? Did you all know each other?
Yes.
Okay. And you were all, what was the relationships that everyone else had?
He had dated Abby in the previous summer. And I think he knew of Nicole, but same relationship with him and I, that they never really spoke, to my knowledge.
Okay. And was John alone, or did he have friends with him that night?
He had friends with him.
Okay. So when he first walks up, did he walk up alone, or did he walk up with his friends?
It was just him.
Okay. And do you remember about how many friends he had with him later on?
4 or 5.
Okay. And do you remember any of the specific friends that he had with him?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you remember any of the specific friends that he had with him that night?
I knew Matt, and his friend Gage introduced himself to me, but those were the only people I knew.
Okay. And do you remember Matt's last name?
Soldano.
And how did you know Matt?
We went to high school together.
Okay. So you said when he first came up to you, he came up to you alone.
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe Timmy's size?
Small.
And how would you describe the defendant's size?
Very large.
How would you compare the two?
Complete opposites.
Okay. And what did John say when he first walked up?
He asked Abby something along the lines of, "Why are you talking to this scum?"
And was that the first interaction that you saw the defendant have with Timmy that night?
Yes.
What was Timmy's reaction to the defendant walking up and making this scum comment?
They ended up kind of shaking it off and being like, "It's all good." Shook hands, and everyone kind of walked away.
Okay. And so when they left the group, where was the next place you had any interactions with Timmy or Michael?
A little bit later on, me, Nicole, and Abby went back up to the bar, and Nicole was ordering another drink, and Timmy and Michael came up to us. So that was when we saw them again.
Okay. And when you say up to the bar, was it that big bar that's up towards the front, or is it that little side bar off to the side?
The big one, like up the ramp.
Okay. And can you describe for us what happened during that interaction?
Michael and Timmy were telling us that they could knock John out in one punch. They claimed that they were pro fighters. They were just saying that they were going to fight John, and we were just like, we didn't really think that they were serious, so we just ended up walking away.
And where did you, Nicole, and Abby go after that?
Back down to the dance floor, back to John and Matt and that whole group.
And what happened there?
John had asked Abby what was said, and Abby told him they said that they're going to knock you out with one punch.
And what was John's demeanor like to that?
He was kind of just like didn't really seem that it mattered, like just kind of like, okay.
You seem happy that they had said they wanted to knock him out?
I mean, no. But he was just kind of casual about it.
Okay.
Like he wasn't worried.
Okay. And what happened? What happened after that? What did you see next after that?
John went up to the bar where Timmy was, and I saw him talking, kind of standing behind Timmy and talking in his ear. And then things got a little bit heated, and a bouncer or a bartender broke it up, and that's when John came back down to the ramp, back to me, Nicole, and Abby.
And what did the defendant say after he came back down the ramp?
He was saying that he was telling Timmy, like, we'll take it outside, seeing if he wanted to fight.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you he was scared?
No.
Did he seem scared?
No.
Did he express any worry whatsoever?
No.
Okay. And what happens within a minute or so after the defendant comes back down the ramp? Did you see?
Michael came down the ramp after that and punched John in the face.
Okay. And did you actually see the punch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened after that altercation?
They fell to the ground and they were fighting. I kind of got pushed like towards the top of the ramp, and Nicole and Abby were still at the bottom.
And where did everyone go after that?
John had gotten kicked out, so we decided that it was time to go home, and we were all walking outside of the goat.
And what did you see as you were leaving the bar?
John was standing outside bleeding, screaming.
And
I'm
just going to pause you right there. Can we back up?
Yeah, sorry.
As you're leaving the bar, what are you seeing in the bar as you're exiting?
Timmy. He was still in the bar. And Abby was talking to him. She pushed him. And then we walked out.
Okay. Moving outside, you said you saw the defendant and he was yelling and screaming, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he's outside?
Just pure rage.
And what were you and everyone else trying to do as far as the defendant was concerned out there?
We were trying to calm him down. Nicole was trying to clean up where he was bleeding on his face. We were telling him it's not worth it, just go home. But he just kept screaming for people to come fight him, yelling, "Who hit me? Come finish the fight." Yeah.
Was he yelling derogatory names and swears?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're talking about this is right outside of the goat. You're on that sidewalk area,
Yes.
right? Were any of the defendants friends with him beyond just you, Nicole, and Abby?
Yes, I remember Matt was there. Gage may have been there as well.
Okay. So that when the defendant first walks out and this is all going on and he's screaming, it's you, Nicole, Abby, Gage, and Matt, and obviously the defendant himself.
Yes.
Okay. And what was Matt and Gage trying to do as far as the defendant?
Same thing, calm him down.
And at this point, where was security?
Outside the door of the goat.
Okay. So while he's screaming and he's yelling and angry, how did the calming him down work? Were you able to calm him down?
No.
Were Matt and Gage able to calm him down?
No.
What happened as the defendant was yelling these remarks?
Someone was standing nearby smoking a cigarette, and John began yelling at him, and they started fighting too.
Okay. So you saw a physical altercation between those two?
Yes.
What did you see happen during that fight?
That's when Michael came back, and once that fight had broken up, Michael had pulled out pepper spray and pointed it towards John.
Okay. And I'm going to talk about that. I want to back up just a little bit first. This altercation between the man smoking the cigarette and the defendant, what did you see during that altercation?
They were both fighting, punching each other.
Did you see anyone else get hit during that?
John did hit Abby in that.
Okay, during that altercation. Okay. And so you said Michael came over and he brandished pepper spray, correct? What was the defendant's response to that?
He pulled out his gun.
Okay. And what did you hear and see when that happened?
He took the safety off.
Okay. Did you hear that, see it?
The kind of click.
So you heard a click?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was Timmy at that point?
He was still inside the bar.
And did you see what type of gun it was? Handgun, shotgun, rifle?
Just handgun.
And what was the defendant's demeanor at that time? And by that I mean, did he look in fear? How did he seem?
He was not fearful, just very angry.
Did he ask you guys to call for help?
No.
Did he ask for help from anyone that you saw?
No.
Did he scream out that he was scared, please leave me alone?
No.
Okay. Anything that suggested he wanted to de-escalate the situation whatsoever?
No.
So what happens? So we have Michael's walking across the street. He's brandished pepper spray. The defendant's pulled out the gun. What happens after that?
John dropped the gun, and we were all screaming at him to put it away. Abby was screaming at him to put it away. She said, "Do you want to get arrested? You're being an idiot." And that's when he picked the gun back up, and him and Matt and the other friends started walking down the street. And Michael also walked away.
Okay. Up the street.
Yes.
And you said, so that at some point the defendant drops the gun. With everything going, is there a lot going on at that time?
Yeah.
Is it? Would you say fair to characterize chaotic?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Have you? Well, I'll skip ahead. So, what's Abby doing as these two groups start walking up the street? What's Abby doing?
She's trying to chase after him, calling his cell phone, screaming. Nicole was trying to hold her back from running up to John. So we're trying to keep her safe, trying to go home. John and his friends, I had figured that they went home or were going home. Same thing with Michael. I thought that they were just going home.
And what was Abby screaming? Remember?
Something along the lines of, "Put it away, don't do it." It's just trying to hope that he hears her telling him to stop.
And at that point, you're near what area of are you still in front of the goat, or are you a little up the street? Where were you?
We're a little bit further up the street. It was like the Makers, like there's like a Makers building next to it.
Manchester Makerspace?
Yeah, that. We were kind of in front of their door.
Okay. And after the groups walked up the street, were you able to see where each of the groups went?
I couldn't really tell. We were mostly focused on Abby's safety.
Okay. After the group has walked away, do you see Timmy at some point again?
Yeah, Timmy walked out of the goat and walked up past us and started talking to us. And him and Abby were arguing. We just kept telling Abby it's not worth it, let him go.
And do you remember anything he said?
He told us that none of what happened would have happened if we didn't tell John that what they were saying about punching him.
After the groups had walked away, did you hear anything that struck you or caused you concern?
Yeah, about 30 to 45 seconds after he walked away, that's when we heard gunshots.
And what was your response to hearing those gunshots?
Me, Nicole, and Abby ducked, and we kind of just got lower to the ground, and Nicole and I had ran away from the shots, and Abby ran towards them.
You said shots, so you heard multiple gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this sounds like an obvious question, but said you ducked. Why were you ducking?
They sounded very, very close. So we were scared that we were going to get shot.
Okay. Were there any cars in the area around when the shooting happened that you saw?
Yes.
Did you see anybody driving or any pedestrians in the area?
Yes.
And after the shooting, what happened immediately after the shooting?
Sirens, running. I saw Michael jump over a snowbank, running away. A bouncer from the GOAT came up to us, asking us if we were okay.
And I'll just did you actually, and I apologize, I didn't ask you this before, did you actually see the shooting itself, the gunshots?
No.
So you just heard them?
Yes.
And after this, after the bouncers come and the sirens come, did you see any police come?
Yes.
At any point after that, did you ever see Timothy walk back, or did you ever see Timothy alive after that?
No.
Can you describe, you said that you've known Abby since the 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe for us how that relationship is after this?
We don't speak anymore.
And is it related to this or something else?
Related to this.
Going back to the night of the shooting overall, how much had you had to drink that night?
Nothing.
And did you drink alcohol back then, as far as just in general?
No, I don't drink.
Okay. If I can just have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Lonardo. This state is nothing further, Your Honor. I assume defense counsel will have some questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lonardo. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And how old were you back in January of 2023?
I was 22.
How old was Abby at the time?
I think she was 22.
Do you know how old John was at the time?
22.
And what about Nicole?
22.
And what about Matthew Soldano?
I'm assuming 22.
And is that because you were in approximately the same year of school?
Yeah.
And what about Gage Chandler? Did he go to school with you also?
I didn't know him at all previously. I think he was a year or two younger than me.
Okay. So he was in high school at the same time, but not necessarily in your graduating class?
Yes.
Now, show you States Exhibit 55. Oh, they don't want to switch. TV on. Okay. All right, Ms. Lonardo, do you see yourself on the screen?
Yes.
Could you please walk over to the television screen and maybe stand just to this side of it?
Okay.
And if you could point out where you are on screen.
I'm right here in the corner.
Okay, the bottom right-hand corner
Yes.
in a sort of light-colored top.
Yes.
And do you see Nicole on screen?
Yes.
Where is Nicole?
Nicole is next to me right here.
Just to your right?
Yes.
And can you see Abby on screen?
Yes.
And is she just to Nicole's right?
Yes.
So the three of you are against that sort of railing, for lack of a better word, correct?
Yes.
And do you see Michael Mendoza?
Yes.
Where's he?
He's right next to me right here.
Okay. And do you see Timothy Pouliot?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's kind of closer to Abby.
Okay. And with the blonde hair, right?
Yes.
And the gentleman with the white hat, do you remember him being there as well?
I do. I don't know his name though.
Do you remember, did he introduce himself as Trenton Nash to your memory?
He may have, but I know that Michael kind of introduced himself to me, and Timmy introduced himself to Nicole. So I wasn't really conversing with him.
And this is this the location where you were when John approached?
Yes.
Okay, you can sit down. Now, you had said you didn't get a great feeling during that time,
Correct?
but it was just intuition more than anything else.
Yeah.
And so John comes over and makes a comment to Abby about Timothy, or about all three of them?
I was more directed towards Timmy.
But all three of them approached you at the same time, correct?
Yes.
So, and it was fair to say it was whatever the interaction was happening, even though some people might have been having separate conversations, the six of you were kind of interacting independently, correct?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 46. And this one is,
I think you forgot to turn the, yeah, there you go.
so this one is only 49 seconds, so we're going to watch it right through as soon as it's booted up on the main screen. seems to have a bit of a delay. All right, while we wait for it to come up, how long were you and how long was the conversation between just the six of you?
Maybe just a couple minutes.
It came on and went right back up. All right. How to make that statement? That one on? Which one? Can everyone on the jury see this screen here? Okay. Ms. Lonardo, could you come over to this screen?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, great. Sorry, I'm not trying to trip you, I promise. All right. Can you, on this screen, point out where John Delee is? Okay. And would you say that this is just moments after the end of, or moments after the last video that we had just seen?
Yes.
And this is approximately when John made a comment to Abigail, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Sorry.
Yeah, there's no audio on these videos. Okay.
Okay.
So, were you listening to the conversation between John Delee and Timothy Pouliot that we just observed?
I heard bits and pieces of it, but nothing super clear.
Okay, you can, well, actually, you know what? Let me stay there for a moment. Was it a friendly conversation?
Yeah, it was very, I mean, even in their body language, you could tell that they were they were cool, they were good with each other. It seemed that there was no problem between them.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 47. Is it up on the screen yet? Not yet. Okay. Whoa. Sorry. Just a moment. You know what, you can resume the witness stand, actually. When you went up to the bar to get a second drink, originally it was you and Nicole only that had gone up to the bar, right? And Abby and John stayed behind, right?
Yes.
And the area that Abby and John were staying behind was at the bottom of that ramp, right?
Yes.
And those videos that we were just watching, that was like a little bit past the bottom of the ramp, right?
Yeah.
So if you were walking from the main bar down the ramp, you would keep going a little bit to get to the place where the videos were that we were just watching, right? But John and Abby were standing a little bit closer to the very bottom of the ramp, right?
Yes.
And how long were you at the bar before Abby joined you?
Not very long, at most 30 seconds.
And when Abby joined you, were Timothy and Michael already at the bar at that point?
No, Abby came up to us, said John tried to kiss her, so she wanted to stay with us. And as we were kind of talking to her about what she had told us is when Timmy and Michael came back up to us again.
Okay. And you don't know whether Timothy and Michael overheard Abby's comment about John trying to kiss her, do you?
I don't think they heard, just because it's a very loud environment.
But do you know one way or the other for sure?
No.
And let's talk about the environment. Did you see how Timmy was sort of like trying to reach up to get closer to John's face?
When they were speaking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair to say there's a band playing in there, right?
Yes.
And it's pretty crowded in there.
Yep.
So is it fair to say this is a noisy environment?
Yes.
So while you're at the bar, Timothy and Michael speak directly to you three girls, correct?
Yes.
Women, I should say, right? And when Timothy and Michael are speaking to you women, that's when they tell you that they're professional fighters, right?
Yes.
And that's also when they tell you that Timothy says he's not afraid of John, or words to that effect, right?
I don't know if he said that for sure, but I know that he did say that he was a pro fighter.
Okay. And at some point, Michael said something along the lines that he was going to knock John out by the end of the night, right?
Yes.
And did Timothy say anything along those same lines?
I don't remember. I'm not completely sure.
Okay. Did you end up getting a drink at that point?
No. If I did, it was like a Sprite. But I mostly just went with Nicole up there because she wanted a drink and I didn't want her to go alone.
Did Nicole get a drink at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave the bar after you had gotten the drink, or did you leave the bar early in order to get back to tell John what had happened?
No, once Nicole had gotten her drink, we walked back down to where John was.
Okay. And did all three of you women tell John what had transpired up at the bar?
No, just Abby.
Okay. Where you were there to overhear her telling him?
Yeah.
And did she convey all of the things that you've described on the witness stand?
What do you mean?
She told John that they said they were professional fighters, right?
Yes.
And she told John that Michael had said he was going to knock John out by the end of the night, right?
Yep.
and she told John generally to watch his back, right?
Yes.
How long was it after that John went up to the bar?
Maybe a minute, less than a minute.
And did you watch the interaction between John and Timothy up at the bar?
Yes.
And you saw John kind of give him a little shove at some point?
Yes.
And, but you weren't able to hear anything that was being said?
No.
And John came back, right?
Yes.
And I think you said John was stopped by the bouncers on the way back?
In no way. While he was talking to Timmy, the bouncers noticed that they were arguing a little bit, so they kind of separated them. And then that's when he walked back.
You didn't overhear any of that conversation, right?
No.
And so, when John comes back, does he say anything about what happened up at the bar?
He tells us that we asked him what happened, and he said that he was telling Timmy, if he wants to fight, let's go outside. Just kind of recapping what he said, take it outside.
And then it was kind of done, right?
We thought.
John started dancing to the music, right?
I don't really remember.
Were you all having a good time, basically, at that point?
In a way, yeah. We kind of assumed that nothing else was going to happen.
Did you see Timothy actually walk down the ramp?
When?
After the interaction with John at the bar?
I saw Timmy. I don't think I saw Timmy. I saw Michael walk down the ramp when he punched John.
Did you see Timothy and Michael speaking right before Michael punched John?
I saw Timmy kind of walking around the bar, but I don't think he came down the ramp. He didn't come near John, to what I remember.
All right. Did Michael say anything at all to John before punching him?
No.
Did you have any idea whatsoever that John was about to get punched in the face?
No. I was watching Michael because I was just like, what is he doing? He's just standing there staring. It all kind of just happened really quickly.
John didn't say anything at all to Michael at that time, did he?
No.
John didn't move towards Michael at all, did he?
No.
John didn't make any kind of threats towards Michael?
No.
Would you describe the punch as a sucker punch?
Yeah.
And it was a pretty forceful blow, right?
I guess.
He wound up
Yeah.
and followed all the way through, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see whether Michael was wearing any rings at the time?
I didn't.
So John gets brought out of the bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you get outside, Nicole is trying to help clean him up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's screaming about who punched him and other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy who was smoking the cigarette,
Mm-hmm.
did you see whether he walked across the street or was you just noticed him standing nearby?
I just noticed him standing.
And he was one of those three people that was talking to the three of you women at the beginning of the night, right?
Yes.
What did he say when you first noticed him?
What did the man with the cigarette say?
Yeah.
I don't think he said anything.
At some point, did he end up in a conversation with John?
It was less of a conversation and more of pushing each other.
Did John tell him to beat feet, get lost? Anything along those lines?
I don't think so.
Did Abby say anything along those lines to him?
Me, Nicole, and Abby were begging the guy not to get involved and to just walk away.
But he didn't walk away, did he?
No.
He got involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
When did you notice Michael Mendoza on top of the snowbank with the pepper spray?
Very shortly after, if not towards the end of John fighting with the man smoking a cigarette.
Okay. And up until that very moment, you had no idea that John had a gun with him, right?
No idea.
He didn't say anything about it in your presence?
Not that I heard.
And he didn't show it to you, or he didn't display it in a public way, right?
He didn't display it to me.
And so when Mendoza approaches, he stands up on top of the snowbank so that he's kind of looking down at John, right?
Yes.
And how close would you say the can of pepper spray was to John's face?
It wasn't right in his face, but maybe like a few feet.
You carry pepper spray, right?
Yes.
And have you ever had to use it?
No.
Do you know how to use it?
Yes.
Was it close enough to use?
Yes.
And you had it with you that night, right?
I did.
But you didn't get it out at that point.
No. I never took it out of my pocket.
So John pulls out the gun and drops it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you heard that click, was that before or after he dropped the gun?
Before.
And you described it as taking off the safety, but you don't know how this gun works, right?
No.
So you don't know whether he was taking off the safety or doing something else, right?
No.
And have you ever heard of racking a pistol?
No.
Was the sound consistent with pulling back the top of it and letting it go?
Yes.
When he picked up the gun off the ground, did he point it at Michael Mendoza?
No. He pointed it at him when he first took it out of his pocket, but when he picked it back off the ground, he just held it kind of by his leg.
Okay. And that's when Michael backed up, right?
Yes.
And when Michael backed up and gave John a little bit of space, that's when John turned around and started walking back up the street, right?
Yes.
John, Matthew, and Gage walked up the street, right?
Yes.
And Michael and Trenton followed them up the street, right?
Yes.
But you and Abby and Nicole stayed behind,
Yes.
even though Abby did not want to stay behind.
Correct.
How long was it before Timothy came walking by?
Within, I'd say like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes.
And when Abby walks by, when Timothy walks by, he's not running, but he's moving, right?
He was kind of casually walking.
Yeah. Fair to say, though, he originally walks past you, and Abby struggles to get away from the two of you and then chases him down, right?
Yeah, and she pushed him for a second time.
And that's when you and Nicole and Abby all have the conversation with Timothy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he dares Abby to punch him in the face, right?
I don't know exactly what he said, but I do remember there being a little arguing. I don't remember exactly what was said. I just remember telling Abby it's not worth it, and to just let it go.
She didn't punch him in the face, did she?
No.
But she did try to tell Timothy not to follow John, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
At any rate, he got away from Abby, right?
Mm-hmm.
And followed John up the street.
Yes.
Now, at some point after the shooting, you bumped in to Trenton Nash, didn't you?
Yes, as we were leaving to walk back to the car.
Yeah.
All right, let's take the
All rise, please. Will you seated?
All right, the objection is relevance, and so, Attorney Faulkner, what's the relevance?
And so, again, Mr. Nash is involved in joint activity with Mr. Mendoza and with Timothy Puglia. His expressing remorse for his conduct moments after the shooting demonstrates both consciousness of guilt. It is it's clearly an admission against his interest, penal interest, and also it just demonstrates that the mindset that he knew that he and Mendoza and Puglia were in the wrong.
All the same reasons that I said up there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, to the extent it's relevant, I think the unfair prejudice outweighs it, because it's not clear what he's apologizing about. I mean, he's not apologizing to the defendant, he's apologizing to this witness and her friends, and that could be interpreted in any number of ways, including that he's sorry that they were present for this. I mean, you know, just not sure that it adds anything to the
May I approach my notes? I think
Sure.
it's a little bit more.
Okay, if there's more detail, sure.
So, what she told the police in a recorded interview was that he walked over to us and he looks like he just saw a ghost, and he kept just saying, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." And she asked him, "Did anybody get hurt?" And he just looks at me and he's like, "You don't want to know." That's what Trenton Nash tells to Olivia Lonardo.
It's not. To the extent it's relevant, the unfair prejudice outweighs the relevance, so I'm not going to look. Okay. All right, so we'll take a recess. Be back in 10 past.
Ms. Lonardo, I have no further questions of you, but I understand the state may have some.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you saw a couple of seconds and video clips there, and we ID'd some people. Do you see John Delee in the courtroom right now?
I do.
Can you just, if you can point out where he is, and for the record, which is recorded via audio, can you just grab a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Yep, he's sitting over there wearing a blue tie.
And Your Honor, if the court can reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It would.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit just about a couple of things, or go back to. So that moment that Mr. Mendoza takes that swing at the defendant, bars loud. I heard you testifying to that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider that moment fairly chaotic?
Yes.
Was there a lot going on?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified you weren't anticipating on seeing a fight right then?
No.
Okay. Similarly, when you're outside and this happens with the man with the cigarette and the defendant, a lot going on?
Yes.
You referenced the defendant, he's screaming, yelling,
Yes.
right? And there's Abby is screaming.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot going on. With every...
Yes, sorry.
Apologize. Given that everything's going on chaotic, would you be surprised if there's some things, just hypothetically, that were different if they were captured on video than exactly what you're saying right now?
It's the state.
Ms. Lonardo, if the video showed, for example, that Mr. Nash did not actually swing at the defendant, does your memory reflect something differently?
Yes.
I don't remember who threw the first punch with that fight. Yeah, I just remember there being a fight.
Okay. You just remember that something was going on?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned that Mr. Nash, or Trenton, the man with the cigarette, and Michael walked up the street, correct?
Yes.
And that was after the defendant and his friends were walking up the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. You had testified earlier, you didn't end up seeing where anyone went.
No.
As far as you didn't see if somebody went to a parking lot or a different street or anything?
No.
Okay. Just one second. There's nothing further.
Any further recross?
No further questions.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
Right, ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jeffrey Baza.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Please have a seat.
Officer Baza, could you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Yep, that's Officer Jeffrey Baza, Jeffrey Belleza.
Thank you. Where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you worked for Manchester?
3 years.
Are you certified as a full-time officer?
I am.
I'm going to turn your attention right now to January 28th, 2023. Were you working that night?
I was.
Or I should say early morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What shift were you on?
The midnight shift.
So you had started on the 27th and you're going into the morning of the 28th?
That is correct.
As part of your duties that night, did you respond to 50 Old Granite Street in Manchester?
I did.
And why did you respond there?
I responded for a call of shots fired.
Do you know which officer was reporting shots fired?
That was Officer Eric Smith.
Where were you when you heard that call come out?
I was near the Delta Dental Stadium, the Fisher Cat Stadium, in that general area.
Okay, so how long did it take you to arrive at the Old Granite Street location from where you were?
I would say less than 2 minutes.
Were you on foot or were you in a car? Or?
I was in my vehicle.
What did you observe when you arrived at the scene?
I observed a large crowd, and I observed Officer Smith detaining somebody at gunpoint.
Had you seen, I think we know this, but you hadn't seen any of the events that led up to that point, is that?
That is correct.
Correct? Okay. What did you do at that point?
At that point, I ran out to assist Officer Smith in detaining a subject.
And what was your role in the detention?
My role was providing commands to that subject and then actually putting handcuffs on him.
And while you were putting handcuffs on this person, where was Officer Smith?
Officer Smith was to the left of me, just providing cover.
Were you aware whether the person had a weapon at all when you arrived?
I was aware of a weapon that was on the ground near Officer Smith. However, we weren't sure if we had another one, so at that point we were still trying to find out.
Okay. But you were aware that there was a weapon on the ground?
That is correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today, one that you detained?
I do.
Can you describe that person for something that he's wearing?
From that night or to right now? I'm sorry.
Could you describe what he's wearing right now?
He's wearing a dark suit with a blue tie.
May the record reflect that the officers identified the defendant, Your Honor. Were you so you were in full uniform, you were in your normal gear that night? When you
That is
responded?
correct.
Okay, so were you wearing a body cam?
I was.
Did you activate it at some point that night?
I did.
When did you activate? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Right after I got out of my cruiser, I had attempted to activate it. Realized it activated right when I pulled my weapon out.
And your body cam, like most, doesn't have sound immediately when it starts, is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's the video, but not the audio immediately?
That is correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review your body cam footage from this period of the night where you detained the defendant?
I have.
So I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 71. Is this the beginning of your body cam footage?
This is.
Okay. And I know it's a little blurry, but can you tell us, just orient us, what are we looking at right as this starts?
So you are, what you can see is the defendant in the sweatshirt in front of me. I have my gun out, giving him commands at this point.
Okay. And where's Officer Smith in relation to you?
He's probably about 5 feet to my left.
Put your arms down. Put on your face. This is about 3 minutes ago. Was it this guy? Dude, you fucking punched me in the face, you
Hey, for now, just turn around. You're in custody right now, okay? Understand what's going on? Fucking situation. Where's your gun? Hey, Sarge, they think you went towards market basket.
No,
What's the description? Where's the fucking other guy?
dude, what over there? I'll say, I don't even
Stand up. Stand up. Just stand up.
Dude, there was 350 pushing the thing.
Okay. Hey, you're in cuffs right now, so just shut up.
Market basket, going on, that's not that interesting. Very solid. So get back to market basket. Dude, it was self-defense, dude. There was 3 of them, they punched me in the face. Back up.
Back the fuck up. Go that way.
Back up! Back up! Off the table! Guys, get down! Off the table! It was self-defense, sir. I swear it was self-defense. Take us that way, please.
Got it. Take a seat. Stand. That's fine. Right now. Just, well, we're gonna ask you a bunch of questions. Just, you want to take.
So your body cam continued after that point, correct?
That is correct.
So I'll just give another. So I'll remind you again, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to see the remainder of the video based on pretrial rulings in the case. So don't speculate about the portions you're not seeing. Okay.
Did you observe any injuries to the defendant when you were dealing with him?
I did.
Attention. What did you observe?
I observed a laceration. I believe it was above his left eye.
Okay. And how deep did this laceration appear to be, just from your visual?
It looked pretty minor. It looked fresh, but it was pretty minor.
Okay. In the time that you were with the defendant at the scene, did he receive any sort of medical attention for that?
From what I can remember, we brought him to be seen by AMR, and he refused medical attention.
And what's AMR?
Sorry, that's the ambulance service for Manchester.
Were they on scene, or did you have to bring him someplace?
They were on scene as soon as the scene was secured.
And he refused to have them look at it? Or?
That is correct.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for you. Defense counsel, may have a question.
When you say that Mr. Delee refused medical attention, do you just mean that he wasn't transported to the hospital or anything along those lines?
That is correct.
He was actually seen by medical staff, correct?
That's correct.
And he didn't refuse to see them or refuse to be looked at, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, throughout the entirety of your interactions with Mr. Delee, he cooperated with every directive he was given by the police, correct?
That is correct.
He never provided any kind of physical or verbal resistance of any kind, correct?
That is correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
State, Your Honor.
Okay. You can step down.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to take a immediate break?
We can, yes.
All right, so we're going to just take a short break so we're not watching lawyers fumble with technology again. So hopefully we can get it going without us all staring at them. Okay, so take a short break.
Langton.
And Detective, where do you work?
The Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And how long have you worked there for?
Over 7.5 years.
7.5 years. Is this your first law enforcement job?
Yes, it is.
And what's your current assignment with Manchester PD?
I'm a detective within the domestic violence unit where I've been for 2.5 years.
And what types of crimes and investigations do you do?
Assaults, sexual assaults, homicides, shootings, burglaries, harassment, stalking, and the list goes on from there.
And in addition to investigating like interviews and things like that, do you investigate crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
Actual scenes? Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any specialized experience or training with regard to documenting and processing crime scenes?
Yes, I have basic and advanced death and homicide training, shooting scene documentation, crime scene processing, sexual assault scene processing as well.
I want to take you back to Saturday, January 28th. Were you assigned to assist with the shooting of Timothy Pouliot?
I was.
And when you arrived at the scene, was that scene secured by law enforcement?
It was.
And how was it secured?
By midnight patrol officers.
And does that prevent anyone that's not authorized to be in there from going in and out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And why is it important to restrict access like that to the scene?
To preserve the scene itself.
Okay. And with regard to that specific investigation, what was your role?
Evidence collection and scene processing.
And what areas of the scene did you investigate?
Where there were articles of evidence that we deemed to be evidence to be documented and secured.
And was that along Old Granite Street?
It was, yes.
And that alleyway adjacent to Soho Bistro?
Yes.
Okay. And you said as an evidence technician, what were your role? What was your responsibility in that role?
To taking the articles of evidence, giving them evidence identifying markers for each piece of evidence. So when we have a piece of evidence, we identify it with an identifying marker. All my evidence, I identify it as BML. Those are my initials with a dash, and then follows a numerical system identifying each piece of evidence.
And so what were your initials? I apologize if you said
BML.
BML. Okay.
Yes.
And what? Who else helped process the scene that night? Were there other officers, or was it just you?
Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And were you at the scene when it was photographed and measured?
I was, yes.
And days later, were aerial photographs taken of the scene as well?
Yes, they were.
And have you reviewed those photographs?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did those photographs reasonably and accurately reflect the layout of that general area?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And roughly how many photographs were taken? Dozens, hundreds of photographs of the scene?
Hundreds.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to go through every single one, so we'll just go through some here today. So I'm going to start with, this is State's Exhibit 2, which we've seen. Do you recognize this area? You can.
Yeah, is it okay if I?
That one or that screen.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
If you want to get down and point something out, Your Honor, do you mind if the witness steps down? Detective Langton, you may step down and direct us.
Okay. So right here is east and west on Old Granite Street here, and then Hampshire Lane right here to the east side of Soho. Or excuse me, Hampshire Lane is here to the east side of Soho.
Okay. And that's the area you searched?
Yes, within this area here.
Okay. And moving on to States 4, do you recognize this area?
Yes, that is the business The Goat. The Goat.
So what direction would be the Southern New Hampshire arena if we're looking at the Goat?
Easterly. So this is west of the Southern New Hampshire arena.
And moving on to States 5, this area, what is this?
This is just east of where the Goat is, heading towards this new arena.
And what business is depicted in that photograph?
Manchester Makers Space.
All right. Moving on to States Exhibit 6. Can you just help orient us and describe what we're seeing in this photograph?
This is in the center of Old Granite Street, facing easterly. As you can see, the Southern New Hampshire Arena here is in the backdrop.
Okay, and I want to just point out a few things that we can see. There is, across the middle of the screen is a yellow tape or ribbon. What is that?
That's cordoning off where our crime scene is.
Okay, and just beyond that, between that and the Southern New Hampshire Arena, we can see a white object in the middle of the street.
Yes.
And what is that object?
That is the body of Timothy Puglia.
Okay, and then just beyond there, and we'll have some closer photographs, but we can see some things in the roadway. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Okay. Moving on to State 7. Is this the same general direction, but also capturing the Bank of America parking lot?
It is, yes, facing northeasterly.
And State 8. What is this a photograph from?
This is in front of Hampshire Lane, northeast of Soho, where the body was located.
Okay, and does that yellow...
General area.
I apologize. Does that yellow circle depict that area where that Timothy's body was?
Yes.
And State 9, can you just orient us?
This is facing northerly. This is the same general area as the previous photo, but we're just facing north here. And the Southern New Hampshire Arena would be right here.
And moving on to States 10, this is a little bit closer of that footage, or excuse me, that angle we saw earlier, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And now we can start to see those yellow markers that you were talking about a little bit better?
Yes.
States 11, can you tell us where we're looking from?
This is facing westerly. Elm Street is just behind where this photograph was taken. The Kanoko gas station is just off of right here, and this is that same alleyway from the other photos that I've been talking about.
Okay. Moving a little bit closer, States 12. Is this just a close-up?
Yes, it is. A mid-range photo in front of Soho.
And again, we can see those yellow markers.
That's correct, yes.
And we'll talk a little bit more about each one, but just generally, what were those evidence markers? Why were they placed in those locations?
Those are identifying where pieces of evidence that we were to collect, where they were located within the scene.
And you recall generally what those pieces of evidence were?
Yes, generally, yes.
And what were they?
Shell casings, bullet defects that we did not collect but we photographed, and personal belongings as well.
When you say bullet defects, can you describe for us what you mean by that?
A divot within the road that we identify or believe to be bullet defects.
Okay. And States 13, what is this a photograph of?
Personal effects from Timothy Puglia.
So these are the contents of his pockets.
Yes.
Any weapons?
No.
Okay. Moving on to States 14, starting to look to the right a little bit, correct?
Yes, this is looking south, a little southwest across from Soho. And the Bank of America parking lot is right here.
And then from this perspective, on States 15, is this looking to our left from that previous position?
Yes.
In State 16, can you just describe for record purposes what we're seeing in this photograph?
Evidence markers that are in the center of Old Granite Street, just north of the alleyway.
And top of the picture, is that looking down Hampshire Lane?
It is, yes, southerly.
And now State 17, where's this photograph taken from?
Looking northerly, so the previous photo was taken facing southerly, up by where that manhole cover is, to where the detective is shooting northerly here.
And States 18?
This is just north of where that manhole cover was that we saw in the previous photo, facing southeast where the Kanoko gas station is.
And moving on to States 19, can you just tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
This is the sidewalk on the north side of Kanoko, an evidence marker BML1. The firearm is seen within this photograph.
So in that yellow box right there?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that firearm collected?
Yes, it was.
And did you give it one of those evidence numbers that you had spoken about earlier?
I did.
And what was that evidence number?
BML 1.
And did that firearm have a magazine in it?
It did, yes.
And did that also get a separate evidence number?
Yes.
And what was that evidence number?
BML 1A.
And what is this photograph showing?
This is the firearm BML 1A. Or excuse me, BML 1.
Okay. And with regard to the firearm, was there a round in the chamber?
There was, yes.
Okay. Was that the item that was labeled BLM-A, the bullet that was in the chamber?
I'd have to look back at my notes there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Right.
Defense, Bates 709. Just looking at that just refresher real quick.
So the magazine was BML 1B, and the chambered round was A.
Did that refresh your recollection?
It did, yes.
And just to clarify the record, can you just describe for us or tell us what the evidence number was for the magazine?
The magazine was BML 1B.
And the round in the chamber?
BML 1A.
Okay. Thank you. Now, this firearm is a semi-automatic firearm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. When a casing is ejected from the firearm, does every casing go to the exact same spot?
No.
Okay. And what are some of the things that can happen when a casing is ejected onto, say, a hard surface like a piece of pavement?
It can roll depending on the weather. If it's windy, it'll be within a general area. But when the cartridge casing's ejected, it can hit the ground. It could hit the curb or granite curbing, and then deflect off of that or whatever surface that it's striking. It could end up deflecting or rolling away, but you'll be able to see a general area where the cartridge casings end up landing.
And if there's people walking through, running through, things like that, are the casings easily disturbed or are they not easily disturbed?
They could potentially be easily disturbed depending on the amount of people that are running through that area.
Okay. So the casing location just gives you, I think you said, a general area of where the gun fired.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So going back to those, going on to that next photograph. So you said the magazine was BLM 1B.
Yeah, BML 1 B, yes, was the magazine.
Okay. And do you see that in the photograph?
I do, yes, right here.
Okay. And you just pointed to the right side of the photograph?
I did, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 22, is this just a close-up of those evidence markers and Timothy's body that we talked about earlier?
It is, yes.
What, moving on to State's 23, what was 20? What was evidence marker 20 marking?
If I believe correctly, BML 20 was the bullet defect that was in the road.
And did you find casings in this investigation?
Yes, we did.
How many casings did you find?
Would I be able to look back at my notes for the exact number?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach? Defense, same. Detective Langton, how many casings did you find?
There were 9 cartridge casings.
Okay. And were each one of those photographed and marked with a evidence marker?
Yes, they were.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 24. Is this one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 25, is this another one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And this is State's Exhibit 26. Is this one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 28, is that one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 29, is that
Yes.
one of those?
That is the same, yes.
And State's Exhibit 30?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 31?
Yes.
and State's Exhibit 32.
Yes.
And those were the 9 casings that you found.
That's correct, yes.
And those were found in the general area where we saw the yellow markers around the corner of Soho Bistro.
Yes, that's correct.
Just one second. Detective, you can have a seat.
We're going to say there's no further questions.
I think that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, please. Judge, we have a number of exhibits that I may ask to be published to the jury as I go through them. They're exhibits that are already in evidence, so unless there's any objection to that. Okay. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, Detective, just to set the scene for us, how soon after the incident call-out did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly how long, but it was a few hours, if I remember correctly, sir.
Okay. So, you typically get a call how long after an incident takes place to collect evidence?
It really depends on how quickly the evidence gets relayed from the patrol division to supervisors, and then the supervisors then call us. It could be a half hour, it could be an hour. It really all depends on the information that's coming in, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, I believe you already testified to the fact that the scene had been secured by members of the patrol division?
That's correct, yes.
And when you mean secured, you mean that officers had, for instance, put up things like yellow tape, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is it you or another detective that puts down evidence markers, or are those put down by the patrol division?
Some were put down by the patrol division, and then others were put down throughout our evidence collection, sir.
When you arrived on scene, were some of those evidence markers already there?
Yes.
Okay. You identified a number of photographs previously. I'd like you to take a look at them again. This is State's Exhibit 11, if I could approach, Judge.
Yes.
You previously identified this, and I just ask you to describe it again for the jury.
So this photo is facing westerly in the center of Old Granite Street in front of Soho.
Okay. Now, this area is well lit, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so there are street lights here?
Yes.
Okay. If I could publish this to the jury, Judge. Now, Detective, you previously identified a number of photographs of an alleyway that intersects with Old Granite Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'd be able to identify the photos that you previously identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that you arrived on scene several hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. To your recollection or your knowledge, did the incident take place at night?
Yes.
Those two photographs that I've just handed you, are those consistent with the photographs you just identified on behalf of the state?
That's correct, yes.
Are those two photographs pictures of the alleyway that abuts with Old Granite with the Soho Bistro on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. And those were taken at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the incident occurred at night?
Yes.
Yes.
15.
That would be State's Exhibit 15 and State's Exhibit 16. Now, when you arrive on scene, part of your job was to take pictures of what the scene looked like, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that was to adequately document what everything looked like at the moment that patrol officers arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's to document it so that it could be shown to the jury as best as possible what the scene looked like when you arrived.
Yes.
Okay. And that includes the collection of all the other evidence, including the shell casings and everything like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You previously spoke to to the state's attorney about what you identified as BML-1A. Strike that. BML-1.
Yes.
That's the Glock firearm, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you took photographs of that firearm?
Yes. Detective Bergeron also took photos of the
Were
firearm.
you present when you took pictures of this?
I was, yes.
Okay. And you were able to identify that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Is this that photograph?
Yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit 20. State's Exhibit 20 is a photograph of the Glock handgun as it existed at the moment that you arrived on scene with Detective Bergeron, you stated?
Detective Bergeron Rosa and Detective Bombard.
Okay. Is that an accurate representation of what it looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Is there ice on that firearm?
It appears so, yes.
Is there snow on the ground that night?
Yes, there was.
It was cold out?
Yes.
I apologize, Judge. I'd asked to publish that to the jury.
Oh, yeah, of course. If it's a full exhibit, you can publish it.
Are you the detective that secured that firearm to be essentially turned into evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you secure a firearm, do you follow up a standard procedure prescribed by the Manchester Police Department?
I clear the firearm. Any firearm that I come in contact with, I clear it to make it safe prior to putting it into evidence.
Okay. So you document where you find the firearm on the ground by taking a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay. Then you take that firearm and you clear it. By clearing it, you mean you remove the magazine, correct?
Yes, I removed the magazine, yes.
And you check the chamber to make sure that there are no live rounds.
That is correct.
And that's the procedure you used in this case?
I did, yes.
You picked up the firearm, you removed the magazine?
Yes.
And you cleared the chamber of it?
I did.
And you previously testified that there was a live round in the chamber?
That's correct, yes.
Were there also live rounds in the magazine?
There was.
Okay. And then you placed those items into an evidence box?
I did, yes.
And those evidence boxes were secured and sealed?
That's correct, yes.
And so you would have placed the magazine with ammunition in one box and the firearm in another one?
That's correct, yes.
And you placed the magazine into that box as you found it with however many rounds were loaded into it, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And then you placed the separate chambered round into another box, or with the magazine or with the firearm, I'm not sure which.
Yes.
Okay. And then you took a photograph of the firearm in its cleared state.
Yes.
And that's this photograph.
That'd be correct, yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 21, after published. And that's standard procedure, right?
Yes, sir.
And that documents, at least for all of us, that the firearm was found loaded with rounds in the magazine and in the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And that was all documented in a police report?
Yes.
And you're able to get those evidence designators, the BML 1, 2, 3, 4, because you all documented that in a report, correct?
Yes.
Just one moment. Detective, did you document the number of rounds in the magazine?
I don't recall, sir.
Would it be in your report?
I would have to look back at my report, sir.
Do you have your report in front of you by any chance?
I do not.
Detective, I'm going to approach Would you say that your memory is exhausted as to whether there were 4 rounds in the magazine?
I don't recall how many rounds there were, sir.
If I showed you your report, would that help?
Yes, it would.
I would just ask you to read yourself. How do you know when you're done? Were you able to locate that anywhere in your report?
Yes.
How many rounds were in the magazine?
I listed it as unknown number of rounds.
Okay, so you didn't
Within my
you
report.
didn't unload the magazine.
No, I did not.
But there were rounds in the magazine.
Yes.
And there was 1 live round in the chamber.
Yes.
No further questions, Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Actually, if you want to just give that report back to Attorney General.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going.
So it looks like we are going to end a little early today. They're going to take a witness out of order here, so due to availability of a witness who had other non-negotiable plans. The defense is going to call a witness at this point, or first thing tomorrow morning. So we're going to interrupt the state's case at this point, but allow the defense to put on a witness. It happens sometimes in cases, and then the state will resume with its evidence. Okay, so we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And we're still on track. So we're still on track for timing. So okay, thank you. So I just wanted to spend a moment talking about jury instructions in a big picture, not in the weeds at the moment. So I guess I want to see what the state's position is about. It sounds like, I mean, there's no questions are appropriate. I guess the question is, what's your position on provocation, manslaughter, and then reckless manslaughter?
We don't object to the reckless manslaughter as far as provocation. We object. It's just not. This doesn't rise to the extreme. We can file something for your argument that's great, but this doesn't rise to the level of extreme provocation that necessitates provocation instruction.
Okay. Yeah, some case law would be helpful then.
Yeah, there's a case that I'm taking out just drawing a blank right now.
Okay. Anything. So what I was going to do is redistribute the instructions. I've included the lesser included reckless manslaughter instruction in there. And I went back, I read Soho, and I read, what's this? There's Soto, and there's another case that comes after that on provocation manslaughter. So I have the instruction in there. I'm not prejudging your argument yet, but it's easier for me to have it in and then take it out than it is to add it later. So I was going to distribute a copy, a new draft today, reserving, ultimate judgment until I hear all the evidence on the provocation manslaughter. So the way I've got it structured is a little bit different than Soto and the other case, which I'm drawing a blank on, that came after that. I don't have provocation manslaughter explicitly delineated as one of the elements of murder. It doesn't really, Soto was different, and that other case was closer to what we're dealing with. And I think, the statute says provocation manslaughter is murder, except that it can be reduced upon extreme provocation. And so I think it makes most sense for the jury to have to find whether or not the defendant is guilty, not find whether he's guilty or not guilty, but whether the state met the elements of second-degree murder, including, disproving self-defense. And only if they find those elements do they go on to determine whether the state has disproved the provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why I've got it structured the way it does, because it's really hard to explain to the jury what verdict they should return if you include the provocation within the elements of murder itself. So, and again, whether that is appropriate based on the facts here is a separate question than sort of the structure. So I just wanted to explain to you what I had done in structuring the instructions. If you think that's wrong, I obviously want to hear that. But that was my thought process behind it.
So my reaction to that is that I think there's a good bit of sense to that. I'm just not sure that the case law doesn't require it to be done the other way.
Well, the case I'm thinking about that comes after Soto actually doesn't require it. It said, the trial court didn't give it that way, and the trial court, I think, in that case, I wish I could remember, it starts with a D, Decato? No, it's not Decato, it's something like that. But the trial court sort of didn't do it the way I'm doing it either in that case, and yet I think that the ultimate point of that post-Soto case was that so long as the instructions clearly communicate to the jury that it's the state's burden to disprove provocation beyond a reasonable doubt, that the instructions are appropriate. And for the reasons I said, I think including the provocation within one of the delineated elements of murder makes it incredibly complicated and confusing for the jury to understand it. So I think based on that subsequent case, it's an appropriate instruction, and I think it's easier for the jury to understand what they're supposed to do that way. Soto was not really akin to this because there they had an acquittal first instruction, which we don't need in this case, and so the reason that they did provocation within murder is because of the way the acquittal first instruction. We don't need to get into all the nuances of that, but I think that in that case, it's easily distinguishable from this, and so that's why I structured it differently than Soto recommends. So, all right, so I'll distribute that this evening. If there's anything else you think I missed, let's talk about that tomorrow, okay? Thank you.
Is that 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock would be either 9:30. Yeah, it starts at 9:30. Yeah, 9:30. And then reserve.
So, we have a list that goes from that.
Conversation with John.
Yes.
And what was the conversation that you had with him? What did you say to him? What did you say to him?
It was along the lines of like, what are you doing? Why are you like talking shit with this huge kid? Like I was confused why he would be participating in like the shit talk.
Did he give an explanation?
I go, yeah, like what are you doing? He goes, don't worry, like I do MMA,
You know what MMA is?
mixed martial arts.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I need to give you a limiting instruction. So, sometimes evidence is admissible for one purpose and not another purpose. Okay, thank you. Sure. Yeah. We're going to take a very brief mid-morning recess at this point, and then we'll resume. We're going to break, just for your sort of thinking purposes. We'll come back in about 5 to 7 minutes at the most, and then we'll break at noon, and then I have to take an extended lunch break because I have another hearing, or I have some other hearings that I have to deal with. So we're going to go take a break from 12 to 1:30, and then we'll resume the testimony. Okay. Okay. So principally for the media, but also for any of the other participants in the audience. The next witness is the medical examiner, and I anticipate there'll be a number of sensitive photographs, including autopsy photographs. So if you wish to excuse yourself, certainly please do that, but you're welcome to stay. But I did enter a protective order with respect to the media not photographing, distributing, broadcasting photographs of the autopsy photos. So if do not, they'll be displayed on the screen, but just don't record those. You can certainly record the testimony, but just not the actual photographs or any of those exhibits. Okay. All right, and we'll take a 5-minute recess. Ready to call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Mitchell Weinberg.
you're seated. If you could just raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat.
Morning, Dr. Weinberg.
Good morning.
There's water there for you if you
Thank
need
you.
it. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Mitchell Weinberg, Weinberg.
And where are you currently employed, Doctor?
I'm employed at the New Hampshire Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is in Concord.
Okay. I'll give you a minute if you want to.
Thank you.
And what's your position at the Office of the Medical Examiner?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner in the office, which means I'm one of the forensic pathologists.
Can you explain what the duties are that are associated with that position?
Well, there's a number of different duties associated with my job, but the main one is what folks actually do tend to think of when they think of forensic pathology. One of my primary job duties is performing post-mortem examinations. Generally, that means a full forensic autopsy for the purposes of determining a patient's cause and manner of death. And then there's all sorts of other job tasks that I have, educational, administrative, but those aren't so germane here, so I don't need to talk about them.
How long have you been in your current position?
I've been with the New Hampshire office about 3.5 years now.
Did you work as a forensic pathologist before that?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
In Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I worked there from 2012 until 2020.
Do you have any specialized education training that relates to this field?
Yes, of course. To become a forensic pathologist, one goes to university to get a bachelor's degree in something. Mine is in microbiology. I did that at the University of Florida. And then one goes to medical school because I am a physician. I did my medical school at the University of South Florida, completing that in 2008. Then, after medical school, one needs to do a general residency in anatomic pathology, and I did that at Ohio State University. The way I did it was a 3-year course of study, so I finished that in 2011. And then to become a forensic pathologist in North America, you have to do what's called a fellowship or subspecialty training. And that's when you really learn the nuts and bolts of becoming a forensic pathologist. I did that in Baltimore, Maryland, with the Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And at that time, I had finished all of my training, all of my schooling. I was finally competent and ready to enter the workforce as a forensic pathologist. And then I took the job in Canada.
And so you're board certified as a...
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Approximately how many autopsies do you believe you performed?
At this stage of my career, it's probably somewhere in the 2,200 ballpark.
You've referenced this, but what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a surgical type procedure. It's not surgery, certainly not in the same sense that a surgeon performs surgery on a living patient, but it's a surgical type procedure of a deceased individual for the purposes of documenting things like injury, the presence or absence thereof, natural disease processes, again, the absence or natural thereof, and then identifying features and demographic type information like hair color, height, weight, and that kind of thing. Again, for the primary purpose of determining that patient's cause and manner of death. That is sort of the ultimate work product that I produce for each case that I'm involved in.
And what is specifically meant in your field by cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death for any given patient is the disease process, injury, or substance toxicity that ultimately leads to a patient's death, no matter how short a time interval or how long a time interval. So examples would be things like metastatic pancreatic cancer,
It could be blunt force trauma sustained in a motor vehicle incident. It could be stab wounds, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person, or it could be gunshot wound trauma, again, inflicted by oneself, making the death a suicide, or inflicted by another individual, making the manner of death homicide. And you asked about manner. That's the other one of the other big things that I do. The manner of death is a classification that I assign as a medical examiner relating to the circumstances of a patient's death. I only have 5 choices for manner of death, whereas cause of death, I can say essentially anything. It's free text. But manner of death is either natural, so a death due solely to natural disease processes, suicide, a death due to self-inflicted injury of some sort, homicide, death due to injury caused by some other person, or accident, a non-natural death where it wasn't quote-unquote intentional. And then in a small percentage of cases, for reasons that aren't really worth getting into here today, I have another option of an undetermined manner of death.
So just to be clear, if you make a determination of homicide, for example, that's not a legal definition, that's a medical definition?
No, I am a doctor, not a lawyer, and my classification is for my purposes of classifying the death. It is not a statement of legality or lack thereof. That is for entities such as a court.
Have you testified in court before in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, many times.
Do you have any estimate of how many times?
It's probably in the ballpark of 100 at this point in my career.
And has this been in multiple courts?
Yes.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I'd ask that the court recognize Dr. Weinberg to be qualified as an expert under Rule 702.
He may offer his opinions.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 29th of 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on the body of Timothy Pouliot?
Yes, I did.
And as part of your autopsy process, do you prepare a report?
Yes, I do.
Along with the written portion of your report, do you include photos and diagrams?
In some cases, yes. If I think it is necessary or illustrative, I will include a diagram as an attachment to the text of the autopsy report, and photographs are taken in virtually every case.
And about how many photographs did you take in this case?
In this case, I went back and looked, and I believe the number is 155.
Were there detectives present for this autopsy?
Yes, there were.
And did they take photographs as well?
I think so, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. They probably did. That would be very standard practice.
And is there standard practice that they take photographs throughout the process that you are doing at the same time that you are?
Generally, different detectives have differing levels of experience, and some need more or less guidance from me about what photos to take. Generally, they kind of just follow right behind me, and if I take a photo, they know it's something of relevance, and they tend to do so themselves.
Did you also do a diagram? You said sometimes you do or don't do diagrams. In this particular case, did you do a diagram?
Yes, I did. Well, I guess I want to be clear. So when I say a diagram here, I mean a formal diagram that is meant to be attached to the actual autopsy report. In every case, I have little diagrams that I'm taking my notes on for the purposes of creating my autopsy report, but in not every case do I create an actual diagram as part of the autopsy report. I tend to do it in cases involving what I call as a forensic pathologist penetrating trauma, things like gunshot wounds or stab wounds, just because they tend to be illustrative to the reader of where those injuries are on a body.
And so in this particular case, did you create this more formal diagram that you're referring to?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
the state moves to strike the ID on these photographs, but again, I actually.
What
be
numbers?
specific.
Yeah.
So it states Exhibit 36 through states Exhibit 42.
36 through 42, the IDs may be stricken.
Dr. Weinberg, now that these are full exhibits, I'm going to ask you, I'm just going to publish now what's State's Exhibit 36, which I believe you previously identified as being this formal diagram that you drew. I'm sorry, created, I should say it's more.
Sure.
So, first of all, do you recognize this as being the diagram that you included with your report with regard to Mr. Pouliot's autopsy?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you describe for the jury what this diagram shows and what its purpose is for you?
Yes. So this diagram has a sort of generic adult male figure standing in what I call the standard anatomic position, with the hands down to the side and the palms facing out. That's because that is the standard with which penetrating injuries are described by forensic pathologists in North America. And so in this particular diagram, I decided I didn't want it to get overly complex and overly annotated, so I've just listed with numbers that correspond to numbers in the text of my autopsy report, locations of what I determined to be entry gunshot wounds, and actually, well, including one re-entry wound.
Okay. And actually, you had captioned, I believe it's small writing there, but entry gunshot wounds at the top of this diagram, correct? Okay. So you've used numbers on this diagram to indicate different locations of these entry wounds. Do the numbers reflect an order in which you believe the wounds were inflicted?
No, they do not. No. The numbering is honestly pretty arbitrary. It's somewhat based on just the order in which I see and start documenting in my report. The numbering is a method for me to organize things, and I want to be very clear, it does not reflect anything about the severity of a particular injury, nor of the order in which the gunshot wounds were sustained. It's for organizational purposes.
And so to be clear, in this case, were you able to make a determination about the order in which the wounds were inflicted?
No, not really. There's one wound where there's primary entry on an extremity and then re-entry into the torso, and I can tell that that's a single wound path and that the extremity was struck first. But aside from that, the overall order of the gunshot wounds, no, I do not have a way to make any determination about that.
So you've described these as entry wounds. How are you able to tell the difference between an entry and an exit wound?
The simple answer is they generally look different. This is why you have all the schooling and the training and the experience. Entry wounds entry gunshot wounds, that is, tend to have a circular or slightly ovoid type of appearance. They're sort of punched out because the tissue is actually disrupted and taken away by the projectile. Very often, an entry wound will have something called a marginal abrasion, which is just a thin rim of abrasion around that wound edge. And in contrast, exit wounds tend to be more slit-like. They can be reapproximated because the tissue isn't physically gone the way it is. And so the vast majority of the time when I am evaluating gunshot wounds, it is pretty straightforward for me to distinguish what is an entry and what is an exit wound.
I'm going to ask if you could come down and approach the diagram that's there. And can you just walk us through, again, since we're dealing with a black and white diagram, it's a little dark, what this diagram is showing in terms of where the actual entry wounds are that you observed?
Sure. I guess in what sense are you asking?
If you could just indicate for us, we're seeing numbers on there, but could you just point it out for the jury, I guess, where you were actually seeing? And there's actually one on there marked re-entry wound, so if you could just explain the difference for us.
Okay, so most of these numbers are simply the numbers that correspond to the text of my report of where the entry wound for a particular gunshot wound is located. So with any gunshot wound, there is, by definition, going to be an entry somewhere on the body, and then either the bullet exits, and there's a corresponding exit wound, which I did not put on this diagram to not overly complicate it, or there's a retained projectile. That's basically accurate. There's some slight exceptions that aren't worth getting into, and they're not applicable in this particular case. So these are only the locations of the entry wounds on Mr. Pouliot's body that I observed. So this is the right arm, there's a wound here, from the left shoulder, there's one. This one here, and this is meant to correspond to kind of the upper left flank or armpit area. This is the one that is a re-entry wound, and I believe that pairs with this entry, number 7. So this is a wound that went through the upper left arm. The bullet exits the body through the left arm, but then because of the positioning, it then re-entered the body in the torso. And that kind of thing with re-entry gunshot wounds can't happen when the initial entry is to an extremity. So we do see that sometimes as forensic pathologists. But in this case, I'm very confident that it's a single gunshot wound path. And then on this other side are more entry wounds. Here, one on the left side of the back, one on the right side of the back, 2 kind of on the very low back or upper right buttocks region. And I believe there may be one more, although I might not have put that on the diagram to the right hand. Oh, I did. There it is. That letter B is a graze type wound to the right hand.
Thank you.
Oh, that's helpful.
So, Dr. Weinberg, you had discussed the fact that there were hundreds of photos that were taken during this autopsy. I'm not going to have you go through all of those, but there are a few that I would like to have you explain for us.
Sure.
So I am going to show State's Exhibit 37, which is going to show us one of these, and this is referring to wound number 9, or on the diagram, I believe you also have it as C in your report. So can you explain to us, we're seeing a lot of different numbers in this photo. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here?
So these different numbers correspond to just different wound numbers that I assigned. As I'm going through the exam, I start identifying defects and or wounds, and I start numbering them so that I can document them and get things organized. When there are multiple gunshot wounds, it's kind of a process that the pathologist goes through during the course of the examination. You determine what's an entry wound and what's an exit wound, and then for entry-exit wounds, you either have to pair them or you pair a retained bullet to an entry wound. So in this particular photograph, you can see there's a fair bit of injury to this region of Mr. Pouliot's body, right? So I think it's pretty obvious that we're looking at his left upper extremity and the left side of his chest in front of the shoulder region. And there are multiple wounds that are visible here. Some are entry, some are exit. Yes, that's what we're seeing here. And I think it shows, although not as well as I would have hoped, so like the 3 and the 1 are actually an 11 and a 13 because just we don't have numbers that go up that high, so I just hand wrote in show that it's an 11 and a 13 for my numbering purposes. That's all that is.
So you can actually almost see there's a ballpoint pen or something.
Yes, that's literally me writing it with my pen. So a lot of injury to this region of the patient's body.
So if we're looking at wound number 9 as it's marked on here, which is an entry wound, does it have a corresponding exit wound that you located?
So at this time, I should probably ask if I may refer to my own autopsy report to make sure that I'm getting these details correct for questioning purposes.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Wound 9. Yes, wound 9 does have a corresponding exit wound. It's not in the diagram, but it is visible in this photograph as the wound just below the sticker with the 8 on it. So the 9 and the 8, those wounds connect to each other as a through and through wound.
So can you explain the purpose of the metal rod that we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, the purpose of the metal rod is to help me, the pathologist, identify where wound paths are going, and it helps me determine what wound pairs with what retained projectile or what exit wound. I don't want to guess. This is how we do it. We take probes and we follow wound paths inside the body that have been made by a gunshot wound, by a bullet as it passes through the body.
Is it fair to say that that rod helps you map the trajectory within the body of where the bullet has passed?
Yes, that's a decent way to phrase it.
So were you able to determine what type of damage was caused by wound 9?
Yes, this gunshot wound injures muscles in the arm as well as the left humerus, which is the arm bone.
And obviously a serious injury. If this was the only gunshot wound that Timothy Puglia had received, and he received immediate medical attention, would you expect this type of injury to be survivable?
Yes.
We can also see gunshot wounds in this photo labeled, I think you sort of explained this, but it appears 3, 10, and 11, given I understand the numbers are a little difficult. Are those entry or exit wounds?
The 13 is re-entry. So that's not 3, that's the 13.
Sorry,
and that's re-entry, I believe. Yes. 10 and 11 are exit wounds.
And you've explained to us how you can tell that difference in your examination.
Yes.
Are you able to tell a trajectory in terms of upward or downward or left or right in a particular bullet, or can you explain that process to us?
You mean with the wound we're talking about in particular? Yes, for every gunshot wound that I document, I do document the directionality in 3 axes, but to be clear, that directionality is given with respect to that anatomic position that you saw in the diagram. So, to be clear, from my examination, there's relatively little that I can say about an individual's position at the time he sustained those particular gunshot wounds. So, especially when you're talking about extremity wounds, when you're talking about extremities, which can move very, very freely, directionality may or may not actually mean all that much in the real world. But yes, for every gunshot wound, I do give a directionality. It's just a matter of how much it might actually mean based on the circumstances.
Okay. So for example, it would be different if a person's standing straight up versus if they are laying down when they are shot, in terms of what that directionality means?
Well, no, I will describe the directionality with respect to that standard anatomic position of the patient standing up, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the true direction that the bullet traveled, because, for example, if I had a wound path that went, say, from the shoulder and then out the lower back, I would describe it as a very downward wound path. But if the individual was leaning forward when that gunshot wound was sustained, right, that tells you something different about how the bullet actually traveled. I don't feel like I'm explaining this very well, but I guess what I want the jury to understand is the wound directionality I describe is somewhat divorced because I can't say with certainty what position an individual was in when those wounds were sustained.
So you're describing it in terms of, yes, from their own body.
Yes, yes. So wound path is described as being up or down, left or right, and front or back. Those three axes.
So with regard to this particular wound, this entry at 9 and exiting at 8, what was the direction noted?
The directionality for this wound path is front to back, right to left, and downward.
All right, I'm going to show you another photo, and this relates to wound number 6, or I believe you had it as A.
Okay.
And can you explain to us this wound and what you were able to determine about its path?
Yes, wound 6 is on the front of Mr. Pouliot's right arm. This is very clearly an entry wound, both from its appearance and from the fact that it is associated with a retained bullet, so there's no exit wound associated with this particular wound. This is a pretty superficial injury from a pathology perspective. It injures some muscles, but it doesn't even injure the bone. So this, too, is a relatively minor injury. I recovered the bullet and turned that over to law enforcement as evidence, as is standard.
And so if this, as we discussed with the other one, if this had been the only gunshot wound that Timothy Pouliot received, especially with immediate medical attention, would that be a survivable injury?
Yes.
So we've been talking about the two locations where Timmy Pouliot was shot in the front. I want to ask you now about some of the locations where he was shot in the back.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you about wound number 4, where you have it as Q.
Okay.
So I'm showing you States Exhibit 40. You can see a number of different wounds in this report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to wound number 4, can you explain to us what you were able to determine about this wound?
Yes, wound 4 is the entry site is the very low right side of the back or upper buttocks region, kind of the border between those two body regions. This particular wound does go in and injure intra-abdominal structures such as the intestines, the stomach, the spleen, and then ultimately the bullet is just beneath the skin in Mr. Pouliot's left flank. So this is a little bit more serious injury than the two we've talked about thus far.
And you said that this is a more serious injury. If somebody sustained this injury, what would you expect for a prognosis by itself with current medical treatment?
With current medical treatment, so there was nothing with this injury that would be immediately life-threatening. So if the patient were able to get to a hospital pretty quickly, the patient would be assessed by emergency doctors and surgeons. I'm not a clinician, so I don't want to go too far down this road, but this likely would have required intra-abdominal surgery to correct some of the injured organs like the intestines and the stomach. However, I am confident saying to this court that with modern medical care, this is something that should have been survivable.
So I'm going to ask you next about wound number 5, which is, H in your report.
Okay.
We're going to be looking at the same photo again. This is State's Exhibit 4. Is it documented in here, or flagged in here as well? In this photograph?
Yes. So entry wound 5 is just slightly below entry or wound 4, also on the upper right buttocks region.
And can you tell us what the damage was that you observed that was caused by that bullet?
Yes, this gunshot wound is fairly similar to the one we just talked about in that it also enters the abdominal cavity. It injures the intestines a couple of times, just because of the way the bowel loops. That's pretty common. And this one also is associated with a retained bullet, which I recovered and turned over to law enforcement as evidence. Similar to what I said with the last wound, nothing immediately life-threatening, no large blood vessels that were injured, and with modern medical and surgical care, I would expect this to be a survivable injury.
So I'm going to ask you next about wound B. You had indicated for us on the diagram that related to Timothy Pouliot's hand. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42.
Okay.
Can you explain what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is injury to Mr. Pouliot's right hand, specifically the 4th and 5th fingers from a grazed gunshot wound. So this is where the bullet just barely makes contact with the body. It doesn't truly enter or exit, it just grazes it. And this, of course, is not a life-threatening injury.
So I want to ask you now about wound number 7, or D, that you have in your report.
Okay.
And I'm going to be showing you 2 photographs together and ask you, you had talked about this idea of showing an entry wound, then an exit wound, a re-entry, and a re-exit. I believe this was the bullet that had that trajectory.
Correct.
So could you, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37 and 39 together. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here in terms of the trajectory that this bullet took?
Yes. Is this? No, it's not a pointer. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think we.
It's okay.
I don't mind coming down.
Okay. I just want to make sure the jury understands on this one. So, with this particular gunshot wound, the initial contact with Mr. Pouliot's body is here. So, kind of back of the left shoulder, general region. It passes through the upper left arm. Exits here, so this is Mr. Pouliot's left armpit. Exits here, and then travels a very, very short distance to re-enter the body on the very upper left flank. Again, you can sort of call it the armpit region. Then re-enters the body in the torso, where the wound path continues and does cause injury to some significant anatomic structures in Mr. Pouliot's chest.
And which were those structures that were injured by this bullet?
So there was injury to some of the ribs in the left upper flank, but more significantly, the left lung was injured by this gunshot wound. And that resulted in bleeding into the left chest cavity, something that's medically called hemothorax, but that is an abnormal or pathologic accumulation of blood in the chest cavity, in part because of this gunshot wound. There were multiple gunshot wounds that ultimately contributed to the blood in the left side of the chest.
And this is one of them?
This is one of them, correct.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 40. Does this show you where that bullet exited after?
Yes.
Where did that bullet exit?
The wound with the number 3 by it is the exit wound for the wound that we've been talking about for the last couple of minutes.
So you've talked about how serious the nature of that particular bullet was, where it passed through the body. Is that a life-threatening injury?
Yes.
What you observed in the body. I want to ask you now about wound number 2, or E. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 40 and 41 together.
Okay.
Can you see the entrance and the exit of this wound that you were able to identify?
Yes, the entry is on the left side of the upper back, kind of below the shoulder blade.
I'm sorry to keep making you walk up, but do you mind just walking over and just showing us?
So, the wound with the number 2 by it. That's the entry that we're talking about now.
And were you able to identify where it exited the body?
Yes. This bullet traveled through the chest, and ultimately I figured out that it connects with this wound here. That, again, excuse my very bad artistic skills, but that's supposed to be an 11. Wound 11. That's the exit wound that corresponds with this entry wound, and so it should be, I think, pretty clear that that bullet would have passed through the chest, and again, caused injury to important anatomic structures in the chest, specifically, again, the left lung. So this wound also contributes to that left-sided hemothorax, or blood accumulation in the left side of the chest cavity.
So, again, another serious injury that you're describing, is the injury caused by this bullet life-threatening?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you, we're going to talk about one last injury, one last wound, number 1, or F, that also entered in the back. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 40 and 41. So if you can show us where the entrance and the exit of this wound are.
So now we're talking about this entry wound on the right side of the back with the number 1 by it. And this, I determined, ultimately corresponded with exit wound number 10. Also to the front of the left shoulder, left upper chest region. And so with this wound path, you can see that it crosses from the right side of the chest to the left side of the chest. And again, as a result of the bullet passing through the body, there is injury to the right lung, the aorta, which is the very largest blood vessel in the body that takes blood from the heart and ultimately to pretty much the entire body. So injury to the aorta is very, very serious. And also strikes the left lung as well prior to exiting. So this wound is associated with over 1 liter of blood in the right side of the chest, and it also contributes to the bleeding into the left side of the chest.
So I think you've characterized it, but this is clearly a life-threatening wound as well.
Yes, this is a wound that I would expect to be very quickly life-threatening.
And so, in terms of that time frame, is this a wound that even if somebody's receiving immediate medical attention, you would expect could be life-threatening by itself?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
So I'm going to show you your diagram again, and on this, I've circled these 3 gunshot wounds that you've described. So number 1, number 2, and number 7 that are all in the back. What was the overall impact of these 3 gunshot wounds that involved the back of the upper torso?
The collective injury from these 3 gunshot wounds was definitely the most physiologically significant contributor to Mr. Pouliot's death. These are the gunshot wounds that injure the most critical structures, namely both lungs and the aorta, and they are collectively responsible for almost 2 liters of blood into the chest, and I guess I need to give some reference for that. An average-sized adult male has approximately 5 liters of total blood volume, and so to have approximately 40% or maybe a little bit less due to Mr. Pouliot's size of the blood volume lost rapidly due to injury into the chest cavities is a very quickly life-threatening type of situation.
And I'm going to show you your diagram again. And now we're looking at wounds 6 and 9, which were the 2 that were in the front. If Mr. Pouliot had only sustained those 2 front injuries, would you have expected that to be fatal?
No.
And at the beginning, you were talking to us a little bit about cause and manner of death, that's one of the primary purposes that you have for conducting the autopsy. In this case, what did you determine regarding the cause and manner of Timothy Pouliot's death?
I determined his cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death as homicide.
I just have another question for you. Were you, as part of your documentation of Mr. Pouliot, did you determine his height and weight?
Yes, that's a standard part of every postmortem exam that I perform.
And what were those?
So Mr. Pouliot was 67 inches in height, so 5 foot 7 inches or 170 centimeters, with a weight of 121 pounds or 55 kilograms.
Let me have a moment. State has no further questions. Hey, Dr. Weinberg, defense may have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Step down.
Yes, sir.
Can you just approach? State. So we're going to go about 15 more minutes, start the next witness. Yeah, you order.
The state would call Detective Morgan Lovejoy.
Thank you. Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Detective Lovejoy, if you can just state and spell your last name for the record.
Morgan Lovejoy, Lovejoy.
And where do you work, Detective Lovejoy?
Manchester Police Department in the city of Manchester.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 15 and a half years.
And what did you do before that?
I was an elementary school teacher here in Manchester.
A little bit of different work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specific to Manchester PD, what's your assignment with Manchester?
I'm a detective sergeant in the investigations division.
And were you a detective sergeant in investigative division back in January of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And what type of cases fall within your supervisory capacity?
Anything from thefts and burglaries all the way up to robberies, stabbing, shootings, homicides.
And as a detective sergeant, what's your role?
I typically help oversee those cases. I'm not a lead investigator. I'm not physically on the ground collecting video or doing crime scenes or interviews, but I'm kind of behind the scenes just helping run the investigation from inside the PD.
answering questions if they come up,
Yes.
make sure they have resources,
Yes.
things like that.
Yep.
Okay. I want to take you back to Saturday, January 28th, 2023, where you assigned as a detective sergeant on the investigation into the shooting of Timothy Pouliot.
Yes, I was.
And as part of your role, have you reviewed some of that surveillance footage that was collected by investigating officers?
Yes, I have.
What video recordings and surveillance footage were you able to review?
Quite a few from out there. There was inside the goat. There was cell phone video taken by a bystander from inside the goat. Cell phone video from outside on Old Granite Street. 20 Old Granite Street, 36 Old Granite Street, 54 Old Granite Street, 64 Old Granite Street, and across the street at the Southern New Hampshire parking garage, and then the Canoco gas station at 570 Elm Street. That was lesser quality. And then we also tried to collect video from the Bank of America at 620 Elm Street, and then SNHU remain across the street, but those last two did not capture anything relevant to this investigation.
Okay, the Southern New Hampshire footage and the Bank of America?
Yes.
Okay. You said 20 Old Granite Street. Is that the Soho Bistro?
Yes, it is.
All right. And just so we're aware, about how many different clips of different angles and with all these different cameras that were out there, about how many clips of video was there?
There was hundreds. We had around 400 from the goat inside alone.
Okay. And then more from all the other establishments outside?
Yes.
And are we talking minutes, hours of recordings?
There was hours of video.
And were you and investigators able to narrow down which clips actually captured what happened before, during, and after the shooting?
Yes, we were.
Right. And I'm not going to obviously take you through every single clip, but I want to talk about some of the ones you said that were more relevant to this case. So before we get going, do you recognize the people in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And can you just state their identifications and what they're wearing?
Yes, the top of the screen is John Delee. Wearing a very distinct black and white North Face sweatshirt with a winter cap on. Bottom left is Gage Chandler wearing a 3/4 zip tan or brown sweater. The bottom right is Matthew Saldano. He's wearing a blue sweater with a winter cap.
Thank you. And how about this slide?
Top of the screen will be Timothy Pouliot. He's wearing a black long sleeve shirt. The gold chain has very distinct yellow hair. Bottom left will be Trenton Nash. He's wearing a black jacket with a Bass Pro baseball cap on. And Michael Mendoza is the bottom right, wearing a very distinct black and white robe type sweater garment.
So, sorry, for the record, did these have IDs?
Yes, you're. These were. I apologize. These are stills from State's Exhibit 43A, B, C, D, and F. All right, so are these still images from some of the surveillance that you reviewed?
Yes, these are from inside the goat, Barnville.
So you described their clothing. Were you able to follow these individuals throughout the footage inside the goat, outside the goat, and through the various cameras that you talked about?
Yes, we were. The only thing to note, the bottom two gentlemen, once they're outside, Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash both remove their jackets. So you see Mr. Nash on the left has a white shirt underneath, and Mr. Mendoza has a black shirt underneath, and they'll be at some point down the road, minus the jackets and those shirts.
Okay, thank you. Now this is State's Exhibit 33, which has been entered and talked about. Looking past State's Exhibit 33 onto State's Exhibit 44, are these different colors depicting camera angles for cameras that you found within the goat?
Yes, they are.
Okay. We're going to look through some of these just to be clear. We can see what look to be, I guess, angles. Are these exact angles of the cameras?
No, they're approximate. There's a lot of overlapping. You view these different camera angles.
Okay. So there's some overlap. So I just put a yellow X on the screen. So, for example, if we were looking at something that occurred at the yellow X on maiden sidebar 2, that might also be captured by pool table cam.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And can you just describe for us, as far as these different cameras, was the footage captured just a one continuous stream, or did it record in clips, in segments?
No, there was no continuous. It was multiple clips. It was kind of chunky, if you will. You get 30 seconds here, a minute there. There was no continuous video collected.
And you were saying different lengths to each clip?
Yes, there was. Yeah, it's a very difficult system to navigate for our detectives. Took us 4 or 5 times to get all the video, but there is multiple chunk clips, I guess is the best way to describe that.
Okay. So let's start with pool table cam. For these interior surveillance cameras, so all 3 of those cameras that we talked about, was there any sound recorded, or is that just video?
Inside the code is just video. There's no audio.
Okay. So this is State's Exhibit 45. So before I hit play, can you just tell us where we should be looking, help orient us, and describe who we can see in the boxes?
The red box at the top will be John Delee. At this point in time, he's on the right side of the right box. He's at his back to the camera. You see his black sweatshirt and hat there. Bottom right in the yellow box, you'll see Timothy Pouliot, Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza, and there's also 3 females there. During the investigation, we learned that those are associates of Mr. Delee, Mr. Soldano, Mr. Chandler. It's going to be Abby Elliott, Olivia Lonardo, Nicole Bergeron.
And this clip is approximately 35 seconds long. Is there anywhere we should be focusing our attention?
In the middle, at the bottom of the right box, you'll see Matthew Soldano, Paige Chandler behind him. They're going to walk up to John Delee, and at the end of the clip, John Delee will walk down to the group in the yellow box and begin speaking with Abby.
So I'm going to play that now. So going on to State's Exhibit 46. Same camera angle?
Yes.
Has this been zoomed in?
Yes, it has. It's a close-up.
Okay. As far as timing of what we're seeing from this clip to the last clip, is this minutes later, or is this the next clip?
It's right where we just left off on when John Delee approaches Abby. So going back to our diagram here and moving back over to the maiden sidebar 2, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 47. Again, similar, can you just help orient us to where we should be looking and what we might see? Yep, this is so the red box on the bottom or top of the screen. You have Mr. Delee there with the sweatshirt on. In the middle of the screen, it's hard to see right now, but you can see Mr. Mendoza's distinct black and white sweater robe.
Detective, not to interrupt you, I apologize. If you want to step down while you're pointing.
Yeah, it might be easier. John Delee is right here. Mike Mendoza, Timothy Pouliot are going to be heading up the ramp right here. They'll eventually make their way up over to the yellow box. behind this group of gentlemen right here is the three girls right there. They're going to come up and talk to them for about a minute, minute and a half. Then the three girls are going to come back down the ramp, talk to Mr. Delee, and Michael Mendoza and Timothy Pulley are going to end up over here by the bar.
And similarly, about how long after the last clip was this? Is this, are we talking a short time or a long time?
No, short period of time.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to play this clip. Again, no sound, correct?
Yes, there's no audio from inside the building.
If you could, Detective, when you see Abby start walking away, if you could just point that out for us.
Okay. She's going to be walking down the ramp right now with two friends close behind.
All right, so moving forward, just want to ask you, we've watched a couple of clips here, and for the jurors' perspective, with the actual exhibits that they have, when they open the clip, it might look a little different as far as the player that's going to launch with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the general format that it will launch with?
Yes, there's a couple different media players I can do on my computer, but this is one format that you might see, yes.
So if you open it with a program called VLC, this might be what they see?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just walk us through, there's obviously a call-out box there zooming in. I think the standard play button, does that play the video?
Yes, that's the large one right there on the bottom left.
And then if we move a little bit forward to the right, we have the stop feature obviously in the middle of that box.
Yeah, that's square, yes.
And then to the left and right, that skips to the end or the beginning?
Yep, you rewind and fast forward, yes.
Okay. And then the red dot, that's obviously a recording. That's not going to help you play anything. The photo button, that's not going to help you play anything. The A and B button, do you know what that does?
I do not know what that does now.
Neither do I. And that next button, the sideways triangle with the line behind it, is that to go kind of in a frame by frame or slow motion?
Yeah, that would slow it down for you, yes.
Okay, all right.
Chase, is this a good time for you?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right, so we will break until 1:30, so we'll see you back. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to remind you, it's important, and I think I reminded you of this yesterday, not to read or see or pay attention to anything that's going on in the media, social media, online, news. That includes anything you may see happening out in the, anything that may be relevant to this case. Don't go back to the View, I told you that. So you're not allowed to be influenced by anything outside of what happens here in the courtroom and what you saw on The View. And you also need to continue to keep in mind that you need to decide the case based without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy. This is a dispassionate process that you need to come at with that perspective. And if you have any concerns about anything along the way, feel free to make sure to tell the bailiffs about it and bring it to my attention. And if it is an issue, I'll address it with you. And if it isn't, then everything is fine. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, come on, back up. Oh, you're already you're before.
Thank you, Detective. All right, so I think this is the slide we had just finished up on. So moving ahead to State's Exhibit 48.
Would you believe there's a technological issue?
In fairness to the lawyers, I have been dealing with other cases, so they haven't been in here, been able to play with the technology since.
My apologies.
Thank you.
The whole restart thing. Do you mind just doing the lights? Thank you. All right, so again, this is where we left off. So going back to the pool table cam, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 48. Before I hit play, similar to before, can you describe what general areas those boxes are detailing and where we should be looking?
Yeah, this just left off in the previous clip. The yellow box is where Timothy Pouliot and Michael Mendoza are talking to the three females. And down at the bottom right, big red box, is Mr. Delee down there. In this clip, you'll see the three females walk back down towards Mr. Delee.
Okay. Is this one of those overlaps that we were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to refresh kind of everyone's memory, the last clip we had watched was the interaction between Timothy and Olivia in that group at the bar. Mr. Mendoza,
yes,
Abby, and
yes.
then we saw the woman walk back down to Mr. Delee's area.
Yeah, this one looks like a shorter version of just a different view inside the goat.
All right, so this one's about 40 seconds. Okay. So going on to States Exhibit 49, can you describe what we're seeing here?
It's just a continuation of the previous clip. You'll see down here, it's a little bit further ahead actually, a minute or so. John Delee talking to 3 females with Gage and Matthew down the bottom right. The yellow box is where at this point Timothy Pouliot is now seated at a bar up there. In the middle of the box is a female with blonde hair. You can very vaguely make out Timmy's head of hair behind her, but in the yellow box, that's where Timothy is seated right now. And you'll see John Delee looking up in that direction, and then he's going to walk up to the bar, have an interaction with Timothy.
Okay. And this is about a minute and a half or so.
Yes, that's accurate.
Detective, who just walked up in that tan sweatshirt?
That's Gage Chandler.
Okay. Do you mind just stepping down and pointing out? Okay. And I want to bounce back up to the main and sidebar camera. That captures that area of the bar, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So, States 50, can you just quickly point out what we're seeing there?
Same as the last clip, just a different angle right here. Red box is where Delee is with his associates down there, the females, and Saldana and Chandler. And then up top of the yellow box, you can see Timothy seated at the bar right there by himself.
And this clip is a little bit longer. It's about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Given the length of it, can you give us just a general overview on where we should be looking kind of as the video progresses?
I guess there's several parts here. Where we left off last time, you saw Gage and John Delee up there. After the interaction between Delee and Pouliot, you see a couple of bouncers. Okay, we'll go here again.
Absolutely. Thank you, Detective.
See a couple of bouncers coming here, intervene. Gage is going to end up over here for the duration of the video, top of the ramp. John Delee will talk to bouncers momentarily. He's going to walk back down the ramp where the girls are to Matthew. As time passes, Timothy is eventually going to come down here too. He's going to be talking to the bouncers as well. He's going to walk down here to talk to Miss Mendoza. You can see that the same coat, that's him right there. And then there's going to be an interaction between Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Delee. The bouncers are again going to come in, separate that interaction. And you're going to see all involved parties coming up the ramp, up around this way, out towards the entrance, either escorted out by staff or walking out with their friends.
Thank you, Detective. Yeah, so our place States 50. All right, so the beginning part of that video, given the angles of the cameras, I'm assuming the pool table cam also caught part of that?
Yeah, so that one does reach up to the main bar area.
Okay. So looking ahead to states 51, and again, we're going back to that pool table cam looking up. Is that area where that interaction occurred that we just saw?
Yes.
The beginning part of the interaction.
Yes, John Delee is already up, standing over Timmy, who's seated at the bar, right there in the red box.
Okay, and this clip's shorter, 15 to 20 seconds?
Yes, I believe this is the quicker clip, yes.
All right, so right after that, we saw in the last clip, the defendant comes down the ramp eventually.
Yes, at the top of the ramp, we'll talk to bouncers momentarily before coming back down. Group of friends.
And does the next clip capture that?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 52. What's happening in that box right there?
That's where John Delee is talking with staff from the GOAT.
Okay. And before I hit play, what should we be looking for from this camera angle?
This would be Mr. Delee walking back down here along the tabletop bar. He'll be talking to Matthew and the three females at the bottom of the ramp.
Okay. And once they're down there, anything of significance happen?
Eventually, Timmy's going to come to the top of the ramp as well, make his way down. That's where he speaks to Mr. Mendoza.
So State's Exhibit 52. All right, so the next clip is State's Exhibit 53. Does this next clip pick up where this one's leaving off?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Where should we be focusing as we're watching State's 53?
I'm really focusing down at the bottom of the ramp. Where Mr. Delee is right there in the North Face sweatshirt. You're going to see Mr. Pouliot come down the ramp.
Detective, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind hopping
Oh,
down?
yeah, sorry. I apologize. So right now, Timmy's up here talking to staff. Come down the ramp. Talk to Mike Mendoza right here. You're going to see the interaction between Mike Mendoza and Jonathan Delee right here. And then they're all going to be escorted up the ramp right there.
Yeah.
So right here is where you want to focus on.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. So again, State's 53.
Moving ahead.
Do you recognize this clip?
Yes, I do.
This is States 54. This looks a little bit different than the footage we just watched. Where was this footage taken from?
This is taken by a patron at the bar. The last clip, if you notice, there's somebody with a cell phone standing up and you see a blinking light. There's a bystander taking cell phone video. And this is what this is right here.
Okay. Obviously, I was turning the speaker up, but does this have sound?
Yes, this one has audio and video for it.
Okay. Going back to the goat surveillance from that video, did the main bar window catch the rest of that exit from the bar?
Yes, this one does not cover the interaction, but it covers all parties being escorted out or leaving the goat.
Okay. And no sound on this one, or is there sound?
No, it's from the goats. We're back to just video.
And if you can, I apologize, lots of video. If you can come down and just point where we should be looking, where people are going to be coming from and going to.
So everybody's going to be coming up from off camera right here, top of the ramps, right about here. You're going to walk out this way. You're going to see Mendoza and Nash first, followed by Delee, Sano. Chandler goes before them, but they're all coming out this way right here. And at the end of the video, right about here in the middle, you're going to see an interaction between Timothy Pouliot and Abby Elliott.
All right. Thank you, Detective. Not sure if I said it, so States 55. Okay, so now let's move outside. So this is States 2. We've seen this before. A different version of this is States 56. Looks a little chaotic. Can you describe for us what we're seeing in this diagram?
Yeah. This is an aerial view, just to orient everybody. This is Granite Street, heading westbound towards Granite Street Bridge. Old Granite Street, kind of runs parallel to it. Franklin Street runs this way. Hampshire Lane runs through here. This is Elm Street, north-south, so the SHU Arena will be here off screen. Each color is going to kind of differentiate or notate cameras that we were able to recover during this investigation.
Any significance other than differentiation?
Color-wise, no, it's just to give a better idea of which cameras where.
Okay. And for purposes of just our understanding in the record, we can see, again, similar angles in the bar. Are those, laser measured perfect angles, or are those approximations?
No, everything here is approximate.
Okay. I noticed that as we move in front of 36 Old Granite Street, or Makerspace, there's several different numbers. So there's 2 numbers for the camera right on Old Granite Street. Then it looks like there's a number in between Exhibit 58 and then Exhibit 60 and 61. What was that camera depicting? Or what was that clip depicting?
36 Old Granite Street is here, depicted by the blue. That's going to give you a view westerly on Old Granite Street. The red one right here is from 54 Old Granite Street. That's going to have audio and video. That's going to give you a view easterly on Old Granite Street. So kind of when you sync 36 and 54, it's going to give you a full street view and kind of capture everything, the events out there. You'll notice when you're viewing from 54 Old Granite Street, there's a goat sign hanging out off the building. It kind of obstructs some stuff in here. You'll hear audio, but again, you won't be able to see it. But 36 Old Granite Street will give you that broader picture where it all comes together. If that makes sense.
So I'm going to break this down a little bit. I think it's self-explanatory, but let's just go through it a little bit because there's a lot of colors going on. So, so right here, we can see EX65. What camera angles and where is that business?
This is Soho, right here, Bar and Grill or Bistro. That's 20 Old Granite Street. There's one camera that's going to cover out into Old Granite Street. And there's a side camera here that's going to cover down Hampshire Lane and over the backside of the Canoco parking lot.
Okay. And you just explained the cameras from 36 Old Granite and 54, so I'll skip past that, and then we can see I'm not sure what color that is, a pink-purple EX63.
Yeah, this is going to be 64 Old Granite Street, and that's just going to give you another view easterly of Old Granite Street.
Okay. And across the street, EX64, that green color?
Yeah, this is the parking garage for the center of New Hampshire. Where it jets out right here at the corner. It's pretty accurate where that circle is. There is a camera there that's going to give them some bird's eye view. It's going to cover all the way across the parking lot, Old Granite Street, up through Elm Street over here.
Okay. And moving back into the Bank of America, EX67.
This one is another cell phone video that we collected in the investigation. There's a couple of bystanders out here. One of them had cell phone video of the shooting itself.
Okay.
And that's just approximate where it was shot from.
Okay. And then that last one I think you said was from Canoco?
Yep, this is 570 Elm Street right here at the Canoco gas station. We have a camera on the kind of corner of the building right here. Soho 1's going to give you a view easterly of this area. The Canoco is going to give you a view westerly of kind of the same area.
How's the quality of that footage?
Out of all the videos, Canoco is the worst one that we have. It's very difficult, kind of grainy, I guess, best way to put it.
Okay. All right. And again, that was State's Exhibit 56 in total, that diagram. So if we can, Detective, we can have you go back to your seat, but let's start with State's Exhibit 58. And again, you said this is from 54 Old Granite Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is State's 56. Do you recognize this area?
Yeah, that's the area of Old Granite Street. The goat's there, then 54 Old Granite, 64 Old Granite.
And in that red circle, what's that highlighting?
That's a camera affixed to the outside of 54 Old Granite Street that we recovered video from.
Okay. And I know it's hard to see, and we're going to zoom in and actually watch the video, but does that clip right there, does that look consistent and reasonably reflect the footage angle that was taken from that camera?
Yes, it does.
So This is States 58, and this video is a little over 7 minutes long. So before I play it, similar to when we were inside the goat, can you just help orient us and direct our attention?
Yes, it'll be easier again if I...
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
This is the goat right here, 50 Granite Street. The entry exit's going to be right here, so you're going to see the involved parties start coming out. Mendoza and Nash are going to walk across the street and get inside this white vehicle right here. Gage Chandler, Sano, and John Delee are going to walk up together on the sidewalk. 3 females will follow them out shortly after. We're kind of all going to congregate in this general area right here. And again, this is the one that's obstructed by the sign. If you look closely, you'll be able to see legs down there, but that's the general area they're going to be at. As the video progresses, you'll see Nash Mendoza exit this vehicle, come over to this general area right here, by that white car on this side of the road. And during the court, about a minute and a half in, you're going to see Mr. Pouliot come out and start walking this way. As the video progresses, you see Mr. Pouliot start walking back up this way from the sidewalk. You are going to hear the audio of the loud popping noise, which we know to be consistent with gunshots. When you hear those gunshots, you'll see a lot of people heading out this way, and then they'll just roll on for a little bit, and you'll see the MPD response. There'll be multiple cruisers coming this way and down here on Elm Street.
So there's going to be audio in this one?
Yes, this is the one that has outdoor audio, yes.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to play States 58. At some point. Detective, looking at that white car, who just got out of the car?
It's Trent Nash.
All right, detective. Let's move up to 36 Old Brandon Street. Do you recognize this? This is State's Exhibit 59.
Yes, this is a Google Street view of 36 Old Brandon Street.
Similar to before, what is the blue circle highlighting?
It's indicating an exterior camera that we were able to recover footage from.
And does this clip represent the angle and what that camera was documenting?
Yes, it does.
So moving on to State's Exhibit 60. Is this that camera angle?
Yes, it is.
And this clip's about 4.5 minutes long. What are some of the areas that we should be focusing on, and can you just help orient where we're looking?
So at this point, you're going to have your westerly view down Old Brandon Street. The interaction we talked about is going to occur right here. There's no longer blocked by that sign. So we get a full picture of what's going on over here. Again, just a reminder, Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash go with this white car right here. Mr. Delee, Soldano, and Chandler and his friends come up this way. We're all going to congregate right about here at the three females. There's an interaction with Mr. Nash behind the vehicle. You'll see one with Mr. Mendoza in front of this vehicle. Then Mr. Delee, Chandler, and Soldano will walk up the sidewalk right here. The females remain here. Nash and Mendoza will start walking the street. We'll park right about here in the middle, I guess. And you're going to see Timothy Pouliot coming up this way. And then he gets up this way. You're going to see Abby Elliott run after him and kind of push him right as we get off screen right here. And then all the male subjects will be off camera view. The three females will be in this general area leading up to the shooting incident.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And again, this one won't have audio. This is the last one, correct?
This will be just video, yes.
Yeah. right, so let's move on to State's Exhibit 61. Same camera angle, correct?
Yes.
This has just been zoomed in and shortened a minute and a half or so.
Yeah, this is the zoomed in version.
Okay. So that white car on the right-hand side, based on your previous testimony, that's the car we're going to see Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash get into, and
Yes.
then the interaction that you were describing is going to happen to the left side of the screen. You're the white car on the
Yeah,
left
the
side.
white car, yes.
Yeah. And this is State 61, if I didn't say it. Who's in that tan sweatshirt on the left-hand side on the sidewalk right there?
That's Gage Chandler.
And who do we see coming up on the left?
That's Matthew Saldano. And then Mr. Delee with his arms out right now.
Moving ahead, you described this exhibit, the next exhibit, State's Exhibit 62, was a combination of 36 Old Granite Street and 54 Old Granite Street, right?
Yes.
Synced up, side by side?
Yes.
Okay. Is it perfectly synced up?
Might be off by a second or two.
Okay.
But it's going to give you the perspective, east and west, to come together.
Okay. what's happening at this point?
Mr. Nash is walking over to Mr. Delee.
Who's that walking up on the left in the black and white screen?
It's Timothy, the one he's found now.
Now I want to move the other direction. I want to go down from the goat. All right, so down to 64 Old Granite Street. This is States Exhibit 63, and we're going to do a similar thing. Do you recognize this photograph? You already identified it as States 57. Can you recognize where that yellow circle is highlighting?
Yes, that's from an exterior camera that we recovered footage from.
Okay, and is that from 64 Old Granite Street?
Yes, it's a red. You can see 64 fixed just above that white rectangular sign there.
And then similarly, is the clip that you can see right there, that still image, is that what is depicted in the video?
Yes, that's accurate.
And is this that video?
Yes, it is.
This is State 63. The video itself is about 3.5 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just gonna play about 2 minutes of that. All right, the first 2 minutes or so. Actually, I think we have an idea, but can you just stand back up and just orient us to where we're looking, where everything is?
So we're going to be looking easterly again. This is that white vehicle. The nose and Nash are in. The goat's going to be up here. It's very hard to see. There's some brick right there. That's the entry exit way. And in this video, you're going to see Mr. Pouliot come down this way, walking westerly down on Granite Street on the sidewalk.
All right. Thank you, Detective. All right, States Exhibit 63. And no audio for this one?
No.
Let's move across the street to State's Exhibit 64. That green angle, I think you testified earlier, it was from the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay. Is this still depicting what we're going to see in the video?
Yes, it is.
And just describe for us, in general, what to expect on this. This clip's about 4 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
And can you just stand up, walk us through what we're seeing and what we can expect to see and where we should focus our attention?
So based on previous video, that's the white car, Mendoza and Nash. The interaction's going to be behind this white car, in front of the white car. You can see the parties separate. Mr. Delee and his associates walk this way, all the way up the sidewalk, into Hampshire Lane area right here. There's a tree here and on the side of so you kind of lose sight a little bit. Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash come this way, up through here. You'll eventually see Mr. Nash head over this way, kind of behind the truck, right at the corner. There'll be some other people there. You'll see Mr. Mendoza briefly cross in front of his headlights. He is right here. And you'll see Mr. Pouliot coming up this way in the street. And then Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Nash, Pouliot are all going to congregate right here. You'll see Mr. Lee, Mr. Sano also up here. And it's going to capture the shooting. You'll be able to see muzzle flashes right above here.
Thank you, Detective. And again, it's about 4 minutes long, and this is State 64. So for this last 2 minutes, I'm going to zoom in. Okay. And detective, do you want to step up and can you just point out who we're seeing? And I can actually back up. That way you can fill us in on where we're. So who's walking in front of Soho right now?
I can see Gage Chandler, John Delee, Matthew Saldano. 1, 2, 3.
Who's right there?
Trent Dash and Michael Mendoza. Timothy Pouliot right there.
So what area should we be looking for the gunshots?
Right there.
Who's walking right there?
That's John Delee walking back down Hampshire Lane.
Thank you, detective. So going back to our diagram, now we're up to Soho. Correct. You already explained the angles of this.
Yes.
In relation to those two angles, we saw those gunshots on that parking garage footage. Was the actual shooting captured on either of these angles that we're about to see?
There's a very small blind spot. You will see Timothy Pouliot fall into one of the camera angles, and you'll be able to see some bullet hitting the street, causing defects, a little sparking, if you will.
Okay. All right, and is this a split screen? This is State's Exhibit 65, my apologies. Is this a split screen of both Cam 3 and Cam 4?
Yes, right now you're looking at Cam 3, which covers Old Grand Street.
So who do we have walking up here?
Go back or?
Yeah, go back up. Absolutely.
All right. John Delee, Matthew Saldano, Gage Chandler, Mendoza, Trent Nash.
Right here, whereabout is Trent Nash and Mendoza?
Mike Mendoza is right there, and Trent Nash is right there.
So where should we be looking now?
You see Timmy fall right here.
Right, Detective. You can stay right there, please. So you had mentioned you could see bullets hitting the pavement, correct?
Yes.
Before we go to that, the timestamp on the video that we can see in the upper right-hand corner of the videos says 1 a.m., 48 minutes, and 38 seconds. Is that accurate?
No, it's about an hour and 3 minutes or so.
Fast, okay. And are some of those other video clips that have timestamps, are those off a little bit?
A few seconds here and there, but they're generally ballpark.
Okay. And now at this point, I'll come forward. Who is this?
John Delee.
Okay, and we can see him reaching for something.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, where is Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash?
Mr. Mendoza is right there. It's very hard to see. And Mr. Nash is behind that truck in the back corner. This area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this is the Bank of America parking lot?
Yes, sorry, it is. Yeah.
That's not the alleyway?
No.
Okay. How about Mr. Pouliot?
He's down the sidewalk down here. You can't see him right now, but eventually he'll come into view and then come up the street this way. Okay. Just 1 second to I'll get back up there. Just 1 step back.
Detective, can I actually have you step back and point out on the same thing that we just did up there back here for the benefit of
May I just stand over?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right, so same question. Okay. You testified this is the defendant, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And where were Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash at this point?
It's hard to see that actually is Mr. Mendoza right there on the sidewalk. Mr. Nash, based on the video you're seeing, you know he's on the side of that paper truck over there.
I'm just going to ask you the same questions. So this area here, I pointed up there, that's the Bank of America parking lot.
Yeah, it's Bank of America parking lot across from the Soho.
Okay. This isn't the alleyway.
No, sir.
Okay. And then in this picture, approximately where is Timmy Pouliot?
All right, somewhere down here on the sidewalk, walking in the direction. Video progresses, you'll see him come out here, come on the street right there.
Now, Detective, before I hit play on this, can you just tell us where we're looking on this? This is the same footage, correct?
Yes.
Just zoomed in?
Yep.
Okay. Where are we looking at in this camera angle?
This is from camera 3 zoomed in. You're going to be looking at Little Brent Street again. This is the view. It's going to catch Mr. Pouliot falling backwards right about here. You'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, either an impact on the pavement or sometimes you'll see an actual spark for the projectile hitting the pavement and skipping off.
I'm going to back it up and then do it again because I think it's starting to play. So we should be looking right to left as far as the circles go.
Yeah, it's gonna work. This way.
Okay, thank you. And I know that happened quick. I'll play it one more time just to make sure for the people that it's their first time seeing it. And now, Detective, I'm going to have you sit down for 1 second. I'm going to try to unplug this one. So the footage we just watched was a compilation or a side-by-side of camera 3 and camera 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For the exhibit, they'll have the jurors of the compilation, but they'll also have the individual videos?
Yes, there's, yeah.
Full-size videos?
Yep.
Okay. Just going to pull up. So same exhibit for purposes of the record. This is about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Just hit play. So this is the alleyway. Is that correct?
Yes, that's Hampshire Lane.
Apologize. Pause that real quick and get rid of that. Apologize. So again, we talked about this a little bit earlier with the VLC player. The controls on there.
Mm-hmm.
Just let me know when is a good time to take the afternoon break. We've gone a little more than an hour here.
Probably have about 7 minutes.
Okay.
We could take one now, or I can just get through these last ones.
Let's try to
Sure. Close up. So this is State 66. This is the Kanoko station footage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would describe this as kind of poor quality?
Yes.
All right. Is this what that footage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play. It's about 3.5 minutes long. I'm gonna play about the first 2.5 to 3 minutes, and then we'll stop. Okay. And I hate to pause, but the audio that we're hearing, is that related to the actual camera?
No, I think it was inadvertent when detectives were downloading it or getting it from the store clerk. It's inside audio from to download the video. It does not capture anything outside.
Okay. I'm going to remove the audio just so it doesn't distract. Who's walking down the alley to the left?
That's John Delee right there.
These people walking related or unrelated to the event?
Nope, unrelated.
So on it there, the other Soho camera angle that's a little bit more clear, that picks up the next part of that, correct?
Yeah, it's almost like a mirror image to describe it. One's facing toward down Kanoko, one's facing towards Soho.
Okay. States Exhibit 67, where was this collected from?
This was the bystander cell phone video of the actual shooting.
Okay. Is there audio with this?
Yeah, it's just like the other cell phone video. There will be audio and video of it.
So I'm going to play a little bit of it, then I'm going to pause, ask you to identify who we're seeing, and then I'll back it up and play it through.
Okay.
This is fairly short video.
Yes, I believe it's only like 12, 13 seconds-ish.
Maybe I'll just let it play instead of messing with the tech, and then we'll play it through. So if you can stand up and just come over and tell us who we're looking at or watching the video before I hit play, if you can identify who you can see right there.
Right now you can see Gage Chan on the sidewalk, John Delee. Actually made it worse. This close up, sorry. Matthew Saldano and Timothy Pouliot.
Okay.
Dude, these guys are all talking. Hey, get back here, not here.
I just want to back it up. I'm going to try to pause it. So from this angle, who are we looking at in this still?
Timothy Pouliot, John Delee, Michael Mendoza, Matthew Saldano, Trent Nash.
Okay. And where you had pointed out Mr. Chandler earlier, did you just point him out or did I miss it?
No, he's off screen now. The original angle, he was over here.
Okay.
And then the street's house kind of obstructing right here, but now these guys are more screen, but Gage Chandler's going to be off.
All right. Now, there's a lot going on in a short period of time. So let's start with Trenton Nash and Mr. Mendoza. What do we see them do in the video?
They're going to turn and run this way.
Okay. And Mr. Saldana, what does he do?
He's going to kind of put his hand on his head and start walking back towards Hampshire Lane.
Okay. All right. So play it one more time.
These guys are all talking. Hey, that's here, that's here.
Thank you, Detective Lovejoy. If you can have your seat, I have no further questions, Your Honor. That's
We'll just take a short afternoon recess and then we'll.
Good afternoon, Detective. Since for whatever reason that stuff is not showing you, or not, could I ask you to step over to the screen for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 67, and just if you could look one more time, could you identify us where Trenton Nash is? All right, wearing a white T-shirt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's wearing a white T-shirt from the beginning of this video, correct?
Yes, at some point outside he takes his jacket off just for this interaction.
And so, this is, I've got it at 1:22 on State's Exhibit 65. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Is that Trenton Nash crossing the street? In the middle of Old Granite Street?
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, the white sleeve is on, yes.
All right, and what's he wearing there?
He did his jacket on.
Okay. And he crosses the street and walks basically off-screen into the middle, into the gap between the two camera angles, correct?
Yeah, he ended up in that blind spot between 3 and 4.
Okay. And I'm just going to play till that part of it. All right, and he's off-screen now, right?
Yes.
We never see him again with his coat on, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And we don't actually see him take the coat off.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing further on.
All right, you could step down. You're all set.
Go to the Steakhouse, Barovich.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Could you, before you get, so you have water up there with you, which is fine. And there's a microphone that's right in front of you. That's kind of gray. So if I can't hear you, I'll ask you to speak up, but just so you know that that's there too, okay?
Thank you.
Could you state your name and would you spell your first and last name for the record for us?
It's Isla Barovich. It's AJLABAJRAMO, V as in Victor, IC.
Sounds like you've done that before. Where are you from?
Manchester.
Manchester? How long have you lived here about?
Over 20 years.
Is that about how old you are?
Yep.
So you were living in Manchester in January of this year, is that right? Where were you working at that time?
I was at the GOAT.
You were at the GOAT? And what was your position there? What did you do there?
I was just hosting.
Hosting? About how long had you been working there?
About like 4 months.
Are you still working there now? No. What was the last time that you'd been to the GOAT?
The Monday after the shooting.
So I want to take you back to that time, so January 27th, that night, into the early morning of January 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe for us what your plans were on that evening?
I had gotten dinner with one of my friends, and then we had gone to the GOAT to go see our friend Sarah.
So who was the friend that you went to the GOAT with?
Kayla.
And what's Kayla's last name?
Norton.
And you were going to meet a friend named Sarah?
Yep.
Was there anybody else with you?
Nope, just me and Kayla.
So do you have an idea about when you guys arrived at the GOAT?
Say around 11:30.
Did you know Timmy Pouliot that night, or before that night, I should say?
I'd just seen him there from working there, but I've never had an interaction with him.
Was anybody that you were with a friend of Timmy's?
Sarah was.
So going back to that evening, I'm going to move you forward now. You said you were at the bar. So about around 12:30 a.m., so towards the end of the evening. What happened in the bar around that time?
Sarah, I was bringing her home, and she was closing her tab, and she was taking her time, so I had gone up to her, and I was like, come on, Sarah, and she was talking to Timmy. So then we all just kind of started talking, and then John had come up behind me, and I'm tall, so somebody was overtowering me, and I was uncomfortable. And he had started talking to Timmy, telling him to go outside, and that he was going to meet him outside, and Timmy was saying no. So I had worked there, so not at the time. I wasn't working at the time, but I had gone over to grab a bouncer, but at that time, Brian had already walked over.
So I'm going to stop you and walk you back through that just a little more slowly so we know everybody we're talking about. So you're first at the bar because Sarah's closing out her tab?
Yeah.
Okay. And Timmy's there with you guys?
Yep, Timmy was talking to Sarah at the time.
And what are you just kind of standing waiting for them?
Yeah, I was telling her that I was like, we were all ready to go, and then her and Timmy were taking snapshots, so we just kind of were snapchatting off her phone, and that was about it.
Who was supposed to be leaving with you that night?
We were taking Sarah with us, Kayla Norton was with me, and Cole Capano.
Cole Capano, okay, so that was another friend.
Yeah.
And you said that John came over. Did you know, who is this?
The defendant.
The defendant? Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just describe him by something he's wearing or where he's...
Yep, he's wearing a suit jacket and a black tie.
May the record just reflect that this identified the defendant. Had you met John before that night?
No.
So can you describe for me again what was making you uncomfortable in that moment?
Just having somebody overtower me, and you could tell that he was like standing above me and behind me, and I was just uncomfortable because somebody was like above me.
And were you standing right next to Timmy when this was happening?
I was standing right behind Sarah, and Timmy was to her left.
And then can you describe for me again what you were hearing for a conversation that was happening?
John had walked over and was telling Timmy that he was going to meet him outside, and then he was telling him to go outside, and Timmy was saying no.
And did this just happen once, or was this said more than one time?
It was like 2 or 3 times.
Other than physically, the fact that he was taller than you, what was the defendant's demeanor like? Like, what was he?
It was like forceful, like kind of yelling at somebody to go outside, to meet them outside, like starting a fight. So that's where I went over to grab a bouncer because it was like starting to spur up a little.
Okay. And so you walked away from the bar at that point to get a bouncer?
Yep.
Were you able to get somebody before things started to happen?
As I was talking to the bouncer, pointing out where it was happening, Brian had already walked over.
And do you know what Brian's last name is?
Brian Delaney, I think.
Okay.
He's a bouncer at the goat.
Okay. So he had walked over and intervened before you came back?
Yep.
What was, you've described, so you said you're 5'9"?
Yep.
Okay. And that felt tall to you to have the defend over you?
Mhm.
How tall was Timmy compared to you?
He was shorter, so like 5'1" maybe.
What happened at that point? Once Brian Delaney got involved and broke things up, what did you see happening at that point?
I saw John going back down to the dance floor. Timmy was still up at the bar from what I could see with Sarah. And then Sarah had walked over to us, and we were about to leave until there was a fight down on the dance floor.
Okay. And was that something that you were a part of at all? Did you...
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we just have a record, so I have to remind you to keep your voice up so we can hear it. Did you leave after that fight had been broken up?
We couldn't leave because the cop was standing at the railing and telling everybody just to clear the way, so we kind of just stood to the side.
And then where did you go after you were allowed to leave?
We started to leave the goat.
And then where did you go when you left the goat?
To my car that was parked outside of the lot outside of the goat.
So you were the one that was the driver that night?
Yep.
And again, who was leaving with you? Who was in your car?
Kayla Norton, Sarah Butterworth, and Cole Capano.
And where were they in the vehicle?
Kayla Norton was in my the passenger seat. I was in the driver's seat. Cole Capano was behind me, and Sarah was to the right side.
So when you got out of, or when you got into your car, I should say, where did you go? Can you describe for us where you drove to?
So there's like 3 exits or entrances to that parking lot in front of the goat. I'd gone out in that middle exit where it's kind of that alley in between Soho and the goat, and I went to take that left right there.
And you turned actually onto Old Granite Street?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you either what's been marked for identification only as States Exhibit number 74. Do you know what you're looking at in that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does this look like to you?
The side where the goat and Soho are.
Okay, kind of an overhead view
Yeah,
of
the
it?
overhead.
Can you mark for me where your car was parked and then just kind of show an arrow where you drove once you left that parking spot? And is that about how far you got with your car?
Yep, I had to pull over right there.
Kind of where that tree is?
Yep.
Do you mind just putting your name and today's date underneath that? Thank you. I just have to straight the ID of this one here. And Leslie said before.
Okay, the ID may be stricken.
And ask the permission to the jury.
You may.
While people are just looking at the path that you described, what was your car like? What were you driving?
It was a silver Volkswagen.
A silver Volkswagen? Okay. And do you know what model it is? Or what
Passat.
Passat? Okay. So just to describe again what you've illustrated on here. So you pulled out of that parking lot, that's the Bank of America parking lot? And after, actually kind of drove down it, and then once you came out that exit that's kind of close to Soho, you were taking a left onto Old Granite Street? Okay. So were you headed toward this new center at that end of Old Granite Street?
Yeah.
So
Once you did that and made that turn, what happened?
So I did hear some like pounding on top of my car when I was about to exit and take that left, but I thought it was just Cole like hitting his hand, because I was like he might have rolled down the window, thinking his hand was hitting the top of my car. But as I took that turn, Kayla in my passenger seat grabbed me saying, "Isla, he has a gun, he has a gun." So I'd pulled over right there.
So the first thing that caught your attention was, can you describe what was happening with the roof?
You could tell that there was like something like, not like bouncing off of it, but you could feel, now that I know, it's like the gun, like reflection, or the...
Was this something you'd ever experienced before?
No.
Overruled. I mean, she can explain what happened.
So, as you made the turn onto Old Granite Street that Kayla made the statement to you? Okay. And you pulled the car over. So if you're here, did you pull over to your right-hand side?
Yeah.
And so at this point, you're kind of parked right in front of Soho?
Yeah, just like towards the right a little, near that tree on the image.
What, you heard Kayla say that. What did you actually see as you came around the corner with your car? What were you seeing yourself?
I saw John standing there with the gun and Timmy on the ground.
Did you see anything happening? Did you see that defendant firing the gun at all?
Around 2 or 3 more shots.
And was that after Timmy was on the ground?
Yep.
What did you see happen at that time?
After the shots stopped, I saw John, I think, walk away, but I don't really remember. But I do remember he did either walk or run away.
Where was your attention focused at that point?
There was a lot of commotion, so a lot of the goat bouncers and the cop from the goat were running. So I saw them like in my rear or in my mirror. And then Kayla was on the phone with 911.
Okay. Did you stay in the car?
We did until the officers asked us to leave my car.
And where were you asked to go at that time?
In between that alley where the goat and Soho are, they had it taped off, so we had to stand there.
Where was Sarah with you? Still?
Sarah was not.
Okay. Do you know where Sarah went?
Sarah had run up to Timmy.
And what was she doing at that time?
I don't remember.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions for you, Isla, at this time, but the defense attorney may have a few questions for you.
Thank you.
Yes, please, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just so that that we're clear, you were parked in the Bank of America parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And there's a little like parking shack or payment house right there, correct?
Yep.
It's fair to say that's where you were parked.
Yep, I parked right in front of that.
So after leaving the goat, you and your friends get into that car, drive through the parking lot, and the exit to that parking lot immediately adjacent to the alleyway between the makerspace and the Soho.
Yep.
Okay. And it's your intention at that point to take a left-hand turn.
Yes.
Okay. So as you pull out onto Old Granite Street, you're taking a left-hand turn. You hear a banging noise, per your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Are you looking up the street to your left where you're turning, or are you looking straight ahead?
Straight ahead.
Okay. So you're basically looking at the Soho, correct?
In between that, like that alleyway, yeah.
Okay. And you're not looking in the direction that you're turning?
Correct.
Okay. And you hear this banging noise, correct?
Correct.
Do you look to your left when you hear the noise?
Correct. I looked to see if Cole's window was open.
Okay. And where's Cole sitting in relation to you?
Behind me on the driver's side.
So you look to your left, and at this point you don't see anything, correct? You're just looking for Cole. And somebody else in the car alerts you that there's a person with a gun up the street?
Correct.
And at this point you see that Timothy is already on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And the banging has stopped, right?
Not off my car, yeah, but not on the street.
So at this point, you pull the car forward and you eventually stop your car, correct?
Correct.
Are you in front of the Soho, or have you pulled into that alleyway?
I'm in front of Soho, but closer to that alley.
And you stay in the car?
Correct.
Okay. A police officer ultimately orders you out?
Yep, once they arrived.
Okay, and you notified the police officer immediately what your observations were?
Yep.
Did they check your car for damage?
Correct.
They found no damage?
Correct.
Just to be thorough, have you reviewed any videos of this incident prior to today?
No.
Have you seen any videos of this incident prior to today?
I mean, after in January, yeah.
Okay, so you watched videos of the incident in the news media or something along those lines?
Correct.
Those videos inside or outside the GOAT?
Outside.
Or those videos outside of the Soho?
Yep.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, does the state have any further witnesses?
Your Honor, at this time, the state of New Hampshire rests.
Okay. And do you intend to call any witnesses?
Matthew Soldano.
Thank you. you're seated, you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and age for the record?
Matthew Soldano, 23 years old.
Matthew, where do you live?
Salem, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for work?
I work in finance at a hospital.
So, Matthew, I want to bring you back to January 27th of 2023. Could you just give me a brief description of that day, the beginning of that day?
Yeah, so I was at work, and after I got out of work, I met up with my friend John. He was at a funeral all day for one of our other friends. His dad passed away. So he came over, we got in my car, and we went to Old School. It's a bar in town, and we had a drink. And then we went back to my house, got his car, and headed to the GOAT.
How do you know John?
I've known him for years through school, and we played football together.
Okay, how many years approximately?
Around 8.
Now, you just told us that you went to the GOAT, just so that we set the stage. What's the GOAT?
The GOAT is a bar in Manchester.
Okay, and have you ever been to the GOAT before?
I have a few times, yes.
And do you know why John wanted to go to the GOAT?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up with Abby and her friends. His girlfriend.
Okay. So you get to the GOAT. Tell me what happens when you arrive at the GOAT.
So we had to wait in line for a good amount of time, and then once we got in, we went to the bar. I grabbed a couple of drinks, and then we made our way down to the dance floor, and Gage and John saw a couple of their friends, so we stood there for a little bit.
Who's Gage?
Gage is another friend of ours who was there with us.
And you said that there were other people there that John or Gage knew. Did you know who those people were?
I do not know.
Okay. Did they know who you were?
No.
Okay. So about what time is it that you're at the GOAT at this point?
We arrived at the GOAT around 10:30, I believe. So we probably got inside around 11:15.
Okay. With the exception of the folks that you've already mentioned, did you run into anybody else you knew?
Not that I knew, no, but we did run into other people that I ended up talking to.
Okay. What about Abby? Did you eventually run into Abby?
Yes, we did, yep.
Okay, could you tell me a little bit about how Abby came into the picture at the GOAT?
So I'm not sure when she got there. I just remembered John had walked over to her, so I followed behind, and then we were talking to him.
Okay, do you recall anything strange or odd about, well, strike that. Was there anybody with Abby?
Yes, her two friends.
Okay. And do you know what their names were?
Olivia and Nicole.
Was there anybody else there when you walked over?
No.
Okay. What was the overall demeanor of everybody? Was people having a good time?
Yeah,
were they stressed?
From what I remember, everyone seemed to be having a good time.
Were you having a good time?
I was, indeed.
All right. So you're at the GOAT. You've met up with Abby and Abby's friends, and John is there. Anything of note happen after that?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Do you recall, you said you got a couple of drinks. Do you recall how many drinks you had that evening?
Ooh, I can't give an exact amount, probably around 4 or 5, I would say.
Okay. Do you know how many John had?
I do not know.
Okay. Were you with John the whole time?
Nah, not the whole time. I mean, I wasn't glued to him or anything, but here and there I'd check in with him.
Okay. Did you check in with him fairly regularly?
I wouldn't say regularly, no.
Okay. How long would you say you total time spent at the GOAT that evening?
Probably 2-3 hours maybe.
Okay. Did you have to leave at some point?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Could you talk to me a little bit about the circumstances of what required you to leave that evening?
So John had been punched in the face, and the bouncers were kicking him out. He was my ride home, so I followed him out.
Did you see him get punched in the face?
I did.
Do you recall what the person who punched him in the face looked like?
I do not know. I did not see his face.
Okay. Do you recall any item of clothing he might have been wearing?
I do not know.
Okay. You just recall that somebody punched him in the face?
I saw a hand hit him in the face.
When John was punched in the face, how did John react to that?
I mean, he fell over, to begin with, and then he got up and he was kind of shook. But I mean, he got punched in the face, so he was a little angry.
Okay. Do you recall if John was injured at all?
Yeah, he had a cut underneath his eye.
Okay. And could you describe the situation that you viewed? Was this a scrum? Was it a punch and then everybody got broken up? Describe it for us.
So it was. I saw the punch, and then I saw a bunch of bouncers come over, and it looked like it was broken up pretty quickly.
Okay. What happened next?
He was escorted outside. I was following behind, and then we started walking away.
Did he seem upset or aggravated?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he just got punched in the face.
Do you recall if he said anything on his way out the door?
I do not know.
Were you in front of John or behind John?
I was behind him leaving.
Okay. Anybody else leave with you?
Yeah, Gage left with us, and Abby and her friends also left with us.
Okay. So, when you go out the front door of the goat, can you set the scene for me? What's outside?
Right out the door, nothing. It was just them, and I kind of turned the corner already and started heading towards our car.
Okay. When you say you turned the corner, what direction did you go in?
Right outside of the goat, up towards Soho.
And so is the Soho? So you turned right. You start going up the street towards the Soho. Why were you going in that direction?
We had parked over there.
Where did you park?
Down an alleyway, and across the street is a market basket, and that's where we were parked.
Okay, so when you got to the goat, how did you arrive from that parking lot?
We went through the alleyway up towards the goat.
Which alleyway?
The alleyway that is across the street from the market basket, next to Soho.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about what the weather was like outside. Was it warm, cold?
It was cold.
Anything else? Was there snow on the ground, ice, anything like that?
I don't remember, but I don't believe so.
Do you remember it was cold?
Yeah.
Did you have a sweater or a sweatshirt or anything
I
like
did.
that?
I had a sweater and a knit hat on.
Okay. When you step outside and you're in front of the goat, did you keep walking or did you stop?
I kept walking.
Okay. Anybody else stop?
And once someone had said something, and that's when I heard him and Delee going back and forth.
Who and Delee?
There was a guy outside smoking a cigarette.
Okay.
And he said something to me when I walked by, but I didn't really understand what he said, so I kind of just kept going.
Do you remember how this person was dressed?
Not exactly, no, but I just remember he had a long sleeve on and some pants.
Okay. Was he doing anything other than talking to you and Delee?
He was smoking a cigarette.
Okay. Do you remember how far away from you he was, or far away from Delee?
He was on like the edge of the sidewalk, and we were like in the middle of the sidewalk.
Okay. Did you stop to talk to him? Did you try to keep walking?
I tried to keep walking. Delee and him ended up going back and forth a little bit.
When you say they were going back and forth, what do you mean?
I just heard them talking. They were talking to one another.
All right. Were you watching this interaction?
Yeah. After I heard them start talking, I turned around.
Okay. So you're standing there. Where is John Delee based upon your perspective?
He's right in front of me, so I'm looking at his back.
Okay. And where's this other individual?
In front of Delee.
Okay. Could you see the other individual?
Not really.
Side? Okay.
Not really, no.
And you don't quite remember what they were saying. Do you remember, were they talking, yelling?
It wasn't yelling, but their voices were raised.
Okay. And do you recall what anybody said?
I do not know.
Did it seem like John recognized this person?
Not really, no.
Okay. But they were arguing back and forth. Was there anybody else there?
Yep. So Gage, Abby, and her friends were there with us as well.
Were they doing anything at this point?
Abby was in between Delee and the other kid.
Okay. And what was Abby doing at this point?
Trying to just keep Delee away.
Okay. Was she successful?
Somewhat, yes. Not fully.
Okay, not fully. When you say not fully, what do you mean?
She wasn't able to move him or anything.
Okay.
But she was able to stay in his way.
Okay. So at this point, what's your intention? Do you want to stay there? Do you want to leave?
I want to leave as quickly as possible.
Okay. So what steps do you take to do that?
So I started to move in front of Delee to give him a little more extra motivation to start moving up towards the thing. We were successful moving him up a little bit, and then another person approached us.
Okay, what did that person look like?
I couldn't tell you what they looked like. They were in pants and a long sleeve as well.
Okay, what drew your attention to this person?
So someone had mentioned that someone had pepper spray.
Okay.
And I looked, and
Do you remember who mentioned that?
I do not remember who it was, no.
Okay, but explain to me what happened.
So someone had said it. I looked over, and I see a kid standing there with a can in his hand, up like this. So that kind of froze me for a quick second.
Okay, when you say up like this, could you just describe for all of us
So,
what that means?
yeah, so the can was in his hand like this, and he had his finger on the top.
Okay, and who is he facing, if anybody?
Delee.
Okay. Was he squared up? Was he like 90 degrees straight on with him?
Yeah.
Okay. What did John do?
They started going back and forth with each other.
You say they started going back and forth with each other. What do you mean?
They were talking to each other.
You mean they were talking to each other? Were they exchanging pleasantries?
No,
Were they
yeah.
yelling at each other?
It was more of not a pleasant, I wouldn't say yelling, but there was definitely not a pleasant tone.
Okay. What happened next?
So that happened, and then I started being able to get him to move a little bit more.
All right.
But I wasn't really looking at him. I was more facing towards the two kids as he was moving up towards Soho more.
How did you feel about the situation at this point?
I was getting pretty scared. I've never been in a situation like this, so I didn't really know how to handle anything.
Okay.
But I was scared because, pepper spray is nothing light.
Okay. Did you feel like you were in danger?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. So from this point, are you successful in getting John to follow you or go ahead of you up the street?
Yes, I got him to move up the street a little bit, yeah.
What about these two other people? What are they doing?
They had moved back a little bit, so that's how I was more successful at getting John to move up the street. And then once I got him to the alleyway that we were going to walk down to go back to the car, and I heard from behind me, Gage had said that they were following us. So I had told Delee to stop because I didn't want him to go down the alley with people following us. And then I looked and I saw that they were across the street, but they were starting to come back towards us. And then I heard Delee and them start going back at it with each other, yelling.
So Matt, let me take you a step back.
Yep.
Where were you when the person with the pepper spray approached you? Do you recall where on the street?
We were on the sidewalk.
Okay. Were you right in front of the goat? Were you in front of another building?
We were in between Soho and the goat.
Okay. You said that Abby and her friends were with you at some point. Were they still with you at this point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Where were they in relation to you?
So I was more towards the street side of the sidewalk, and they were behind me.
Okay. And where's John at this point?
He's also behind me.
Okay. At some point, does John move ahead of you, or does he stay behind you?
He stayed behind me.
Okay. What do you do next? Bring us back to what you were talking about before.
So that's when I turned around and I started yelling at Delee to get his butt moving up the street. And we were pretty successful. As I said, I got him to the alleyway, to the entrance of the alleyway. And that's when Gage had said to us that they were following us. So I told Delee to stop. I turned, and I saw them from the other side of the street start coming back towards us.
And when you say them, who do you mean?
The two kids that we had seen prior.
At this point, where are you in relation to the Soho?
I'm right in front of the Soho.
Okay. Where's Gage?
Gage is back behind me against the wall.
And where's John?
He's in the entrance of the alleyway.
Describe the alleyway to me.
It was a dark alleyway. It was just, there was trash cans in there, but it was just like a way for us to get back to the car.
Were there any lights?
Yeah, near Soho, it's pretty lit up.
Okay, but further down?
It's dark.
Okay. Tell me what you were feeling at this moment. Down that dark alleyway.
I was scared because once they told us that they were following us, it was my thing that nothing good ever comes from going down a dark alleyway with people following you.
Okay. So you've already told us that you told Delee to stop. What happened next?
So he stopped, and then he and the kids across the street that were coming towards us started going back and forth again. I tried to get him to calm down a little bit, but they were just going back and forth at it, and they started going towards each other. And I had
take you a step back for a moment, Matt. What are you doing at this point?
I'm looking at the kids coming towards us.
Okay. Are you saying anything? Are you doing anything at all?
I had my hands up trying to get them to go back over to the other side of the street.
Okay. And were you talking with them, or were you just gesturing?
I was just gesturing.
Okay. Did they heed that?
No.
Okay. What are they doing at this point while you're trying to wave them off?
They're yelling back and forth with John.
Okay. Are they walking towards you, or are they standing there?
They're walking towards us, yeah.
Okay. Where is John at this point?
He's still in the entryway of the alley.
Do you recall what they were saying?
I do not know.
Okay. And how do you feel at this moment with those people coming towards you?
I was scared. I was definitely very scared.
Tell us what happens next.
So they start going towards each other, and I kind of turned, and I was approached by an individual, and he lifted my shirt and asked me if I had a gun.
Okay, so Matt, I want to ask you, where were you standing when this happens?
I was on the street.
What street?
The one that is in front of the goat.
Do you know the name of that street?
I do not know.
Okay. What direction were you facing?
Towards the other side of the street.
Okay, when you say the other side of the street.
So away from the goat.
Okay. Is there anything over there that you could use as a landmark to tell us where you were and where you were facing?
No, there was just it was a parking lot. There was cars.
Okay. So you're facing towards the parking lot. There are cars. Take us through what happens.
So I was approached. My shirt was lifted. He asked me if I had a gun. I didn't. I had my hands up. I didn't. I said, no, I don't. And then me and him started walking towards Delee and the two other kids that were pretty much face to face at this point.
Do you have any idea why he would ask you if you have a gun?
No.
Okay. Is John known to carry a gun?
He is, yes.
Did you know if he was carrying a gun that night?
I wasn't 100% sure, but I assumed he had been, yes.
Was it the first time that he carried a gun?
No.
Had you seen John carrying a gun that evening? At any point up to that point?
Early in the night, before we went to the goat. Before we went to the goat at my house.
Okay, so you knew when he was at you were at his house, or he was at your house, that he was armed.
Yes.
So one of these people asks you if you're armed.
Yes.
Did you respond to them verbally, or did they just check you?
They just checked me.
Okay. What do you do next?
I start walking towards Delee and the other two kids that were face to face.
Okay. And can you describe to me the two people that were face to face with John?
I know they were the two kids that we had seen earlier on the sidewalk.
Okay. What's John doing at that point?
They're yelling back and forth at each other.
Okay, and what do you do at this point?
This was the last time I went up to him, tried to get him to follow me back towards the alley.
Okay. Did you go towards the alley?
I started walking away, yes, with my hands on my head.
What happens next?
Shots were fired.
Okay. Did you see the shots fired?
I did not know.
Did you hear them?
I did.
Okay, and how far away from John were you when you heard those shots?
I would have to say probably 20 feet, maybe. I wasn't on the sidewalk yet, but I was close to it.
Okay. Do you recall how many shots you heard?
I heard about 3 or 4, and then everything kind of went silent for me. I kind of got tunnel vision.
Okay. How are you feeling at this moment?
I was terrified.
All right.
I didn't know what just happened.
Do you see John after this?
I do not know.
Okay. Where do you go?
I run into Soho.
Okay. Do you see anybody else when you're in the Soho?
I was in there with Gage.
Okay. Did you talk to Gage at all?
A little bit. We were both kind of just shook at what had just happened.
Did you look back outside at all?
No.
Did you see anybody else running or anything like that?
To begin with, yes, before I got into Soho, yep. So that's how I got into Soho. I saw Gage running towards Soho, so I followed him in.
Okay.
One moment.
No further questions, Judge. I don't know who's doing cross.
Your Honor, the state has a significant number of questions for Mr. Solano. I'm not sure if it makes sense to wait.
Okay. All right, so let's break for this afternoon. So we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, if I can get the lawyers here for 9:30, so we can take care of housekeeping matters. Actually, I'll wait on the bench and just talk to you about those
All
issues.
right.
Just if you can be back just before 10 o'clock. You can be seated. Okay, so... do you want to make your motion now, or do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
I can just put on the record now that I'm moving to dismiss on the grounds of insufficiency of the evidence. I don't know how much Your Honor needs to hear in terms of argument. I suspect what the ruling might be.
Okay. So I think, this is a classic case of, at this juncture, I have to take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. And there's certainly at this juncture, with taking that standard and viewing, leaving credibility assessments to the jury, sufficient evidence for a reasonable jury to conclude certainly plenty of evidence that the defendant caused the death, and that he did so either knowingly or recklessly with extreme indifference and not based on self-defense or provocation. Those are issues, I think, ultimately the jury will have to decide based on a reasonableness standard. So, okay. Jury instructions. Did you submit anything on the provocation? Because you had objected and said you were going to submit something on. I just hadn't had a chance to look to it.
No, that's okay. We're actually going to wait.
You're going to agree?
We're going to take our objection back.
Okay. So then we got the stipulations first thing in the morning. If we can just get those nailed down, so I can do that.
Those are filed now.
Oh, you did file them? Okay,
Yes.
all right. I'll get those.
And we'll obviously have an opportunity after defense rests if we have any other issues with the jury instructions before they're read. At least
Yeah, just if there's anything major, I'd rather
Not
do. Okay, anything major from the defense in terms of the jury instructions?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So if we can, so if it's nothing major, then like in terms of restructuring or anything major missing that I need to do research on, then we can just deal with it. Maybe let's do it 15 minutes before we start. So if you can be here at 9:45 tomorrow, that'd be great. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Remind everyone the courthouse closed at 4 o'clock, so please don't linger in the hallways.
This is the state has made a motion that's been assented to by the defense to restrict access to some of the exhibits, one in particular that's at issue this morning, and I'm saying this for all of the public, but particularly for the media, who I know is here today, yes, that there's one particular exhibit, exhibit number 3, that I am granting a motion that that exhibit not be recorded or photographed or displayed in any way on the internet. It's available for public inspection if you want to look at it, but it can't be, copied, videoed, photographed, broadcast on the internet. Understood? Anyone?
Will I be notified before that's shown? I can, or?
Yeah, yes, I can, or.
Okay, yes. So we'll.
Okay.
Thank you. And, okay. Yes.
All rise for the jury.
I'm just writing in before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, then you'll read the charges.
Like, yes, okay. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is the matter of the state versus John Delee. I'm going to ask that we start with an oath for the jurors. Would you all please stand and raise your right hand and keep it raised during the oath? And Mr. Delee, would you please stand and face the jury and remain standing? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges against the defendant, so help you God? Thank you. Members of the jury may be seated. Please listen to reading of the 3 indictments. Our docket number is 23 CR 147. The first indictment, ending in 410C, states as follows: that the grand jurors for the state of New Hampshire, upon their oath, present that John Delee, of or formerly of Salem, New Hampshire, in the state of New Hampshire, on or about January 28th, 2023, at Manchester in Hillsborough County, with force and arms, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, and that John Delee did recklessly cause the death of Timothy Puyo under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting Timothy Puyo, said acts being contrary to the form of the statute, in such case made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state. The second indictment, ending in charge ID number 962C, alleges that John Delee, of or formerly of Salem, New Hampshire, on or about January 28th at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough, aforesaid, with force and arms, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that John Delee did knowingly cause the death of Timothy Pouliot by shooting Timothy Pouliot. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute, in such case made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state. And the third indictment, which ends in charge ID number 411C, states as follows: that John Delee, of or formerly of Salem, New Hampshire, in the state of New Hampshire, on or about January 28th, 2023, at Manchester, in the county of Hillsborough, aforesaid, with force and arms, did commit the crime of reckless conduct, recklessly engage in conduct which placed or may have placed another in danger of serious bodily injury by means of a deadly weapon, by firing a pistol multiple times in proximity to occupied motor vehicles and or pedestrians, said acts being contrary to the form of the statute, in such case made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, John Delee, has been arraigned on these charges and has pled not guilty, and of this he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. The Assistant Attorneys General, Scott Chase and Rachel Harrington, have joined the issue, and you're to say by your verdicts if the defendant, John Delee, is guilty of the offenses whereof he stands charged or not guilty. Hearken to the evidence.
Okay, so as I explained to you, or I told you just before we broke for the lunch break, my practice is to start the trial with some of the principles of law that you need to understand in deciding this case. And these are issues that tend not to change from case to case, and I think are helpful for the jury to have in mind as you're listening to a trial unfold. And then at the end of the case, I will give you additional instructions, which will include the definition of the crimes that are charged and any other issues that come up during the course of the trial. And so I'm not going to repeat the instructions I'm giving you now again at the end of the case, but I do give the jury a complete copy of the written instructions to have back with you in deliberations. So in order to reach a fair and just verdict, you have to understand and follow the law as I give it to you. So as I said, you have to understand the definition of the crime or crimes with which the defendant is charged. You have to understand how convinced one way or another you need to be, and you have to understand what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness. So these instructions will address these and other issues so that you can reach a fair and just verdict in the case. Now, it's up to you to decide the facts of the case. You and you alone decide those facts. You decide those facts based on the evidence that's presented during the course of the trial. When you take the facts as you determine them to be, you apply them to the law as I give it to you in the instructions, and it's in that way that you reach your verdict in the case. And you should decide those facts without fear, without prejudice, and without sympathy. As I said, you decide the facts based on evidence during the course of the trial, and the most common forms of evidence are the testimony of witnesses who will come here to court and testify under oath subject to direct and cross-examination. There'll be exhibits that will be marked. Those might be things like photographs or maybe even tangible objects that are marked. And we'll also have a view as a form of evidence. I'll give you some instructions about that momentarily. And so all of that will be available for you to consider as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. There are those certain matters that you're not allowed to consider as evidence in deciding the case. So the fact that the defendant has been arrested and charged with a crime is not evidence of his guilt. And just a moment ago, you heard the clerk read to you the indictments in the case. Those are also not evidence. An indictment is simply a way of giving a defendant notice of the accusations against him. In other words, it's a formal way of accusing a person of a crime so that he can be brought to stand trial. So in your deliberations, you're not allowed to consider the fact of the defendant's arrest, the indictments, or that he's being brought to stand trial as evidence of his guilt. Also, the possible punishment the defendant may receive if you do find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt should not factor into your deliberations in any way. In New Hampshire, the jury does not play a role in sentencing. That is exclusively the province of the judge. So you should not discuss any issues with respect to sentencing or punishment in determining the outcome of this case. So when I'm done with these instructions in a couple of minutes, you are going to hear from the lawyers as they address you in the opening statements. You'll hear from the lawyers throughout the trial as they question witnesses, and then at the end of the case, the lawyers will stand up and address you again directly in the closing arguments. What's important to keep in mind that what the lawyers say throughout this trial is not evidence. They aren't witnesses. They can't testify about what happened. The purpose of an opening statement is it gives each side an opportunity to give you an outline or a roadmap about what each side thinks the evidence is going to demonstrate during the trial, so that as you're listening to a case unfold, you have some idea about how different pieces fit into the bigger picture from each side's point of view. And then the purpose of a closing argument at the end of the case is it gives each side an opportunity to summarize for you what the lawyers believe the evidence demonstrated during the course of the trial, and also to argue to you how they think that evidence fits with the law as I give it to you in the instructions. So if the lawyers describe the evidence differently from the evidence that you perceived during the course of the trial, then you need to rely on your own memory and perception of that evidence and disregard how the lawyers are describing the evidence. And likewise, if the lawyers describe the law differently from the law as I give it to you, you need to apply the law as I've given it to you and disregard how the lawyers are describing the law. So during the course of the trial, there are very likely going to be objections. We probably all have seen this on TV or in the movies. As I explained to you earlier this morning, we have rules of evidence and rules of procedure that are designed to make sure the process is fair to both sides, so that if one side or the other thinks that certain evidence shouldn't be considered under those rules, that side's responsibility is to object, and I need to rule on those objections. So don't hold it against either side if there are objections in the case. The lawyers are simply doing their job. You need to decide the case based only on the evidence that's properly admitted. So what that means is if I sustain an objection, in other words, I rule that a witness is not allowed to answer a question, or I rule that a certain exhibit is not allowed to be admitted as a full exhibit, you're not allowed to speculate about what that answer may have been or what that exhibit may have shown. So as I said, you need to decide the evidence based on decide the facts based on evidence properly admitted. On the other hand, if I overrule an objection and I allow the witness to answer, or I allow an exhibit to be marked as a full exhibit, don't put any special weight on that ruling. I don't make rulings on objections based on the importance of the evidence to the outcome. I'm simply applying the rules to the circumstances as they're presented to me. Now, it is my job to be fair and impartial throughout this trial, just as you all are required to be fair and impartial. So if I say or do anything during the course of the trial that makes you think I favor one side or the other in this case, I do not. My job is to run this trial in an orderly fashion, to rule on objections as they're presented, and to instruct you on the law that applies to the case. It's you and you alone who determine the verdict in this case. All right, so now that I've talked to you about what you're not allowed to consider, let me discuss with you what you can consider as evidence. So first, as I mentioned, we're going to have a view in this case, or not first, but we're going to have a view in this case. That's going to happen tomorrow morning first thing. So you'll all come here for 10 o'clock, and we're not going to convene again in the courtroom, so I'm not going to give you any additional instructions at that point. But once we know everybody's here, all the jurors are here, and we have everybody ready to go, you'll get on a bus. We'll head over to the location where some of the events that you'll hear about during the course of the trial are alleged to have occurred. And so a view is a form of evidence that is not physically, we can't physically bring it into court, but it's every bit as much evidence as anything that happens here in this courtroom. So the purpose of a view is twofold. First off, it is to give you an opportunity to have a general understanding of the scene of the charged events and where the events are alleged to have occurred. So be sure to look over the scene as a whole and understand different objects and locations relative to one another and the landmarks at issue in the case. the second thing that happens on a view is the lawyers can point out to you certain things they think you might hear about during the course of the trial, and that might help you in focusing on different parts of the scene that you're about to see, so that as you're listening to testimony unfold, you have some understanding of where that fits in. So what, as I said, the view itself is evidence for you to consider, but what the lawyers say on the view is not evidence any more than anything else that happens during the course of the trial. What the lawyers are doing, much like in an opening statement or in asking witnesses questions, is simply guiding your attention to certain issues they think are important in the case. So once we're out on the view, don't take any kind of measurements or pace off anything at the scene. Just get a general perspective of the layout and the location of different objects and different locations at that scene. If precise measurements are relevant or important to the outcome of the case, or the lawyers think that information needs to be presented to you, that's information that'll be presented during the course of the trial. So don't do any kind of measurements on your own at the scene. It's also important to keep in mind that you can't return to the scene. So it's close to here, but do not visit it again during the course of this trial. I know the way you may arrive here, you may drive past the location, but the reality is you're not allowed to stop there and visit again. So take as much time as you need to when we're out there tomorrow to see and observe what you think you might, so that you can form a mental picture of that location. But you're not allowed to return there on your own during the trial, and we won't return there at any point after that. And so what happens on the view is every bit as much a formal part of this trial process as what happens here in the courtroom. So as a result, the lawyers aren't going to be able to engage you in small talk or banter. And I also won't be able to do that. And you also aren't going to be able to ask questions on the view. So that being said, though, if you have any difficulty hearing or seeing anything that occurs on the view, do let me know or the bailiffs know. You know, it's often hard, particularly in an outdoor location. Voices don't carry as well. So, you know, because you'll probably be spread out a little bit, if anyone's having any difficulty hearing or seeing, just let me know. That's something we need to make sure that you have plenty of opportunity to do. Again, and that's just like here in the courtroom. If you're having any difficulty during the court trial itself, seeing or hearing something, you know, wave your hand, get my attention. We'll make adjustments to make sure that you see and hear everything okay. So we should do the same thing out on the view. So in addition to the view, there'll be testimony of witnesses, as I mentioned, and evidence and that will be introduced during the course of the trial. So again, you need to decide the case and the facts of the case based on only the legally admissible evidence and any reasonable inferences that you can draw from that evidence. So what I mean by reasonable inferences are those conclusions which reason and common sense would have you draw from facts that are proven to your satisfaction. So there are two ways a party can prove a fact in a case. A party can prove a fact either through direct evidence or through circumstantial evidence. So direct evidence is the direct proof of a fact. The easiest example to think about is you have an eyewitness comes to court, describes to you what that person personally observed based on their own senses. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that tends to prove a disputed fact through the use of other facts. So circumstantial evidence is the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances that tend to prove whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. So let me just give you an example to make this a little more concrete. So let's assume that you came to court today and it was completely overcast, but it was not raining outside. And you're sitting here in court and you see somebody come through the doors. That person is, the person's wearing rubber boots, has a raincoat on, is closing an umbrella, and is soaking wet. So if you were in a room where you could look out the window and see that it's raining right now, that's obviously direct evidence of what the weather is. But if you were in a room without windows to the outdoor, then you could consider all the facts and circumstances known to you, condition of the weather when you entered the courtroom, your observations of the person entering the courthouse, your common sense, your everyday life experience, and you put all that together and you determine whether you believe it's raining outside, even though there's no direct evidence of that. So that's an example of circumstantial evidence. And you should consider both types of evidence in deciding this case, both direct and circumstantial. There is no legal distinction between the weight to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. It's up to you, the jury, how much weight to give any evidence, whether it's direct or circumstantial. There is, though, a rule about circumstantial evidence that you need to apply in criminal cases. So if the state presents only circumstantial evidence to prove any one or more elements of a crime charged, that in order to convict, you must be convinced from the totality of the evidence that all reasonable conclusions other than guilt have been excluded. So what does that mean? If from the circumstantial evidence it's reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, you must choose the reasonable conclusion consistent with innocence. But in making that decision about whether all reasonable conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, don't focus on any particular item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. Consider all the evidence in the case, both direct and circumstantial, in determining if the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Also keep in mind that this rule about circumstantial evidence does not apply to direct evidence. So if there's a conflict between two or more witnesses who offer direct evidence, then you have to resolve that conflict and try to determine what the truth is. So let me again give you another example to make this concrete. Let's assume that you had a case where you have two witnesses take the stand. First witness testifies, I was present for the events charged in this case, and I observed the defendant commit the crime. Second witness takes the witness stand and says, I was present for the events charged in this case, and I saw the defendant did not commit this crime. So there you have two witnesses, both offering direct evidence directly contrary to one another. In that situation, you don't have to automatically accept the testimony of the witness consistent with innocence. You have to try to resolve the conflict between those witnesses' testimonies and determine what the truth is. And likewise, if you have only one witness who offers direct evidence, you have to decide if you believe that testimony and if that testimony, together with any other evidence in the case, proves the element or elements of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So in reviewing the evidence, keep in mind what's important is the quality of the evidence, not the quantity. So it doesn't necessarily matter how many witnesses testify or how many exhibits are marked in a particular case. It's the quality of the evidence that should be your focus. So in other words, how persuasive is that evidence to you in deciding whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? So, as I indicated just now, if there's a conflict between witness testimony, you're going to have to resolve that conflict. So, in other words, you're going to have to determine the credibility of witnesses. Simply because a witness takes the witness stand and takes an oath to tell the truth does not mean you have to accept that testimony as true. Use your common sense and your everyday life experience. Again, these are all decisions we make in our day-to-day lives, and you should apply those same skills and judgments you do in your ordinary life to the evidence presented during the course of this trial. So I'll suggest some factors, though, that may be helpful for you to think about as you're considering the credibility of the witnesses who testify. So consider the following factors: a witness's appearance, attitude, and behavior on the stand, and the way the witness testifies. Consider a witness's age, intelligence, and experience. Consider the witness's opportunity and ability to see and hear the things about which the witness is testifying. Consider the accuracy of the witness's memory. Consider whether the witness has any motive for not telling the truth. Consider whether the witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. Consider any bias the witness may have, or any friendship or animosity that witness may have, either for or against any people involved in this case. Consider the consistency or the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Also consider whether what the witness says appears reasonable or unreasonable. And consider whether what the witness said is either consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of other witnesses or with statements that witness has made at another time. So in deciding which witnesses to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, consider also both the direct and the cross-examination. So if you believe that part of a witness's testimony is false, you can choose to distrust other parts, but again, you're not required to do so. Inconsistencies and contradictions within a witness's testimony or even between witnesses doesn't necessarily mean you should disbelieve a witness. It's possible for two honest people to witness or experience the same event differently. So you should evaluate and consider inconsistencies and contradictions and determine whether they relate to important or unimportant issues. You don't need to believe a witness's testimony even if that testimony is uncontradicted. You're also not required to accept testimony as true simply because some or even all of the witnesses agree with one another. You can find the testimony of one witness or of a few witnesses more persuasive than the testimony of the larger number. Now, in this case, you're going to also hear testimony from one or more witnesses who testify as an expert witness based on special training, education, skills, or knowledge. And so when a case involves a matter that involves that special knowledge or skill that is not ordinarily possessed by the average person, then an expert is permitted to state his or her opinion for the information and the assistance of the jury. So the opinions that are stated by an expert who testify are going to be based either on particular facts as the expert himself or herself observed, or that the expert learned from others, or that the lawyers who question the expert ask that expert to assume. So you can reject an expert's opinion if you decide that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are different from the facts in the case, or if you determine that the expert's opinion is based on misinformation, or if you determine that the expert lacks qualifications to render a reliable opinion. You can also consider whether or not the expert took advantage of an opportunity to make a thorough investigation before rendering an opinion. And you can reject the opinion if, after careful consideration of all of the evidence in the case, whether it's expert testimony or otherwise, you disagree with that opinion. So in other words, expert opinion is given to you to assist you. It is not binding on you. It can be considered by you as any other evidence in the case. Now, as the lawyers question experts, they may ask an expert to assume certain facts to be true. That's called what we call a hypothetical question. And so if it's up to you to determine whether the facts that form the basis of that hypothetical question are in fact proven. So if you determine that the facts that form the basis for the hypothetical have not been proven, then you should disregard any opinion offered by the expert based on that hypothetical question. On the other hand, if you find that the facts that have been assumed have been established by the evidence, then that is that the facts are more probably true than not, then you can consider that opinion and give it the weight you think it deserves. So expert testimony, as I said before, as with any other testimony, you can accept all of it, you can reject all of it, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. Again, that's a decision entirely up to you, the jury. And the principles that I've outlined about judging credibility of witnesses apply to every single witness in the case, whether that person is an ordinary civilian, an expert witness, a police officer, or otherwise. So in short, consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. You can, as I said, accept all of what a witness says, reject all of what a witness says, or accept some and reject some. All right, so now I've talked to you about what you're not allowed to consider and what you are allowed to consider. Let me discuss with you how convinced one way or another you need to be, and that's what we call the burden of proof. So under both the Constitution of the United States and New Hampshire's own Constitution, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the burden of proving guilt rests entirely on the state. So the defendant enters this courthouse as an innocent person, and you have to consider him to be innocent until the state convinces you from the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he is guilty of the crimes that he is charged. So if after all the evidence and arguments you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed any one or more elements of a crime charged, then you must find him not guilty. And ladies and gentlemen, that concept reasonable doubt is what the words ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It's a doubt based on reason. It's not a frivolous or a fanciful doubt or one easily explained away. Rather, it's such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence the state has offered against it. So the test you have to use is this. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more elements of a crime charged, then you must find the defendant not guilty. But if you find that the state has proven all of the elements of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Couple other things before I turn it over to the lawyers in the opening statement. So I told you that you're not allowed to do any kind of outside research. One of the things, or do any kind of, look at anything outside the trial in deciding the case. There is, as some of you know, and I think it was alluded to in the panel voir dire questions, has been some media coverage of this case, and there's likely going to be media coverage at different points throughout the trial. What's important for you to keep in mind is that the media is not allowed to film or record any of the jurors at all, so don't worry about that. You're not allowed to be photographed or videoed at all during this process. But because there's likely to be media coverage during the course of the trial, it's important to take steps not to watch the news or to get the local paper. So, for example, on my phone, I have an app, and up comes the local headlines every morning. So if you need to turn that off, if you have something like that, or you routinely watch, the local news in the morning or listen to it on the radio, just turn that off. Refrain from doing that during the course of the trial, so you're not exposed to anything outside of this trial itself. And last point I want to talk about is we will take breaks during the course of the trial to give you a chance to stretch your legs and use the restroom. But if at any point during a trial you need to take a break, don't hesitate to get my attention or a bailiff's attention and ask to take a break. It's really not a big deal to take a break, and I would very much rather take a break than having you distracted thinking about when the break's going to be and not paying attention to what's happening. So during the breaks, feel free to talk to one another to get to know one another, but you're not allowed to talk about the case itself as it's unfolding, and that's a little counterintuitive. So I told you you're not allowed to talk to anyone else outside the process. That's logical, but it's human nature as you're listening to a case unfold to want to talk to one another and say, oh, what'd you think about that last witness? Or how do you think this is going? Or what do you think about this issue in the case? The reason that's important not to do that is because if you have those conversations as a case is unfolding, what it tends to do is cause you to form opinions in your mind about what you think the outcome ought to be. And then it becomes hard to shake those opinions as they are formed. And so cases have to unfold in a certain way. Because the state has the burden of proof, it presents evidence first. Mr. Delee, because of the presumption of innocence, has no obligation to present any evidence in the case whatsoever, but he has a right to do so if he wanted to, and that wouldn't happen until after the state has rested its case. And even if the defendant exercises his absolute constitutional right not to present any evidence in the case, the significance of the evidence that was presented during trial may not become clear to you until the final instructions and the lawyers stand up and argue to you in the closing arguments how it all fits together. So you may not get some very important pieces of information till very late in the trial process. So that's why it's important. Just keep an open mind, take it all in, and you'll have plenty of time to talk about these issues once you're back in deliberations at the end of the case. Okay? Parties ready to proceed? Attorney Harrington?
The defendant, John Delee, was angry. He wanted a fight. He demanded a fight. And he wasn't leaving that night until he got it. He demanded a fight inside the bar, telling Timmy Pouliot, let's go outside. Let's go outside.
He demanded a fight as he was leaving the bar, yelling, "Come fucking fight me, come fight me, come fight me," as the bouncers were kicking him out. He demanded a fight out on the street, yelling back at the bar for someone to come outside and fight him. He demanded a fight further up the street when Timmy Pouliot's friend came over to talk, and the defendant struck him in the face, not once, but twice. And he demanded a fight when he squared off with Timmy in the middle of Old Granite Street, surrounded by both of their friends. The defendant was angry at Timmy Pouliot, and angry at Timmy's friends. He was looking to teach Timmy a lesson, but not with his fists. He was looking for a reason to use his gun. And he got exactly what he asked for, exactly what he wanted. As the bars were letting out for the night in Manchester in the early morning hours of January 28th, 2023, as the streets were filling with people leaving to go home, the defendant, John Delee, opened fire on Timmy Pouliot in the middle of Old Granite Street. He shot 9 rounds directly at Timmy, striking him twice in the front, once in the side, and 5 times in the back, gunning him down in a street full of people, then turning and walking away. And he did this not out of fear, not out of necessity, but out of anger. This case is about rage, not fear. This case is about retribution, not protection. This case is about murder, not self-defense. Now let's back up for a moment and talk about what led up to the murder of Timmy Pouliot. This all began at the Goat Bar and Grill in Manchester, and you will see this location on your view tomorrow. The road in front of the Goat is called Old Granite Street. And this is an overview of that area with the Goat marked in red. Old Granite Street is a short street in downtown Manchester, and it contains several bars, including the Goat. It's a place where people gather to go out on the weekend, and on the night of Friday, January 27th, 2023, the defendant went to the Goat with his friends, Matthew Soldano and Gage Chandler. Now this is a floor plan of the interior of the Goat, and you will not be seeing the interior of the Goat during your view, but you will be seeing this diagram during trial. So I want to take a moment just to go over it with you. So this red line on the right side of the screen shows you where Old Granite Street is. That's the front of the building. That box shows you the main entrance where patrons come into the bar, get checked in, and then start proceeding in. There's a main bar entrance that you'll be hearing about, or main bar section. There's a dance floor in front of a shaded area, which is the stage that had live music. And there's a ramp area that you will hear people refer to that's right next to the dance floor. Those are the main areas that you'll be hearing about during the trial. There are also several, as you can see, smaller bars and seating areas throughout the Goat. Now the interior of the Goat contains several surveillance cameras, and you'll be seeing footage from 3 different angles. In red, something called the pool table cam, which shows you the ramp and the dance floor area. In green, there's a camera called the main and sidebar 2, which shows you the main bar and the ramp. And in blue, the main bar window, which shows you the main bar and the exit going back out of the Goat. Now on this surveillance video, you will see the defendant and his 2 friends, Gage Chandler and Matthew Soldano. And as you can see from these stills that were taken from the surveillance photo, the defendant was wearing a gray knit hat that night and a black North Face sweatshirt. Gage Chandler, over to the left, was wearing a tan zip pullover, and Matthew Soldano was wearing a gray knit hat and a blue long sleeve shirt.
Now, the defendant and his friends went to the goat on the night of Friday, January 27th, 2023. And while they were there, the defendant's ex-girlfriend, Abby Elliott Orr, arrived with two of her friends, Nicole Bergeron and Olivia Lonardo. Now, the defendant and Abby had dated the summer before, and though they had broken up, he was still obsessed with her. When Abby and her friends arrived at the goat, they went to the dance floor, where Timmy Pouliot and his friends began talking with them. You will also see Timmy and his friends in the surveillance video, and again, these are still taken from that footage that you will see during trial. Timmy on the top is the one with the curly blonde hair, and he's wearing a black sweater and a necklace. His friend Trenton Nash is to the left, wearing a white baseball cap and a black jacket, and his friend Michael Mendoza is to the right, wearing a white and black sweater. This is a still from surveillance video showing the dance floor and ramp area that I was talking about at the goat. In that yellow box, you can see Timmy with the blonde hair, Trenton Nash, it's the back of his head with the white baseball cap, and Michael Mendoza. And you can see him starting to talk to Abby and her two friends, Nicole and Olivia. And in the background, in that red box, you can see the defendant watching them. Now, as soon as the defendant saw Timmy talking with his ex-girlfriend, he went over, and he started to escalate things. Now, the defendant had never met Timmy before that night, but he made his presence known now. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't ask how they were doing. He walked up to the group and asked Abby and her friends what they were doing with this scum. Now, Timmy was 5 foot 7 inches and 121 pounds. And Timmy was not armed. The defendant was almost a foot taller and about 200 pounds heavier than Timmy, with a handgun hidden in his waistband. Now, Timmy laughed off the defendant's name-calling at first, and then he told Abby and her friends to be safe and to enjoy their night. And he politely left the group. Timmy even spoke to the defendant and shook his hand before going on his way. After a little while, Abby and her friends left the defendant, still over there on the dance floor in that red box, and went up to the bar that you can see in the yellow box area. Timmy and Michael Mendoza were at the bar, and they thought they might still have a shot, so they offered to buy Nicole a drink. And with the defendant still down by the dance floor and safely out of earshot, they talked tough to Abby and her friends. They said that they wanted to fight the defendant. They said that they were pro-fighters. And Timmy told the women that he thought he could take the defendant. 5'7", 121-pound Timmy Pouliot told Abby and her friends that he thought he could take the defendant. Now, as soon as Abby and her friends walked back over to where the defendant was, Abby told the defendant that Timmy and his friends had said they wanted to knock him out and that they were pro-fighters. You will hear that when Abby told the defendant that Timmy had dared to say he could beat him up, the defendant didn't go to a bouncer for help. He didn't grab his friends and say, "It's time for us to leave." He didn't try to de-escalate the situation in any way because he wasn't scared. He wasn't in fear. But he was angry, really angry. He stared at Timmy, still sitting at the bar, now talking to an acquaintance named Isla Barovich. And the defendant watched him. And then he confronted him. With the defendant's friend, Gage Chandler, watching behind him in that yellow box. The defendant towered over Timmy's back, and he repeatedly and aggressively challenged Timmy to go outside. Timmy kept saying no, he wouldn't go outside, but the defendant kept challenging him. And Isla will tell you that she knew the defendant was a threat. And you will see in the surveillance footage that she was so intimidated by the defendant's size and aggression that she left to get a bouncer for help. But before she could, the defendant escalated from words to physical violence. He shoved Timmy. And he shoved him hard enough that Timmy slid to the left up against another person at the bar. He shoved him hard enough that it caught the attention of Brian Delaney in the blue box there, the bouncer at the other end of the bar. And Brian and other bouncers jumped in and pulled the defendant away from Timmy. Now this is part of surveillance footage that you'll see during the trial. We're now looking at it from a different angle, and you can see the defendant's back. Here, there's his hat and his friend Gage standing off to the left. Timmy's blocked by the defendant. He's in front of him still at the bar. Now, after the defendant shoved Timmy there, he didn't ask those bouncers that came over for help. He didn't say that he shoved him because he was afraid of Timmy. Instead, when Brian Delaney asked the defendant why he was starting something with such a little kid, the defendant laughed and said that Timmy had called him a bitch. Then the defendant went back down to the ramp near the dance floor to stand with Abby and their friends. Now, Timmy's friends, Michael Mendoza and Trenton Nash, were standing in that same area, and you can see the top of their heads there in that yellow box. You will see that after the defendant assaulted Timmy at the bar, Timmy walked down the ramp and whispered something to Michael. Within seconds, Michael walked over to the defendant and took a swing at him. The defendant grabbed Michael and threw him to the ground, knocking them both into the bar in the process. Now, bouncers from the GO immediately jumped in to break up the fight, and along with Manchester police officer Eric Smith, they kicked out Michael Mendoza, and they kicked out the defendant, who was bleeding on the left side of his face from the altercation. During the trial, you will see and you'll be able to hear footage of the defendant being kicked out of the GO. That was taken by actually a cell phone video from someone in the bar. And you will see the defendant here, as well as Timmy in the background, and Abby, and the bouncers around him. This is the edge of Officer Smith, who you'll see in the video. You will see and hear the defendant's emotions. He was in a rage. He was swearing. He was yelling. But he wasn't yelling that he was afraid of Timmy or that he was afraid of Timmy's friends. He wasn't yelling for someone to come help him. He was yelling for someone to come fight him. He was yelling, "Who just punched me in the face? Come fucking fight me. Come fight me. Come fight me." No fear, no terror, just anger. He wanted to finish the fight. He was demanding to finish the fight. You will see surveillance from outside the GO after the defendant and Michael Mendoza were kicked out. Now, Michael was the first one to leave the bar with Trenton Nash, and they're highlighted there in that yellow circle. And when they left, they walked across Old Granite Street and got into their car. The white car parked here. Shortly afterwards, the defendant was kicked out. He didn't go straight to his car. He didn't ask for help from a bouncer or from Officer Smith, who was in the GO. He didn't quietly walk his separate way. Instead, he stayed on the sidewalk outside the GO, surrounded by his friends, with his arms raised, continuing to swear and yell and challenge someone to come fight him. yelling, "Who punched me? What's up? Who punched me? What's up?" This is a clip of the surveillance footage that you will see at trial capturing those moments as the defendant leaves the goat, followed up the street by Abby and her friends as he repeatedly screamed, "Who punched me? What's up?" Still angry, still looking for a fight. Now, Timmy also left the goat after the defendant and Michael were kicked out. He wasn't yelling or swearing. He didn't leave angry. He walked out calmly, and he turned left and started walking the opposite direction from the defendant and his friends down Old Granite Street. Now, at this point, Michael Mendoza and Trenton Nash were in their car. Timmy was walking away. This should have been the end of the confrontation. But the defendant wasn't done. He still wanted to fight. Now we're looking at a screenshot from surveillance video from the other direction. So we're looking back down towards the goat. Timmy's gone off the screen to this direction. The red box shows you the defendant who's standing there with with Matthew Soldano, with Gage Chandler, with Abby and her friends, all in that group. And Michael Mendoza and Trenton Nash are still in this car. Matt, Gage, Abby, Olivia, Nicole were all trying to calm down the defendant at that point, but they couldn't. He kept getting more and more aggravated. And you will hear, as you could hear on that last surveillance video, how he continued to scream and yell at a street full of people leaving the bars, yelling derogatory words and insults. At this point, Trenton Nash got out of the car and walked across the street and started talking to the defendant and his group of friends. But the defendant didn't want a conversation. He wanted a fight. So he assaulted Trenton, striking him in the head, not once, but twice. You can see Trenton at the beginning of this clip of the video, right here, with the white hat, and he's smoking, and he's walking over towards the defendant and his friends. At this point, when the defendant hit Trenton, Michael Mendoza got out of the car and came over from where he had been sitting in the driver's seat. He pulled out pepper spray and he pointed it at the defendant to get him to back down. The defendant pulled a handgun out of his waistband, dropped it on the sidewalk, picked it back up, and racked it. Abby screamed at the defendant to put the gun away. And at this point, his friends finally managed to push him up the street, away from the goat, and away from Michael and Trenton. Now, Timmy was not there when the defendant struck Trenton. He was still back down the street. But you will see on video footage where he stopped and started looking back up towards the street, toward the confrontation that was being caused by the defendant, before eventually walking back up Old Granite Street. You will also be able to see in this footage the defendant's friend Matt Soldano clearly trying to calm the defendant down as they went up the street, trying to get him to listen and trying to get him to leave. Now, the defendant, Matt, and Gage, his friends, went up the sidewalk in the direction of that red arrow. Past Soho Bistro, which was another bar marked in the orange, which was also letting out at that time. Patrons were leaving at the end of the night. Michael Mendoza and Trenton Nash walked up the street but turned to their left as marked by that blue path and went into the Bank of America parking lot, which was on the opposite side of the street. Now, at this point, the defendant's path to his car, his transportation home, was clear. Right down that alley to the left-hand side of Soho, back to the Market Basket parking lot where his car was parked. Now, you may hear a claim that this alley didn't seem safe to the defendant and to his friends. Pay close attention to the video surveillance when you watch it at trial, and you will see that the defendant's friend Matt tried to get him to go this way. This was the path straight to their car. There was no one in their way. At this point, there was no one following them. Timmy was still down the street. Michael and Trenton were in the Bank of America parking lot on the other direction. That was the way home. But the defendant didn't want to go home because he wasn't done. He was still angry, and he wanted to finish the fight. He wanted to use his gun. You will see on this video how after starting to follow his friend's Matt's direction and walking towards his car, the defendant turned and came back towards Old Granite Street, ignoring Matt's attempts to stop him. And you will see that Matt yelled at him, he pushed on him, he pointed down that alley trying to get the defendant to disengage, but nothing worked. The defendant was angry and he didn't want to leave. He wanted to fight. So he went past Matt back onto Old Granite Street. This is the video from the defendant in the alley. The defendant pushed past Matt right to this intersection, marked in red, to square off with Timmy. He didn't go down to the alley to his car so he could leave. He didn't take a right towards the snooze center in downtown Manchester to just leave the area. He didn't walk into Soho, which was open right there on the corner, or back to the Goat, which were full of people. He didn't yell out to security or to anyone else for help. He didn't use his cell phone to call 911. Instead, the defendant chose to walk straight out onto Old Granite Street and square up with Timmy and his friends. And let's be clear, you will see that this was not 1 against 3. Matt Soldano was standing right here next to the defendant. The defendant's friend Gage Chandler was right off to the corner over here. This is Timmy and Michael Mendoza and Trent Nash. And as they stood there, surrounded by people leaving the bars, as they faced off and argued back and forth in the street, Timmy gave the defendant the excuse he'd been looking for all night. Timmy reached up and punched the defendant in the face. The defendant immediately ripped the gun from his pocket and started pulling the trigger without hesitation. He pulled his handgun out for the final time that night and shot 9 times straight at Timmy Pouliot And he was so close to Timmy and so focused on pumping those bullets into him that he hit Timmy 8 times. Continuing to shoot, even though Timmy started to turn and fall away to the ground after the first gunshot. The defendant kept shooting after Timmy's back was to him. He kept shooting all the time that Timmy was falling to the ground, his body full of bullets. 2 of those bullets in his front, 1 in his hand, and 5 in his back. 5 shots in Timmy's back, because this wasn't about fear. This wasn't about a threat. This was anger. After the defendant pulled his trigger 9 times, he briefly watched Timmy's body on the ground. Then he turned his back on Timmy, turned his back on Timmy's friends, and simply walked away, leaving Timmy to bleed out and die on the pavement. Now let's be clear, the shooting happened very fast. And it happened that fast because the defendant pulled the trigger that fast. So fast that no one on that street had time to process what he was doing. No one had time to stop him. The most that Timmy could do was turn away. But that didn't stop the defendant. He continued to pull that trigger even after the first shot. When Timmy started falling, the defendant kept shooting in spite of the people in the streets, in spite of the cars in the streets. He opened fire close enough that people ran for cover, close enough that Isla, who had just pulled onto Old Granite Street with a car full of her friends, felt the concussion from the force of the bullets on the roof of her car. Not only did the defendant murder Timmy, he endangered the lives of all those people on the street that night. Now, there will be no question in this case that the defendant pulled out a gun and shot Timmy Pouliot, causing his death. The question for you will be, do you believe his claim that he acted in self-defense?
Objection. Overruled.
You will receive detailed instructions from the judge on self-defense at the end of this trial. For now, I'm just going to quickly talk to you about 2 requirements for self-defense to keep in mind when you are seeing and hearing the evidence in this case. The defendant is only allowed to use deadly force to defend himself if he actually believed Timmy was about to use deadly force against him, and if that belief was reasonable. You are going to see a lot of evidence that was caught on video. You will be able to see almost all of the events that I have described for you as they played out that night. You will see people's actions. You will see their reactions on their faces and in their body language. You will see people's emotions as the night played out. Watch the defendant. Watch his facial expressions. Watch his body language. Listen to his words and his tone of voice. You will see anger. You will see someone looking for a fight. You will see all the other options the defendant had that night other than shooting his gun. What you are not going to see at any time from the defendant is fear. You will not see fear of Timmy. You will not see fear of Timmy's friends. You will not see actual fear at any time throughout the night. And you will not see a reason for fear because there was none. The defendant's friends were next to him. Timmy and his friends were unarmed. Timmy was almost a foot shorter than the defendant and about 200 pounds lighter than the defendant. A punch from Timmy Pouliot to the defendant was not deadly force. Instead of fear, you will see that the defendant initiated and escalated at every stage of the night. He confronted Timmy when he was talking to Abby on the dance floor. He shoved Timmy when he was sitting at the bar with Isla. When the defendant was kicked out of the bar, he was yelling for someone to come fight him. He punched Trent Nash twice on the street. He was consistently the aggressor, and he had a safe way to leave the confrontation he had started, right down the alley that Matt Soldano was trying to get him to go down. But instead, he turned and he came back, still looking for a fight. The law doesn't allow a person to instigate and escalate and demand a fight and then claim self-defense when someone punches him. When the defendant was arrested by police just after he shot Timmy, he knew he was caught, he knew he was in trouble, and he tried to convince them that he acted in self-defense. And you will hear that he claimed things that the video footage will show you just are not true. Like that it was 3 against 1, even though his friends were right there. But those self-serving statements can't erase his behavior up until this point, and they won't erase what you can see for yourself on the video. The other thing to keep in mind as you're hearing the evidence is that a person's not permitted to use excessive force in self-defense, only a reasonable amount of force. The defendant shot at Timmy Pouliot 9 times. 5 of those shots were in his back. And each of those shots was a choice by the defendant to pull the trigger. You will see that every shot after the first one was after Timmy was turning away and falling to the ground. That is not reasonable. That is not proportional. That is excessive by any definition. In a moment, defense counsel will have a chance to speak with you, as I have. They may raise issues with you that I've not discussed in the opening, but which will be addressed during trial. I ask you to keep an open mind and wait to hear all of the evidence, see all of the video footage before you make up your mind. The shooting in this case was captured on a bystander's cell phone. This is a still image of the last moments that Timmy Pouliot was alive. Right after he dared to square off with the defendant, dared to punch the defendant. Of all the options available to the defendant that night, he chose the most extreme reaction, he chose the most deadly, and he chose the most permanent.
Dude, these guys are all talking. Oh. Get the fuck back. Hey, get back here, back here.
That is not self-defense. That is rage and retribution and anger. And that is why at the close of this case, we will ask you to find the defendant guilty of endangering all the people on Old Granite Street that night and of murdering Timmy Pouliot.
You may.
So we've gone just over an hour. So let's
Take a 10-minute recess. We'll resume with the defense defense opening in at 2:30.
And they relay. Tim says that he's going to beat up John or knock him out or something along those lines. Michael Mendoza also says he's going to knock John out. They talk about the fact that Timothy is a professional fighter, and they talk about it to Abby, Nicole, and Olivia. They're not just having a little conversation in private talking about this. They are conveying that information to the same girls that they had just been talking to earlier. We're going to knock this guy out by the end of the night. I'm a professional fighter. And so, of course, the girls go warn John. Why shouldn't they warn him? These guys are out to knock you out. They're out for you. And John goes up to the bar, and we don't have a recording of what was said, but we have the recording of the interaction. And sure, John pushes him. But it's broken up, and John walks away, and that is the end of it, as far as he knows. You'll also see the bartenders don't only talk to John, they talk to Timothy Pouliot. And after they do that, John is minding his own business, talking to the girls, talking to Abby and the other girls, and a few minutes later, you see Michael Mendoza in the video. He's near John, but he's kind of looking the other way, and you see Timothy work his way down the ramp. Remember that ramp that was shown to you during the opening statement? John and the girls are all standing by the end of that ramp on the dance floor. The dance floor is kind of lower than the main bar. And Tim works his way down onto the dance floor and out and whispers something, not sure what, into Michael Mendoza's ear. And Mendoza does kind of a little half moon right up to John and looks away a little bit, and then all of a sudden punches him right in the face. A sucker punch so bad you'll see the blood all over John's face. This is on the right side of his face. Michael Mendoza was not unarmed at that time. You're going to see body cam video of the police officer that's in the bar, and you'll just catch a little glimpse of it, but you're going to see rings on both of Mendoza's hands. He doesn't punch John in the face with bare hands. He's got a big old ring on his ring finger there. That explains the giant cut on the front of John's face. And you're going to see the blood coming down his face. You're going to see that in the videos too. John never saw it coming. That's why he's walking out of the bar screaming, "Who punched me? Who punched me?" He just got sucker punched in the face, and his face has been cut open. Is he upset? Absolutely he's upset. Because he's just been darn close to being knocked out after he was already told that they were going to knock him out. And when he gets outside, he's upset, and the girls are trying to calm him down, and they're trying to clean the blood off his face, and he's still upset. And the state's right. It should have ended there, but it didn't. Mendoza is across the street in his car. Trenton Nash is in the car. And Mendoza kind of hides, stays in the car. And Nash gets out, and he walks over, and he comes right up to John. He smokes a cigarette and tries to pretend that he's got no idea what happened, as if he had nothing to do with anything that happened in the bar, as if he wasn't there with Timothy Pouliot, as if he wasn't there with Michael Mendoza. And he comes right up to him, and he gets in his face, and even though John Delee, who's just been punched in the face, tells him to get out of here, even though Abigail Elliott Orr tells him to get out of here, he doesn't. Does John get physical with him at that point? Yes. Should he have? Probably not. But he's not on trial for his interaction with Trenton Nash at that point, who, by the way, is just continuing the attack from inside of the bar. At that point, Michael Mendoza says, I ought to get involved in this. Now's when he comes out of the car, gets up, stands on the snowbank, and holds up a can of pepper spray right into John's face. Right there on the sidewalk. That's when John pulls out the gun. When he is under attack. He pulls out the gun, he drops it, and he picks it back up, and he warns Michael Mendoza away. And it works. Michael Mendoza backs up and backs away, and John turns around, and John and Soldano and Gage Chandler, the three of them start walking up the street, walking away. That's not good enough for Nash and Mendoza. They follow him up the street. And I just want to back up a little bit. Remember when you were told that Tim walks out of the bar nice and calm, he's not screaming and yelling, and he walks out of the bar and he goes left. You'll see what he does on the video. He walks out of the bar and he looks to the right, and that's where Nash and Delee are just about engaging. And he takes a look, and he walks down to the end of the street, and he acts as a lookout. He's watching the end of that street, and he's watching that interaction, and he's deciding when and if he needs to get engaged. So when Nash is confronting Delee, you've got Mendoza in the car across the street watching from one angle, and you got Timothy Pouliot down at the end of the street watching from the other angle. They are in attack mode, and they will not leave John Delee to go home that night. They follow him up the street. As Mendoza and Nash are following John and his friends up the street, they're yelling back as loud as they can to Timothy Pouliot, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun." Mendoza is actively telling Pouliot he's got a gun. What does Pouliot do? He goes right after John, right up the street. Abigail Elliott Orr confronts him. She grabs him. She tries to stop him. She says, "Don't do it." And what does Timothy Pouliot do? He challenges her to punch him in the face. She declines to do so, and he goes on, gets away from her, and he goes on to confront John Delee, a man that he knows has a gun. And he follows him up. Now, John at that point is facing a long, dark alley to get back to his car. Matthew Soldano is standing at the end of the street, but Nash and Mendoza are standing on the opposite sidewalk, yelling and screaming at him, harassing him, and Timothy Pouliot walks up and leads the charge. You'll see on the video, as soon as Timothy walks past Mendoza and Nash to confront John Delee, Nash and Mendoza themselves begin following Timothy. It's a setup. Is John Delee supposed to walk down the dark alley with these people following him? Is that a reasonable place to go? So, unarmed, right now we know at the very least that John Delee has been punched in the face with rings. We know that Mendoza has rings on. We know that Mendoza has pepper spray. And the three of them are confronting him. And rather than walk all the way down that dark alley, he turns around to confront the threat that's facing him. And so he does. And you'll notice, you'll see in that video, you see the three people surrounding him. You see Pouliot standing directly, almost face to face with John Delee. And you'll see to the right, to John's right, you'll see Mike Mendoza. And to the right of Mike Mendoza, you'll see Trenton Nash. Interesting little detail that the state leaves out at that point. When you see the video of Trenton Nash following Timothy Pouliot to go attack John, he's wearing his coat. He's got a long sleeve black coat on. Michael Mendoza's already in his t-shirt. This is a cold January day in Manchester, New Hampshire. And Michael Mendoza's out there in a t-shirt. Why? Because he's about to get in a fight. Nash has had his coat on. The funny thing about the Soho footage is part of it looks to the right and part of it looks to the left. So the right looks down the alley and the left looks down Old Granite Street. And the shooting happens right in the middle. And the only footage we have of the shooting itself is that cell phone video. But between the time that Nash crosses into that blind spot, we'll call it, and the time that cell phone video starts, his coat is gone. Why is his coat off in January in New Hampshire on a cold winter night if he is not part of this fight? So he's got his coat off, right? And that's not the only thing he does. The state says it's not 3-on-1. John's got all his friends there. Well, first of all, Gage Chandler, you don't see him in that video because he is up on the sidewalk on the other side of a snowbank and on another side of the rail in front of the Soho Bistro. He's not out there in the street getting involved in this. And Matthew Soldano is confronted by Trenton Nash, who's already thrown his coat off. Hey, do you have a gun? He checks him. And how does Matthew Soldano react to that? He puts his hands up and he starts walking away. He's behind John Delee, he's walking away, and he's facing away. And that's the moment when it is truly 3-on-1 with two other people who all mean John Delee harm. That's when, for the second time in the same evening, John Delee gets punched in the face by somebody that he has been told is a professional fighter. They've told him they're going to knock him out. They meant it. They've shown they mean it. And if you're standing on that street there with a gun in your hand, knowing that these people know you have a gun and are ready to punch you in the face anyways, ready to surround you, ready to confront you, ready to punch you in the face, they do. Second time, he's been punched directly in the head. How does he know that they don't mean to get his gun? How does he know that they don't mean to kill him? How does he know that they don't mean to kill him with his own gun? The judge is going to talk to you about the definition of deadly force. So take the judge's definition and not mine. But deadly force in New Hampshire means an assault which the actor commits with the purpose of causing or which he knows to create a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury. What do you think, what will you think that Timothy Pouliot meant to do to John Delee at that time? What will you think that Trenton Nash meant to do to John Delee at that time? What will you think that Michael Mendoza meant to do to John Delee at that time, if not death or serious bodily injury? So, the moment he gets punched in the face, again for the second time, he immediately pulls out his gun and fires. The state makes a lot about the fact that some of the bullets went into Timothy Pouliot's back. I want to make absolutely clear, Timothy Pouliot did not run away. He didn't retreat from this encounter. At the time that the trigger is first pulled, he's facing John Delee. He falls backwards and he lands backwards facing John Delee. He might have twisted on his way down, but he wasn't retreating from that encounter. He never did. Those 9 shots happened in a split second. The state would make you think John Delee thought between each and every time he pulled that trigger, oh, have I neutralized the threat yet? Nope. Oh, have I neutralized the threat yet? That's not the speed that any of this happens. He's facing a serious threat to his life and his well-being, and he pulls the trigger fast. The moment the threat is neutralized, you'll see Mendoza and Nash go running. Timothy Pouliot's no longer a threat, and he walks away. Now, lest you think that John Delee can't recognize the difference between a real threat to his life and his safety and a fake threat to his life and safety, you're going to see when the police officers arrive. Those police officers arrive, they pull their guns on him. And he knows that those police officers don't mean him harm, because the first thing he does is take the gun and put it down on the ground. He puts the gun down on the ground and away from him so quickly that the police officers, both police officers that are involved in detaining him at that point, both of them have to ask what happened to the gun, even though he did it right in front of them. Put your gun down, they're yelling at him, and he's pointing. You can see him point at the gun on the ground. So even police officers that are pointing guns at him, he knows that they're not a threat. He doesn't try to use any kind of force against them. He puts the gun down on the ground. He gets down on his knees. He puts his arms out and he says, it was self-defense. It was 3-on-1. They attacked me. Immediately. That's what he's telling the police. If you go back and look at all the evidence in this case, at the end of this case, which you're going to have the ability to do, you're going to see that everything that John Delee told the police right then and there was correct. Timothy Pouliot, Michael Mendoza, and Trenton Nash planned an attack on him. They used tactical maneuvers to attack him. They threatened him. They pursued him. They gave him no out. Unfortunately, Timothy Pouliot lost his life as a result of it. And again, the state's right. It should have ended many times before then. But John Delee is not guilty of these crimes that he's charged with. And at the end of the case, we'll come back and ask you again to find him not guilty. Thank you.
Are you ready to call?
Can I just move the podium?
Okay.
PowerPoint back up. Right hand side. There's no button.
Your Honor, the state would call Officer Chad Fazio.
Walk your step over that wire, and then just go around that T-tip to the stand.
Before you see it, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, Your Honor. Please have a seat.
Officer Fazio, if you could, just for the record, you might have to lean that microphone forward just a little bit.
There we go.
Can you just state and spell your last name for the record?
Yep. It's going to be Officer Fazio, F-A-Z-I-O.
Okay. And where do you work, Officer Fazio?
Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
3 years, sir.
And where did you work before that?
Nowhere, sir.
This is your first law enforcement job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's your current assignment at Manchester?
I work on the midnight shift for the patrol division.
Okay. And is that what we see kind of driving around the city in a uniform capacity in a marked cruiser?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you a full-time certified police officer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was your role in January of this year also patrol?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to take you back to a specific time in January. I want to take you to January 28th in the early morning hours. Were you working at that time?
Yes, I was, sir.
What shift were you working?
I was working the midnight shift.
All right. And what was your area of responsibility that night? Do you have sectors or patrols, or how does that work?
Yeah, so we have different sectors. That night I was 1-6. It's kind of just like an extra car. It's a floating unit where we have the liberty to kind of go anywhere in the city.
Okay. And at about 12:47 a.m. that morning, were you dispatched to a call?
Yes, sir.
What type of call were you dispatched to?
It was a gunshot heard call.
And where was that?
It was at a 50 Old Granite Street.
Okay. And did you witness the shooting?
No, sir.
Did you witness any of the events that happened before the shooting?
No, I did not, sir.
All right. So before we talk about your response, I want to talk a little bit about that area in general. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. What is depicted in this satellite image? Can you just help orient us and explain what we're looking at?
Yep, so this is basically the downtown area of Manchester. Running north to south, the biggest street, that's going to be Elm Street.
If you want to step down, Your Honor, do you mind if the witness steps down?
Okay. Sorry. Hold on.
I can step down right here.
So Elm Street is going to be this big street running north to south right here.
Hold on, yeah.
Good. All right. That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So, like I said, Elm Street's going to be running north to south. We got the Snow Arena here, Lake Ave, and Granite Street are going to be running east to west. We got Market Basket here, and then Old Granite Street is going to be this little tiny street running right through there.
Okay. So you mentioned some places, but just because the record's audio recorded, sometimes I need to point out specific things. So you had mentioned the Snow Arena, you had mentioned Market Basket. Are those accurately, reasonably and accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, sir.
Where those locations are? Okay. So if we just zoom in a little bit, I'm going to take you to State's Exhibit 2. Can you just help describe what we're looking at here?
So we have Granite Street right here. Again, this is just the downtown area. We've got the Bank of America. We've got two of our bars right here, which is the Soho Bistro and the Goat.
And that's Old Granite Street, so just a little bit to the right, that's Granite Street. That runs down kind of between Elm and 293?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. All right. If you want to go back, go ahead and go back to this stand for me. All right, so when you responded that night, you said you were running a uniform capacity. Do you have body-worn cameras?
Yes, I do, sir.
And where are those on your uniform?
I have mine right here. It's usually right in the center of our chest.
Okay. And so it's looking forward?
Yes, sir.
And how does it work?
As soon as you activate it by using your little device on our wrist or wherever the other officers put it, it begins recording at that time as soon as you hit it.
Okay. And did you activate it this night when you responded?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. When you got to that Soho Bistro right at that corner that you pointed out, can you describe for us what you saw on your arrival?
When I got out of the car, I saw that there was a large group of people in the middle of the street, which would be Old Granite Street, and then I saw a male laying on his back in the middle of that group on the pavement.
And was that man, you said lying, was he talking, moving, making any statements?
No, sir, he's unresponsive.
Okay. And what did you immediately do at that point?
At that time, I started doing a medical assessment or a bath assessment.
What is bath? Bath,
So-
Bath isn't BATH?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what does that stand for?
So it's an acronym. So it stands for, when you're going into a medical assessment, it's just things that you're kind of looking over. So B is bleeding, A is airway, T is tension pneumothorax, and then H is just hypothermia.
Okay, and those are the things you're trained to look for when you first respond to something like this?
Correct, sir.
Okay, are you an emergency medical provider?
No, sir.
Where did you receive this type of training?
So every year at the Manchester Police Department, we go through a course called Tactical Medical Training, and that's for the last 3 years. That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Did you try to render any aid to the person who was lying on the ground?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you a still image. This is that image that was discussed earlier. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 3. Okay. This is a still image. Do you recognize where this is from?
Yes, I do, sir.
And where is this image taken from?
Oh, this is going from my body camera.
Does this accurately reflect where the person was when you found them in relation to Soho?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. Whose hands do we see there? We see some with gloves. Whose hands are the ones without gloves?
Those are mine, sir.
Okay. Any reason no gloves?
Just due to the response, I didn't have time to put any on.
Okay. And it looks like there's some sort of plastic or something on the left shoulder there. Is that part of the treatment you were providing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just talk briefly and just explain to us what did you try to do to render aid to this person?
So first, I found that there was multiple gunshot wounds. One was being like up on his left shoulder area where you saw that plastic piece, and then there was another one in his armpit that showed in that picture right there. At that point, because of the location of the wound, I put a chest seal on the one that was located like near his armpit region on the shoulder, and then the armpit one, I began packing it with combat gauze.
Okay. And was that an attempt to stop bleeding?
Yes, sir.
Did you perform, or did anyone that was there perform CPR?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did emergency medical responders arrive at some point?
They did.
Okay. And did they take over treatment?
Yes, they did.
Okay. At any point during your treatment, did you see any responsiveness or signs of life from the person who you found lying down?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see the person lying on the ground ever conscious again?
No, sir.
What happened after fire and EMS treated Timmy for a few minutes?
They declared him 10-2, which in our terms is deceased.
Okay. And what was your role after Timmy, or excuse me, after that person was pronounced dead?
After that, I didn't have much role. I just basically cleaned myself off and provided scene security at that point.
Okay. Did you have any further involvement with investigating what happened that night?
No, sir.
Just 1 second. When you were doing your assessment of this person lying on the ground, did you see any weapons, knives, guns, bats, anything at all on that person?
I did not, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions for defense me.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Step down. Sure. Call your next witness.
You're in the state calls Jill Terio.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Before you're seated, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Terio.
Hi, good afternoon.
There's water up there too if you need it, and there's a microphone that's kind of in front of you, so if I can't hear you, I'll ask you to speak up, but just be aware that that's where we're
Thank you.
recording from. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jill Terio, last name spelled T as in Tom, Herrriault.
And where do you work, Ms. Terio?
Currently, I'm employed with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab in Concord, New Hampshire.
And what's your position there?
There, I am a criminalist too, in the section of the pattern evidence unit, and more specifically, I am a firearm and tool mark examiner.
And can you explain what the pattern evidence unit is?
Excuse me. Yes, so the forensic laboratory is composed of a number of different forensic testing areas, and the pattern evidence unit, which is the unit that I work in, is made up of latent print and fingerprint examiners, shoe, footwear, and tire track examiners, as well as myself that examines firearms and tool marks.
And how long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab?
It'll be 4 years in December.
And do you have educational background that relates to what you do for work?
I do, yes. In 2001, I received my Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University in New Jersey. And in 2004, I began on-the-job training through my first job in the forensics field at the Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Laboratory Bureau.
Can you just explain the experience that you've had with Miami and what prior forensic experience you've had leading up to the lab?
Yes. So in 2004 is when I was hired on by the Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Lab. And in that capacity, I began a 2-year in-house training program that was conducted under the supervision of a senior firearms examiner. And so that 2-year training program included learning about firearms and how they operate and how all of the internal parts and pieces work together to make a gun work. How ammunition functions inside of a firearm and how that's evolved over the centuries, and most importantly, learning how to use particular pieces of forensic equipment to examine bullets and cartridge cases that are collected from crime scenes in order to determine whether or not they were fired from a particular gun. So that was my in-house training. In 2004, I was also selected by the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, to participate in their 1-year National Firearms Examiner Training Academy. And that training, in conjunction with my in-house training, followed similar steps in that I learned about how firearms operate, how different firearms such as rifles and shotguns and handguns work, how to examine bullets and cartridge cases using a comparison microscope to determine whether or not they were fired from a particular gun, as well as some other forensic testing duties that are typical of a firearms examiner. My instructors at the ATF program were firearms examiners from all across the country. So when I was finished with the in-house and the ATF training, I spent 10 years down at the Miami lab doing firearms examination. And then in 2014 is when I moved a little further north. I was employed by the State of Connecticut Forensic Laboratory, and there I was the supervisor of the firearm and toolmark unit.
Do you hold these certifications now that are specific to your field?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Through the professional organization that I belong to, which is called the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, they offer a certification program that a person or an examiner is eligible to sit for once they've attained 5 years, so 2 years of training and 3 years of doing casework. So when I was eligible to sit for that, I sat for the written test, and then upon successful completion of that, I was able to take a practical exercise where I received actual bullets and cartridge cases to determine what possible gun they were fired from. And then once I was completed that, I have to maintain a certain number of continuing education credits. And those are attained by attending training conferences, giving presentations at those conferences, teaching opportunities, and things like that. And that's in a 5-year cycle. And I've held that certification since 2009.
So about how many firearms examinations would you say you've conducted in your career?
Oh gosh, going back to 2004, it would
probably be in the thousands, I would say, between Miami, Connecticut, and up here in New Hampshire.
Have you testified in court before regarding firearm examinations?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
On the state and federal and county levels in Florida, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, it's been just over 100 times.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in the area of firearms examinations?
Excuse me. Yes, I have.
And again, feel free to. Do you have water there?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're all doing it. So, Your Honor, I would ask at this time that the court recognize Ms. Terio to be qualified as an expert under Rule 702 in the area of firearms examinations.
She may offer her opinions.
So I just want to take a moment now with you to discuss some of the terminology that you use in your work. Do you have a model that helps you explain the process that you use when you're examining?
Yes, I do.
What is this a model of?
This is a plastic model of a live round of ammunition and its component parts. It's all plastic. There's no live anything associated with it.
Would you mind taking that out and just showing that to us? If you're comfortable where you are, I'll just ask if you can hold it up high enough that we can just kind of see it over some of the stuff that's in front of you.
Sure, yes.
The speaker there.
Yes.
But can you use this and explain to us what a round of ammunition is composed of?
Sure. So what I have here, again, is a plastic model of what is a live round of ammunition. Some people might know it just as a bullet, but it's actually made up of 4 different component parts. So this outer light tan